There are people who were never meant to become heroes, yet fate forces them to be. And Wang Lin is one of them. Born into an ordinary family, he carried a simple wish in his heart to cultivate immortality and repay his parents' kindness. But the world is never that kind. No talent, no background, no guidance, everything seemed to whisper to him, the path of cultivation is not for you. Yet in the midst of that hopelessness, Wang Lin chose something that very few have the courage to do. He kept going. He walked forward with stubbornness. He walked forward with longing. He walked forward with everything left in his resilient heart. A strange opportunity came to him, opening a path of cultivation drenched in blood and loneliness. There, every improvement required a sacrifice. Every step forward meant losing something precious. To grow stronger, he had to endure 100 times more than ordinary people. Renegade Immortal is the tale of a man who never submits. A man willing to defy the heavens, defy fate, and defy the world just to protect what his heart refuses to let go. This is not merely an immortal cultivation story. This is the journey of a soul so powerful that even eternity must bow. And today, I invite you to step into that journey, the journey of Wang Lin, the man who walks against the will of heaven to find the answer meant for himself. Wang Lin had anticipated this turn of events and prepared accordingly. Just before the ancient god finger self-destructed, he had swiftly retreated, employing the ancient god cauldron's divine power, thus avoiding significant harm. From a distance, he stared at the female corpse, blasted away by Wang Yue, hurtling towards him, his eyes flashing. He had intended to seize this corpse ever since it appeared. During his retreat, at the moment the ancient god finger self-destructed, he had deliberately adjusted his position using the ancient god cauldron to target this silver corpse. Of the two silver corpses, the male corpse was too severely injured and was disregarded by Wang Lin. The female corpse, though also injured, was far less severely wounded than the male. Wang Lin's body flashed, taking advantage of the surrounding chaos caused by the self-destruction of the ancient god finger, and rushed straight towards the female corpse. However, in this battlefield, Wang Lin wasn't the only cultivator preparing to take advantage of the situation. Several others also had their eyes on this female corpse. Among them were people from Luote and the Alliance. 7 people were seen rushing towards the female corpse from different directions. Among these 7, Wang Lin wasn't the closest, but his speed was the fastest. As he flew rapidly, Wang Lin's eyes flashed with cold light. In just a few moments, he could have reached the female corpse, but his eyes suddenly flashed, and he silently slowed down. As he slowed down slightly, a Luocha cultivator immediately rushed forward, instantly reaching the female corpse and grabbing her. At the same time, a cultivator from the Alliance also stepped forward. After approaching, this person did not seize the female corpse, but instead opened their mouth and spat out a beam of sword light, striking directly at the cultivator Luocha. The two approached each other and engaged in a fierce battle. It sounds slow in description, but everything happened extremely quickly. Just as the two were fighting, another Luocha cultivator approached, taking advantage of the momentary distraction, grabbed the female corpse's arm, and with a flash of movement, attempted to leave. But at that moment, the cultivator suddenly turned his head, his eyes showing terror, and let out a scream. His body suddenly withered, instantly turning into a pool of blood. This sudden turn of events shocked the 2 cultivators fighting nearby. They hesitated, not daring to grab the female corpse in front of them. Of the remaining 4, including Wang Lin, 3 suddenly accelerated and rushed straight towards them. A glint of light flashed in Wang Lin's eyes. The ancient god cauldron flashed out from Wang Lin, and in an instant, he swapped positions with the person who was rushing closest. The Luocha cultivator was stunned, overwhelmed by a powerful force. When he regained his senses, he saw that his position and Wang Lin's had been reversed. He naturally knew Wang Lin's identity, and could only smile wryly, giving up the attempt to snatch the object and quickly turning around to rush to the next target. After unleashing his divine ability, Wang Lin quickly approached the female corpse. The 2 cultivators closest to the female corpse, seeing the other cultivators rapidly approaching, gritted their teeth and almost simultaneously attacked, grabbing the female corpse. However, in an instant, both immediately let out a tragic cry, their bodies quickly withered, and in the blink of an eye, they became a pool of blood, completely absorbed by the female corpse, condensing at her forehead to form an eerie red dot. Among the Alliance cultivators, at this moment, one person approached. This person, clad in a dragon robe, chuckled softly as he extended his right hand into the void to grab something. However, his hand concealed a divine power. While it appeared to be grabbing the female corpse, it was actually an attack. Wang Lin's eyes flashed. He and the Alliance cultivator approached almost simultaneously, but he only formed a sword, pointing it at the void in front of him, shouting, "Get out of the way!" The Alliance cultivator chuckled softly, his right hand not only not stopping, but moving even faster, muttering, "Lei Shan Sumu, so you also covet the beauty of this female corpse." A cold glint flashed in Wang Lin's eyes. As he approached, the moment the Alliance cultivator's right hand grasped the female corpse, Wang Lin pointed his right hand forward, shouting softly, "Freeze!" The Alliance cultivator was stunned, but in an instant, his body seemed to be enveloped by countless invisible threads, rendering him immobile. Wang Lin's figure didn't hesitate for a moment, flashing as he grabbed the female corpse. However, this grab of Wang Lin's was extremely skillful. It wasn't a celestial claw, but the instant he touched the female corpse, he channeled the celestial power in his body, condensing it into ancient divine power, transforming it into yin-yang twin fish, and suddenly pressing it into the female corpse's forehead. With a thud, the female corpse's body trembled. The blood he had absorbed from several cultivators had condensed into a point of red light on his forehead, which instantly dispersed under Wang Lin's attack. Then, without stopping, Wang Lin directly grabbed the female corpse and swept past the Alliance cultivator. As he left, without thinking, he kicked him in the chest. A white light flashed on the man's chest, and he immediately spun around, spitting out a large mouthful of fresh blood. His face instantly turned pale, but he didn't die. He glared viciously at Wang Lin, clutching his chest with both hands, and rapidly retreated. Taking hold of the female corpse, Wang Lin lowered his head and glanced at it. The corpse was now enveloped in blood-red light, spreading across its face and converging towards its forehead. The reason Wang Lin had slowed down earlier was because he had noticed something unusual about this female corpse. The events that followed were exactly as Wang Lin had predicted. Several cultivators had perished. If this female corpse remained so strange, Wang Lin would certainly have given up. After all, self-preservation was paramount in this great battle. However, he also noticed that after absorbing the blood of 3 cultivators, the female corpse had undergone a subtle transformation, which is why he decided to continue the struggle. At this moment, while retreating, Wang Lin's left hand formed a hand seal, unleashing countless restrictions on the female corpse. He then spat out a mouthful of spiritual essence to seal it and store it in his storage bag. He flashed, rushing straight towards the collapsing starry sky. A massive vortex formed across the 1,000-mile-wide collapsing starry sky. Under the overwhelming force of this whirlwind, a powerful suction force emanated, as if wanting to devour everything. Only Wang Yue remained unfazed by this suction, wildly slashing and killing. At this moment, several old monsters from the Star Alliance circled around Wang Yue, attempting to stop it. Even Yan Long Demon Venerable approached Wang Yue. However, on Luo Chuan's side, besides Wang Yue, Blood God Sun and his group also rushed towards Wang Yue, engaging in battle with the Alliance cultivators. Furthermore, the Blood Man formed from Luo Fu's Blood Orb, appearing beside Wang Yue, immediately gave the Alliance an advantage over Luo Jia. Loud explosions and Wang Yu's roars echoed throughout the land. Higher up, the battle between Yin Lezi and Wu Dongshan was also earth-shattering. The two fought fiercely within a constantly swirling black mist. Occasionally, fluctuations would surge forth, causing even the Blood God Sun's followers to hastily dodge. In the distance, the woman in the blue dress, Shui Luo, remained composed, showing no sign of panic, completely calm. Beside her, Jin Shai, clad in a dragon robe, stood silently, her expression icy. Above her head, 5 golden papers rotated slowly, emitting faint flashes of lightning, connecting with the celestial spirit and continuously sealing it. Shui Luo raised her right hand, pointing forward, and softly murmured, "I invite the great elder of the Earth Profound Palace, Zhuan Bao, the Supreme Being." A long, resounding laugh echoed through the starry sky. This laugh didn't reveal much of his cultivation, but the moment it was uttered, the magical artifacts of the surrounding cultivators trembled, as if wanting to escape their grasp. The black-killing demon Venerable, who was fleeing at this moment, also breathed a sigh of relief. Not only him, but even the Cloud Dragon Demon Venerable's expression relaxed slightly, no longer engaging in battle with the opponent but rapidly retreating. They both understood that in the Cultivation Alliance, within the two palaces, Four Venerables, and Eight Directions realm, the so-called Four Venerables were not just them. Of these four, only the Supreme Sage Heaven was truly one of the Four Venerables. The Four Venerables of the Cultivation Alliance were divided into Moon, Cloud, Sage, and Medicine. Among them, Supreme Sage Heaven was the Sage Venerable. Each of these four had 3 subordinates under their command, forming a group, thus creating the Four Venerables. In this great battle, the Cultivation Alliance actually only deployed the 1 Mystic Palace, 1 Venerable, and 3 realms. The Mystic Treasure Venerable in the Mystic Palace held an extremely high status, being the leader. The true reason why everyone in the Cultivation Alliance respects, and even fears, Venerable Zhuanbao is because he is a member of the Alliance Elder Council, the body that decides everything in the Cultivation Alliance. This is his illustrious status. Excluding its members, no one knows exactly how many people are in the Alliance Elder Council, but each one is a supreme expert capable of reversing the course of events in the Alliance Star Domain. The reason why Tianzi is so respected, even receiving gifts during his birthday celebrations, is because he is also a member of this mysterious Elder Council. However, after a series of events that caused Tianzi's status to plummet, he remains a member. If it weren't for Tianzi's humble demeanor and the existence of people like Ling Tianhu, everything would have vanished in an instant if he so wished. However, after that incident, Tianzi became even more humble, rarely participating in even the Elder Council's meetings, seemingly isolating himself. It's important to know that neither Jishan Tian nor Wu Dongshan, currently battling Yan Leizi, had the qualifications to become members of the Elder Council. In front of Zhuan Bao Shangren, these two were nothing. No one knew what level 1 had to reach to become a member of the Elder Council. Some even suspected that while cultivation might be involved, it wasn't entirely dependent on it. In the Star Domain Alliance, the Alliance Elder Council was the highest existence, holding all the secrets and power of the Alliance. Its members were truly the kings of the Star Domain Alliance. Venerable Zhuanbao, clad in a white robe, was slightly thin, yet his demeanor exuded an air of immortal wisdom and sharp wit. His bright eyes held an unfathomable depth. Anyone who met his gaze would instantly be captivated, unable to escape. His countenance was gentle, giving the impression of a true elder. He held a whisk in his hand and appeared beside the young woman, Xu Lu. Xu Lu softly and respectfully said, "Greetings, senior uncle." Venerable Zhuanba gazed at the distant battlefield and chuckled. "Girl, your master has entrusted you with presiding over this battle. Everyone must obey your orders." And he deliberately chose this place as the battlefield. Such a stroke of fortune is rare. While speaking, Venerable Zhuanbao seemed to pay no heed to the battlefield. Only when he saw Wang Yue did his pupils contract, revealing a profound, knowing smile. "I never imagined the records in the ancient texts of the immortal realm of martial arts would be true." With a smile on his face, Venerable Zhuanbao looked at Wang Yue, who was leading the charging Luocha cultivators. A glint of light flashed in his eyes, and he raised his right hand, lowering his voice, "Immortal guards of martial arts." As soon as these words were spoken, a series of explosions echoed throughout the starry sky. Suddenly, a massive crack appeared in the void before Venerable Zhuanbao. This crack, like a gaping wound, stretched for over 100 feet in the air. An extremely powerful pressure suddenly surged outwards, and a golden light flashed, revealing a golden-armored man who emerged from the crack. The man's entire body radiated dazzling golden light, like a golden sun. He wore a magnificent suit of armor, looking like a celestial soldier. With a single step, this golden-armored giant descended into the starry sky. Immediately afterward, golden light flashed from within the crack, and 3 more golden-armored giants emerged. In an instant, the entire starry sky was enveloped in the golden light emanating from these 4 individuals. As soon as Wang Lin saw these 4 golden-armored giants, his pupils contracted sharply, and he felt as if he'd been struck by lightning, momentarily stunned. Immortal guards! Wang Lin clearly sensed that the aura emanating from these 4 golden-armored giants was very similar to that of Tower Mountain. These 4 golden-armored giants were clearly immortal guards refined using the secret techniques of Immortal Emperor Qinglin. Immortal guards are divided into 4 ranks: gold, silver, bronze, and iron. These 4 golden armored giants have unexpectedly reached the gold rank. Wang Lin glanced at Zhuan Bao Shengren above, quickly retreated, and with a flash, rushed towards the side of the collapsing 1,000-mile vortex. After the 4 armored giants appeared, Venerable Zhuan Bao's expression remained unchanged, his right hand pointing forward. Immediately, these 4 immortal guards charged straight towards Wang Yue. With a roar, Wang Yue swept its tentacles across. The blood god Sun and his followers outside its body immediately flew out, rushing straight towards these 4 immortal guards. Blood god Sun, in particular, charged forward, his right hand forming a hand seal, instantly unleashing a blood-red light. Without hesitation, he swung it forward. A void sea of blood materialized, directly surging towards them. However, this sea of blood only caused the immortal guards to briefly tremble, without stopping them at all. Almost instantly, these 4 immortal guards had positioned themselves to the east, west, south, and north, surrounding Wang Yue and the Luoxia cultivators. With a flick of his right hand, Venerable Zhuan Bao unleashed an endless pressure from the crack, and 9 black butterflies swiftly flew out. All 9 butterflies were black, looking extremely ferocious from afar. Upon appearing, they immediately flapped their wings, creating endless whirlwinds in the air. These whirlwinds were quite powerful, sweeping straight forward. The 9 butterflies then soared upwards and charged forward. The moment these 9 butterflies appeared, even with Wang Lin's composure, his expression changed drastically. These are butterflies conjured by the divine archery chariot. Wang Lin took a deep breath, but he immediately noticed the difference. The butterflies conjured by the divine archery chariot were colorful and extremely beautiful. But these 9 butterflies were completely black, clearly an extreme example. What kind of person is this old man? Wang Lin's scalp tingled. Even Qing Shui couldn't have terrified him like this. Even the mysterious cultivator who interrupted the battle between Qing Shui and Zhu Shenzi couldn't have made Wang Lin's expression so unbelievable. Wang Lin also possessed the Immortal Guard and Butterfly artifacts, but seeing them in someone else's hands today had shaken him to his core. Wang Lin took a deep breath, and without looking any further, he moved with incredible speed, flashing towards an artifact floating in the air. That artifact was the wooden statue previously conjured by the black-killing demon Venerable. At this moment, only half of the statue remained, but it still exuded immense power. Wang Lin's expression darkened. He no longer had the qualifications to participate in this battle. Taking advantage of the chaos was his only option. He flashed, moving at incredible speed, and rushed straight towards the remaining half of the wooden statue. On this battlefield, many people were focused on the magical artifact. Outside the wooden statue, numerous cultivators were fighting each other, making it impossible for anyone to approach. Wang Lin's arrival immediately drew their attention. Almost without hesitation, they shifted their focus. While some cultivators from the Luoxia side hesitated slightly, several from the Alliance side immediately charged towards Wang Lin. Wang Lin's expression remained calm. He formed a hand seal with his right hand, and a whirlwind of energy surged forward, attacking furiously. At the same time, Wang Lin clenched his right hand and powerfully punched out. A deafening explosion resounded as the fist wind violently merged with the magic, forming a force unique to Wang Lin. This force contained both divine magic and ancient god power, the primordial power Wang Lin had just comprehended. However, these 2 ancient forces had only just begun to merge, their full power not yet fully manifested, but they were still not something ordinary cultivators could resist. This attack immediately shocked the Alliance cultivators, who felt a strange force instantly rush towards them, their bodies trembling, their souls shaken, forcing them to retreat rapidly. It seemed that if they didn't retreat, they would instantly perish under this bizarre force. Since they began cultivating, they had never encountered such a divine ability. Wang Lin's eyes flashed, and the ancient god cauldron materialized outside his body. In an instant, Wang Lin's position swapped with one of them. The surrounding cultivators were dazzled, and when they regained their senses, Wang Lin had completed the swap, successfully rushing out and instantly arriving beside the wooden statue. But the moment he approached, an empty sword energy appeared, howling and charging towards him. Within this sword energy lay an extremely domineering intent, as if everything in heaven and earth had to avoid it, otherwise they would be annihilated. Wang Lin was not unfamiliar with this sword energy. It was the sword energy of Ling Jianhu. This magical artifact belongs to my great Lewis Sword Sex Divine Dragon. A cold voice rang out, and a person instantly rushed forward, following the sword energy. This sword energy was aimed directly at Wang Lin. If Wang Lin were to use this magical artifact, he would certainly be struck by the sword energy. Wang Lin's expression remained unchanged, showing no sign of emotion. Without hesitation, his right hand grasped the half-wooden statue, turned around, his eyes revealing a strange expression, and spat out an object to shield himself. The 18-layered hell seal of the immortal seal instantly materialized. The moment it appeared, it collided with the sword energy, creating a thunderous explosion. The sword energy collapsed, but the 18-layered hell seal of the immortal seal showed no sign of emotion, and Wang Lin led it backward. That year, you were reduced to mere soulless fragments before escaping my grasp, yet today you dare to snatch treasure right before my eyes. Wang Lin's calm voice rang out. After leaving these words, he coldly glanced at the divine dragon, whose expression was constantly changing. He knew this wasn't the time to kill, so he quickly left. There were so many cultivators in this great battle that it was impossible to see everyone's faces clearly. Moreover, Wang Lin never stayed in one place for too long, constantly flashing and moving. Therefore, this divine dragon didn't recognize Wang Lin's identity. He had only glanced at him earlier and found him somewhat familiar, but he couldn't possibly connect this familiar face to Wang Lin. Hearing Wang Lin's words, a flash of lightning seemed to strike his mind. His body trembled, his eyes showed disbelief, and he exclaimed, "You!" Wang Lin ignored the divine dragon, and in a flash, he moved away, entering the battlefield to relentlessly plunder the treasures of the dead. However, his consciousness remained focused on Wang Yue, constantly waiting for an opportunity. An opportunity when the Star Alliance fought Wang Yue, allowing him to seize the chance to enter its body and obtain its inheritance. At the same time, Wang Lin's gaze occasionally fell on the woman in the blue dress, Shui Wu. Her expression when she looked at him earlier was very strange. Now, moving cautiously, Wang Lin kept wondering who she really was. Around Wang Yue, the golden-armored men circled, their bodies radiating golden light, forming a circle that seemed to encircle Wang Yue. While the Blood God's followers resisted, 9 butterflies approached, their wings flapping, instantly forming a whirlwind centered around Wang Yue. A vortex formed, seemingly connecting heaven and earth. Inside this vortex, the Blood God's followers' faces darkened as they unleashed their magical artifacts and divine abilities. Loud rumbling sounds echoed continuously. Wang Yu's anger flared even more intensely. Being trapped twice had driven it almost mad. It opened its mouth wide and let out a terrifying roar. In the roar, the language of the ancient gods resounded. Wang Yue was unleashing its ancient god divine abilities. A glint flashed in the eyes of the venerable Zhuan Bao, and with a laugh, he pointed his right hand towards the void. Immediately, the 9 butterflies flapped their wings even faster. Suddenly, streaks of black lines appeared, flashing and intertwining around Wang Yu's body, forming a net that surrounded it. The 4 golden-armored immortal guards let out a low growl, their bodies trembling, and in an instant they expanded into giants hundreds of feet tall, launching and attacking unison. Venerable Zhuan Bao still wore a smile on his face as he clawed at the void. Immediately, a stream of green energy spewed from the crack ahead. This green energy contained an aura that caused all the cultivators within tens of thousands of miles to be greatly shaken. Wang Lin's body trembled. He focused his gaze and saw an arrow slowly emerging from the crack within the surging green energy. This arrow was enormous, over 30 feet long and 7 feet wide, entirely green. The arrowhead was a hexagonal point. The tail had a row of purple feathers. Besides this, there was a dark gray bloodstain on the arrow's shaft. It was this dark gray bloodstain that shook the minds of tens of thousands of cultivators. The moment this arrow appeared, even Blood God Sun and his group's expressions changed drastically. Even Flame Thunder Sun, who was battling Wu Dongshan in the starry sky, was shaken, glancing towards the 30-foot-long arrow. The Void Annihilation Arrow. At this moment, Wang Yue roared, his voice echoing through the heavens, the language of the ancient gods hidden within. In an instant, a crack appeared in the starry sky before Wang Yue, hurtling straight towards Zhuan Bao Shengren. Almost immediately, the starry sky surrounding Zhuan Bao Shengren collapsed with a deafening roar. His expression remained unchanged. He pointed his right hand at the 30-foot-long arrow before him and whispered, "Void Nirvana." Yan Leizi's pupils contracted. his expression extremely serious. He clearly remembered this arrow. It was one of the most prized treasures of the Cultivation Alliance, the Void Nirvana arrow. It was rumored that this arrow had an unknown origin and had existed for a very long time. Since the time of the Immortal Realm, it was said that this arrow had been stained with a drop of strange blood, possessing incredibly unpredictable divine power. When deciding to join the Luocha sect, Yan Lacey had already prepared countermeasures against all the Cultivation Alliance's magical artifacts. At this moment, the instant he sensed the Void Annihilation arrow, a cold smile appeared in his heart. The Void Annihilation arrow is rumored to possess unfathomable power, but I wonder how it compares to this moon beast. Under a single gesture from the venerable Zhuan Bao, the arrow instantly vibrated, hurtling forward like an arrow released from a bow, swiftly flying towards Wang Yue. Wang Yu's eyes flashed with icy coldness. The moment the arrow appeared, it immediately sensed danger. As the arrow approached, Wang Yue opened its mouth wide and roared, the void before it rapidly condensing countless starlight, instantly forming the ancient divine finger. As soon as the ancient divine finger appeared, it pointed forward, thundering towards the arrow. With a furious roar from Wang Yu, countless smaller Wang Yus immediately surged out from its mouth. There were hundreds of thousands of them, each towering thousands or even tens of thousands of feet tall. Their combined assault instantly plunged the battlefield into chaos. The battlefield no longer seemed like a battle between Luocha and the Alliance, but rather a fight between the Alliance and Wang Yus. As the countless Wang Yus scattered, the Alliance cultivators' faces changed drastically, and they quickly retreated. However, their speed was far too slow compared to the Wang Yus. The overwhelming influx of Wang Yus instantly unleashed a bloody storm. Within the chaos, even a few Luocha cultivators were affected. Among them, Wang Lin was struck by a Wang Yu over 3,000 feet tall. His expression darkened, and he swiftly dodged, unwilling to engage in further confrontation. Wang Lin knew that when the smaller moon-gazing creatures appeared, their purpose was singular, to condense the most powerful ancient divine finger. At this moment, the Void Nirvana arrow also roared forward, colliding with the ancient divine finger conjured by the moon-gazing creature. A deafening explosion resounded, echoing throughout the Northern Alliance. The already dark bloodstain on the 30-foot-long arrow instantly transformed into an invisible arrow, piercing through the ancient divine finger and hurtling straight towards the moon-gazing creature. This scene caused Wang Lin's eyes to widen in shock. The moon-gazing creature paused briefly for a moment, then began to roar again. Simultaneously, the smaller moon-gazing creatures surrounding it, including the one pursuing Wang Lin, all turned and began to roar. This wasn't just one moon-gazing creature roaring, but hundreds of thousands of moon-gazing creatures summoned by the mother moon-gazing creature, all roaring in unison. A single ancient god finger appeared in a vast area. The dense ancient god power instantly permeated the starry sky. Wang Lin felt his hair stand on end. At that moment, he showed an expression of ecstatic joy and immediately absorbed it. He could clearly feel that the ancient god's body was undergoing a leap, constantly becoming stronger. The ancient god's essence, which was currently in a state of illusory existence at the 3-star and half-star levels, was now unexpectedly showing signs of condensing into a tangible form. All of this made Wang Lin overjoyed. Ancient god artifact. Unexpectedly, an ancient god artifact has actually condensed. Although this aura isn't very strong, it truly exists. In the starry sky spanning tens of thousands of miles, countless ancient god fingers instantly condensed frantically. In the blink of an eye, an ancient god finger that had almost reached a tangible state appeared in the sight of everyone around. Strange, yet clearly defined, patterns were scattered across it. Even the venerable Zhuan Bao was stunned by this sight, his expression slightly changing, his demeanor becoming somewhat gloomy. This moon-gazing technique is somewhat different from what's described in ancient texts. However, I have the Void Nirvana arrow. No matter how powerful this moon-gazing technique is, it absolutely cannot surpass this one. Venerable Zhuan Bao had extreme confidence in this Void Nirvana arrow. Although my Void Nirvana arrow is only a 9th grade technique, if I can obtain the moon-gazing technique to refine it into a magic weapon, I will naturally have an additional supreme treasure. The Void Nirvana Extreme. With the fusion of these two, plus the preparation of tens of thousands of years, I am 80% certain I can form an 8th grade Void Nirvana arrow. Therefore, my position in the Elder Council will be able to resist Zhang Xuanzi. The Void Nirvana arrow's speed did not decrease, directly attacking and colliding once again with the ancient god finger that had just been condensed. Wang Yu's were transformed into an attack, its colossal body following closely behind Gu Shenzi as it charged forward. But just as the Void Annihilation arrow struck Gu Shenzi, the entire Northern Alliance underwent a shocking transformation. Gu Shenzi unexpectedly collapsed once again. A deafening roar resounded. All the surrounding cultivators, even Wang Lin, felt their blood reverse, and they vomited. He was in such a state, let alone the others. A group of cultivators were unexpectedly killed on the spot, their bodies shattering into pieces. Even the Blood God's son and his group, under this unimaginable shock, had their faces changed drastically and retreated simultaneously. In an instant, no cultivators remained around Wang Yu's body. Only the 4 golden-armored immortal guards remained tightly surrounding Wang Yue, coordinating with the 9 black butterflies that continuously stirred up storms. The moment the ancient god finger condensed and collapsed, more than half of the small moon-gazing creatures were unexpectedly shattered, instantly dissipating. Blue blood splattered everywhere, seemingly dyeing the entire starry sky blue. This was the first time Wang Lin had seen moon-gazing creatures collapse. Although they were only small moon-gazing creatures, the sheer number that vanished shocked him. Moon-gazing creatures were within the ancient god's body. Their hardness was unimaginable. Even small moon-gazing creatures were not something a cultivator could shatter. But the scene before him was utterly insane. What level of magic treasure is this Void Annihilation arrow? Wang Lin wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth, staring blankly ahead, his mind a complete blank. Besides the large number of small moon-gazing creatures and the ancient god finger, the Void Annihilation arrow of the venerable Zhuanbao also simultaneously vanished. All that could be seen was countless fine cracks appearing on it, constantly shattering inch by inch under the extremely powerful impact. A glint of light flashed in the eyes of the venerable Zhuanbao, and he immediately stepped forward. Although he had anticipated everything before him, it wasn't entirely accurate, but its enormous size didn't exceed his expectations. "This moon-gazing arrow is mine," the venerable Zhuanbao laughed loudly as he stepped out. In front of him, just as the Void Annihilation arrow dissipated, a black light suddenly flashed out from within. This black light was clearly also a small arrow, only 3 inches long, its shape identical to the 30-foot arrow, except that the bloodstain on its body wasn't gray-black, but bright red. A vivid red bloodstain, as if it had just been stained with blood. This was the true Void Annihilation arrow. This arrow shot out with unimaginable speed, instantly piercing one of the moon-gazing arrow's eyes. The moment it struck, a surge of frenzied power erupted from the arrow, suddenly erupting with a thunderous roar that shook the entire starry sky. For the first time, the colossal body of Wang Yue trembled, retreating uncontrollably. A black vortex filled Wang Yu's eyes, emitting a deafening sound of collapse. Immediately, blue blood gushed out like 2 streams. Inside the black vortex, the arrow spun deeper and deeper, its speed increasing, continuing its attack. Each attack created further collapse. Wang Yue let out a mournful roar that echoed through the starry sky. This desolate sound shook Wang Lin's body, a frantic pain spreading through his heart. He stared at Wang Yue, retreating even faster. This was the first time in countless years that it had been so severely wounded. Its mournful cries echoed, and the remaining smaller Wang Yue creatures immediately collapsed in large numbers. A continuous banging sound echoed across tens of thousands of miles of starry sky. All the small moon-gazing creatures were completely annihilated. The moon-gazing creature's eyes were a blazing red. It was truly enraged. Its anger at this moment surpassed all the rage of countless years. Especially at this moment of life or death crisis, the arrow in its eyes was threatening its very life. In its rage, the desperate roar of the moon-gazing creature reached its peak, and 7 vague star points materialized around its body, rotating around it. In its roar, one of those vague star points suddenly exploded with a loud bang. Ancient God's shattering star. Wang Lin watched this entire scene, his eyes revealing a strange light. As this star point collapsed, an extremely powerful force surged from within the moon-gazing creature's body. This force was so immense that, amidst the continuous banging, the black vortex on the moon-gazing creature's forehead was instantly torn apart. Unexpectedly, the other arrow was also forced out, escaping from Wang Yu's body. This scene caused the venerable Zhuanbao's expression to change. Impossible! According to ancient records, a normal Wenyu would absolutely not be able to survive under this void-shattering nirvana arrow. Although Wenyu's body is large and its aura is overwhelmingly vicious, it must be severely injured. Yan Lei, watching all of this from the starry sky, revealed a cold smile. Senior once said that the purpose of bringing this moon beast to the Alliance was to make it as angry as possible. The more severely injured it is, the greater its destructive power and the stronger it becomes. Wenyu was extremely angry, and at this moment, it used the power of shattered stars to force the arrow out. The intense pain almost drove it to madness, its eyes turning red. In its mind, there was only one thought: kill, kill, kill. Roar! Following Wang Yu's roar, countless tentacles outside his body instantly severed at their roots. Countless tentacles, each tens of thousands of feet long, simultaneously condensed before Wang Yue, intertwining in an instant to form a massive arm. This arm, tens of thousands of feet long, was incredibly enormous. At this moment, its fist clenched, and from afar, it looked like the arm of an ancient god. Wang Yu's rage was like the ancient god's finger. Wang Yu's rage reached its limit, becoming the ancient god's arm. As soon as the ancient god's arm appeared, it fiercely struck forward. Its target was the void-shattering nirvana arrow. This single punch caused Wang Lin to be momentarily terrified. He felt as if he had traveled back countless years, transcended the ancient era, and witnessed the heaven-defying era of the ancient gods. He saw the ancient god raise his arm, and with a roar, he struck forward with immense force. Planets shattered, the starry sky collapsed. All enemies were instantly annihilated by this single punch. At this moment, the ancient god's arm, forged by Wang Yue, was like this. With a single punch, it met the arrow, causing it to instantly shatter and disintegrate with a loud bang. Even the void-shattering nirvana arrow was on the verge of breaking under the ancient god's arm's punch. Zhuan Bao, the Venerable, spat out a mouthful of blood, his face pale, and without hesitation, he quickly retreated. But the moment he retreated, an extremely cold aura suddenly surged from the starry sky. Within this cold aura, a red lightning bolt, like a thunderbolt splitting the heavens and earth, struck with a thunderous roar. The speed of this red lightning bolt was incredibly fast, its timing perfectly precise the exact moment when Venerable Zhuanbao's magical artifact was destroyed, causing a shock to his mind. The red lightning bolt contained an immense amount of cold energy, and an extremely terrifying aura, unleashed without any concealment, surged forward the moment Venerable Zhuanbao retreated. Venerable Zhuanbao had no time to dodge and was directly struck by the red lightning bolt. His face contorted dramatically, and he spat out another mouthful of blood, his eyes slightly glazed over. At this moment, Qing Shui, clad in white, emerged from the starry sky. His expression was cold. As soon as he appeared, a red light flashed in his eyes, and several more lightning bolts shot out, attacking Venerable Zhuanbao. The Supreme Realm descended. Extreme Realm. A loud thud echoed from within the body of Venerable Zhuanbao. A large amount of fresh blood spurted from his back. His whole body trembled, and he retreated even faster, but several lightning bolts relentlessly pursued him. The moment Qing Shui appeared, he formed a hand seal, and immediately a howling black wind appeared, and 7 black dragons materialized, spewing out dark winds, destroying all the fiery life force, and lunging towards Venerable Zhuanbao to devour him. Zhuanbao, do you still recognize me, the Lord of the Thunder Realm? Qing Shui had arrived at the battlefield long ago, but on this battlefield, no one could make him take action. Only this Venerable Zhuanbao. Qing Shui, I didn't expect you to still be alive. Venerable Zhuanbao quickly retreated, but his retreat was surrounded by 7 black dragons, and gusts of dark wind attacked him. Venerable Zhuanbao gritted his teeth, and with both hands forming a hand seal, pointed forward. Instantly, 9 butterflies circling around Wang Yue flashed, disappeared, and reappeared beside Zhuanbao Shangren. 9 butterflies united. The 9 butterflies simultaneously flapped their wings, their entire bodies flashing with black light, instantly merging into one, almost in a split second. The 9 merging black beams also underwent unexpected transformations. The newly merged butterfly radiated 4-colored light from its body. It flapped its wings, and the 4-colored light descended, forming a 4-colored vortex around Zhuanbao Shangren's body, sweeping outwards and instantly blocking the 7 black dragons outside. If it were a magic weapon crafted by your senior brother, Tiabao Shangren, I might be somewhat apprehensive, but you are not qualified, Qing Shui said coldly. He then formed hand seals, and the 7 black dragons roared, causing over 1,000,000 raindrops to appear in the air. These droplets of water, densely packed, rushed from the raging wind towards the 4-colored butterfly surrounding Venerable Zhuan Bao. A continuous banging sound echoed, and a bitter expression appeared on Venerable Zhuan Bao's face. His identity, while a mystery to others, was completely exposed to Qing Shui. He was an immortal of the immortal realm of rain. He was also the junior disciple of Venerable Tiabao, the creator of the divine archery chariot. Qing Shui, don't be so arrogant. The immortal realm no more. This is the Star Alliance. With a loud shout, Venerable Zhuan Bao stretched out his hands, and the immortal essence that had been hidden for countless years within his body instantly burst forth, breaking free from its seal. Immediately, an endless stream of immortal energy surged in all directions, transforming the starry sky into a celestial realm. At the same time, he clasped his hands together, pointing at the 4-colored butterfly in front of him. The creature immediately trembled, and a thin wing unexpectedly detached, like a petal flying forward. But at this moment, this petal formed 4 beams of light in 4 different colors, like 4 streams of energy, forming a vortex. The rule of void. The moment Venerable Zhuan Bao uttered these 4 words, the vortex created by the 4 streams of energy suddenly shattered with a roar, turning into countless dust particles scattering around. Qing Shui's wine calling and rain summoning technique, which was now affected by this dust, instantly dissipated, and all surrounding divine abilities and spells ceased to exist, completely vanishing. Without hesitation, Venerable Zhuan Bao pointed his right hand forward, and immediately another thin wing of the 4-colored butterfly detached. As the butterfly vanished, that wing also instantly transformed. Just as all the divine abilities vanished, the wine summoning rain technique unexpectedly reappeared. This time, the wine summoning rain technique became the divine ability of Venerable Zhuan Bao. With a soft shout, he stretched out his hands, and the wine summoning rain technique immediately enveloped his body, swirling around him, simultaneously blocking Wang Yu's charge and attacking Qing Shui. Taking advantage of this brief moment, Venerable Zhuan Bao retreated. But several red lightning bolts relentlessly pursued him, causing him immense headaches. He thought to himself, if the void-shattering Nirvana arrow were still here, he wouldn't be afraid at all and could have fought Qing Shui. Thinking of the void-shattering Nirvana arrow, Venerable Zhuan Bao felt a pang of pain. He hadn't expected Wang Yue to be so powerful, far beyond what was described in ancient texts. Otherwise, he wouldn't have come here. This time, not only did he fail, but he also lost his only artifact, the void-shattering Nirvana arrow. He could imagine his status in the Elder Council would surely be greatly diminished. And now he was facing the deadly figure from that year, Qing Shui. Although he didn't know why Qing Shui was still alive, the fact that he had survived until today meant Qing Shui must have her own methods. In this moment of danger, he didn't have time to consider carefully. His only thought was to escape quickly. Seeing this scene from afar caused Wang Lin's mind to be greatly shaken, his heart pounding. Thump, thump, thump. All the sounds around him vanished. Only the pounding of his heart echoed in his head. He silently memorized the hand seals that Venerable Zhuan Bao had just performed. Unexpectedly, this person turns out to be the junior disciple of the Heavenly Treasure Immortal. This 4-colored butterfly was created by him, but clearly his abilities can't match the Heavenly Treasure Immortals. However, if I thoroughly understand this hand seal, Wang Lin's heart pounded faster, his gaze unwavering, not blinking even once. The reversal of the wine summoning rain technique didn't cause Qing Shui to pause. A cold glint flashed in his eyes, his right hand raised, grabbing at the void. Immediately, countless starlight condensed in his hand, suddenly striking forward, scattering beams to form soldiers. Countless starlight scattered, instantly transforming into a mass of illusory figures. The scattering beams to form soldiers reappeared in Qing Shui's hand. These countless illusory figures all radiated a powerful aura, and almost in an instant, more than 1,000 soldiers appeared before Qing Shui. As Qing Shui pointed, these illusory figures simultaneously flew out, charging straight towards the wine summoning rain technique. The pupils in the eyes of the Heavenly Treasure Immortal contracted, a bitter feeling in his heart. Among these illusory figures, he recognized some of his friends from years past. At this moment, with a sigh, he continuously retreated, a fierce look appearing in his eyes. He stretched out his hands and softly shouted, "Qingshui, let me show you a little of the magical power that I have researched for countless years. All magical artifacts in heaven and earth contain a portion of primal energy. This primal energy, under my research of tens of thousands of years, has finally opened its doors." In the hands of the venerable Zhuan Bao, hidden in various markings, he raised his hands, and immediately countless ripples surged wildly from his body. In an instant, ripples appeared within a radius of tens of thousands of miles. A series of magical artifacts belonging to the cultivators, their faces changing drastically, instantly detached from their hands, even severing their connection to their minds. This scene left everyone stunned. In the air, countless magical artifacts of deceased cultivators simultaneously rose and converged towards Venerable Zhuan Bao. It was as if, at this moment, Venerable Zhuan Bao, in the midst of the starry sky, was the supreme ancestor of all magical artifacts. Under his summons, no artifact could resist. But that was all. What truly shocked the surrounding cultivators, including Wang Lin, was their storage bags. Storage bags were considered a type of magical artifact. In an instant, everyone's storage bags broke free from their control and flew straight forward. As they flew, the storage bags unexpectedly opened on their own, and countless magical artifacts flew out. Wang Lin's storage bag was similarly affected. His expression changed, and his right hand quickly grasped it, holding it tightly. But at this moment, a strange force enveloped it. As soon as Wang Lin's hand touched it, he immediately felt a burning sensation invading his body. If he didn't let go immediately, his primordial spirit would be instantly annihilated. Many cultivators around him also grabbed their storage bags, but they were forced to let go, watching helplessly as the bags flew away. Wang Lin's storage bag contained too many precious things. He couldn't give it up. At this critical moment, without hesitation, his third eye on his forehead suddenly opened, and a red light flashed, enveloping the storage bag. A ray of primordial energy surged from within the red light, strongly counteracting the strange force on the storage bag, causing it to gradually dissipate. Wang Lin's face turned pale, and he breathed a sigh of relief, gripping the storage bag tightly. Outside, Venerable Zhuan Bao condensed countless magical artifacts. In an instant, these artifacts crumbled with a thunderous roar, each artifact releasing a wisp of white energy. A moment later, an extremely dense white energy swirled around Venerable Zhuan Bao. The moment Qingshui's scattered Veen army advanced, Venerable Zhuan Bao swung his arms forward, shouting, "Nirvana power!" As these 4 words were spoken, the white energy surrounding Venerable Zhuan Bao's body instantly surged out, relentlessly attacking the scattered Veen army. Bang, bang, bang! Earth-shattering tremors echoed throughout the starry sky, shattering a large area of it. The 1,000-mile vortex from before expanded further, spreading uncontrollably. Immediately, cultivators who couldn't dodge in time were swept away by the sudden appearance of massive fragments, instantly vanishing into the void. The void vortex appeared due to the shattering of the starry sky. Once inside, life and death were uncertain, and no one was willing to enter. At this moment, the starry sky was violently shaking, but it had no effect on Wang Yu. Wang Yu's eyes were bloodshot. It hated Zhuan Bao Shengren to the bone, the one who had injured it and killed countless little Wang Yus. The ancient divine arm, formed from tentacles all over its body, swept across. When Qingshui appeared, it paused for a moment, but now, red light filled its eyes. The moment Zhuan Bao Shengren unleashed his divine power, the ancient divine arm roared forward. At the same time, a long laugh echoed from within the starry sky. Yan Lezi also directly ignored Wu Dongshen, his hands forming a hand seal, and more than 10 fragments of the immortal realm materialized, spreading across thousands of miles, forming a whirlwind storm. The dense immortal energy dispersed, filling the whirlwind with immense power, and surged straight towards Venerable Zhuan Bao. "Qingshui, immortal lord, I'll lend you a hand." Wu Dongshan's eyes flashed, and he wanted to help Venerable Zhuan Bao overcome this life-or-death crisis. Venerable Zhuan Bao's scalp tingled. It could be said that since escaping the collapse of the immortal realm, this was his most dangerous situation. Before him was Qingshui, behind him was Wang Yue, and above him was Yan Lezi. At this moment, avoidance was impossible. In this life-or-death situation, the enormous immortal essence within Venerable Zhuan Bao's body surged wildly, instantly bursting out of his body, forming countless layers of protection. "This time, I'll risk everything. Only then will I have a chance to survive." The moment the immortal essence surged outside his body, Wang Yu's ancient divine arm approached, directly striking Venerable Zhuanbao's body with a thunderous roar. Immediately, the outer layer of immortal essence protection shattered. Just then, Qing Shui approached, and several streaks of red lightning immediately attacked. A rumbling sound echoed again, and Venerable Zhuanbao spat out fresh blood. Moreover, Yanleizi's immortal realm fragment artifacts struck down simultaneously. Venerable Zhuanbao's body shattered into pieces. His primordial spirit left his body and nearly collapsed. However, a golden robe swirled around his primordial spirit, continuously absorbing the attack force. But after a while, the golden robe also shattered. This dramatic change paralyzed the surrounding starry sky, spreading over a vast area. Tens of thousands of miles simultaneously vanished. Countless cultivators were swept inside, and the large cauldron surrounding Wang Lin's body flickered continuously, constantly changing its position. But his eyes were fixed on Wang Yue, waiting for the opportunity. At this moment, the refining embryo, circling around the body of the blue-robed woman Shui Luo, remained unharmed. The golden corpse beside her also maintained its usual cold and indifferent expression. Looking ahead, the woman sighed softly, shaking her head and glancing at Wang Lin. A complex expression flickered in her eyes as she murmured, "I wonder if you'll recognize me when we meet again." The lotus platform surrounding her body, constantly absorbing death energy during the great battle, now seemed to float in the mist. She raised her hand, pointing at Jin Shai in front of her, and softly shouted, "Unseal." As these two words echoed, they seemed to materialize, forming two strange hand seals that suddenly stopped on Jin Shai. Jin Shi's body trembled, and the 5 talismans above his head immediately stopped rotating. Jin Shi's eyes flashed with light, and a dragon roar erupted from his mouth. His body unexpectedly stretched out, transforming in an instant into a dragon. This was a true dragon, not an illusion, but one with flesh and blood. The dragon's scales flashed with golden light, and the dragon roared to the heavens as it charged forward. With a soft sigh, the woman Shu Luo glanced at Wang Lin in the distance, her body gradually becoming ethereal, and in an instant, she vanished. The golden dragon roared, charging straight into the battlefield. 5 imperial talismans floated above its head, emanating a restraining force. In an instant, the golden dragon's entire body suddenly flashed with golden light, and a mournful sound echoed throughout the heavens and earth. Poisonous fire. One of the 5 talismans on the golden dragon's body emitted a fiery light. In a flash, the golden dragon's entire body was instantly engulfed in flames, containing potent poison. This poison was unimaginably powerful. The golden dragon swept past and instantly approached, directly wrapping around the primordial spirit of the venerable Zhuanbao, attempting to escape. But at this very moment, as the starry sky collapsed in an instant, the towering giant tree, which had remained unchanged, suddenly emitted a cracking sound, and unexpectedly, a huge crack appeared in its trunk. In the flashing green light, a figure emerged from within the giant tree. This person wore a green robe, had an aged face, and after appearing, let out a long laugh. He took a step forward, and in the blink of an eye, was close to the golden dragon, his right hand forming a hand seal. Immediately, a phantom image of a giant tree appeared around his body, crashing down with a thunderous roar. "I am Yimuzi, the 9th elder of the ancient Luocha cultivation family. This time, I won't let you escape." The golden dragon, blocked by the phantom image of the giant tree, glared, its eyes wide, and a small piece of earth fell from its mouth. This piece of black earth contained a dense aura of death, burial earth. The old man in the green robe, Yimuzi, his right hand forming a hand seal and striking the void, created a thunderous roar that swirled around, forming a storm. He flicked his sleeve, and suddenly a series of giant trees appeared, stretching across the sky, forming a dense protective barrier. "You can't escape." Smiling, Yimuzi raised his right hand, and the giant trees roared and charged forward, forcing the golden dragon to retreat. At this moment, Wu Dongshan also approached, intending to help, but Qing Shui snorted coldly, a red light flashing in his eyes, and he directly launched himself forward. Meanwhile, Yanleizi seized the opportunity, his hands rotating in front of him, instantly magnifying the vortex formed by the immortal realm fragments countless times. In addition, the ancient divine arm, conjured by Wang Yue, also roared forward. However, Wang Yue, enraged, had completely lost his reason. Not only did it vent its anger on the venerable Zhuan Bao, but it also implicated everyone around it. At this moment, as the ancient divine arm attacked, Wang Yue roared, opening its mouth wide and fiercely sucking forward. This single suck caused even Wang Yu's enormous body to tremble. In an instant, the ancient divine arm suddenly opened, its 5 fingers like lightning sweeping away everything in its path, directly seizing the golden dragon's body. Holding the golden dragon, the ancient divine arm quickly retracted, instantly throwing the dragon into its mouth. In Wang Yu's eyes, killing this person wasn't enough to satisfy its anger. It wanted to devour and digest the cultivator who had injured it. After devouring the golden dragon, Wang Yu's eyes revealed a look of madness. Her previous composure had long since vanished. Instead of charging forward, she plunged headfirst into the vortex created by the collapsing surrounding starry sky. Entering that vortex meant entering the void created by the collapsing starry sky. The sudden turn of events caused a flash in Cheng Shui's eyes. He absolutely had to obtain the primordial spirit of Venerable Zhuan Bao to learn about the dramatic events of the immortal realm from this person. Seeing the golden dragon and Venerable Zhuan Bao's primordial spirit being devoured by Wang Yue, he didn't hesitate for a moment, using the suction force from Wang Yu's mouth to rush straight towards Wang Yue. Not only Cheng Shui, but Wu Dongshan, being a member of the Earth Zhuan Palace and having close ties to Venerable Zhuan Bao, also gritted his teeth and charged forward, similarly flying into Wang Yu's mouth. Wang Lin's eyes flashed. This was the opportunity he had been waiting for. Without a second thought, he unleashed a torrent of thunderous energy, propelled by the lightning, moving at an unbelievable speed towards Wang Yue. Yan Lacey hesitated for a moment, and a glint of light flashed in the eyes of the old man in green, Yi Muzi. He seemed to have spotted something, and with a single step, he lunged forward, plunging into Wang Yu's mouth. At this moment, Wang Yu's enormous body had already entered more than half of the void, its mouth closing, about to disappear from the starry sky. Wang Lin approached, stepping on Wang Yu's massive body, and suddenly sank down, intending to enter its body. Yan Lacey naturally saw Wang Lin's actions, and without a moment's hesitation, he grabbed at the void, a fist-sized fragment of the immortal realm appearing in his hand, and directly threw it towards Wang Lin. You've rendered great service. This is to ensure your safety. With this, I can also know your location and rescue you and Cheng Shui. He also gave up on entering, as he was still needed to preside over this great battle between Luo Jie and the Alliance. As for why Wang Lin entered Wang Yu's body, Yan Lacey didn't know either and could only blame Cheng Shui. Perhaps this person has other intentions. Just as Wang Lin received a shrunken immortal realm fragment, he immediately sensed a trace of Thunder Beast aura from it. Perhaps this fragment not only sealed a powerful main soul, but also a Thunder Beast. Thank you, Senior, Wang Lin said, then disappeared into Wang Yu's body. In an instant, Wang Yu's enormous body completely sank into the vortex in the starry sky. However, its body was so large that it caused the vortex to expand considerably, leading to a massive collapse. Amidst the thunderous collapse, Yan Lacey sighed inwardly, turning to walk towards the scattered Luo Jia cultivators. The Northern Alliance battlefield, after this battle, was almost completely devastated, with tens of thousands of miles becoming a death zone. A swirling vortex at the center continued to spin, accumulating massive amounts of dust which were eventually sucked in and disappeared. This battle ended in a draw. Neither Luo Jia nor the Alliance were merely probing each other's positions. However, this probing came at an extremely high price. The deaths of over 10,000 cultivators led to a temporary ceasefire between the two star domains, seemingly preparing for the next major battles. On Luo Jian's side, a large number of cultivators retreated, gathering in the Northern and Western Alliances to rest and recuperate. The Alliance remained similarly silent. However, all news related to this battle spread like snowflakes throughout the entire Alliance star domain. One day, a figure silently appeared in this whirlwind. This person had a head of white hair, an air of immortal grace, and wore a yellow robe. If Wang Lin were here at that moment, he would surely recognize him as Huang Long. Huang Long calmly stood in the void, gazing at the colossal whirlwind below. An endless gravitational pull emanated from it, but upon reaching Huang Long's body, it instantly dissipated, not clinging to him at all. A probing battle between the two sides, neither side gaining the upper hand, but in reality, the Cultivation Alliance lost, Huang Long's eyes showed a pensive expression as he looked around the battlefield, imagining the intensity of that battle. The Cultivation Alliance has always been arrogant. This battle was instigated by that Yin Lazy back then. How interesting. I never thought that unintentionally helping Yin Lazy back then would give our four sacred sects such an opportunity. Huang Long's eyes flashed as he carefully observed the battlefield before turning and heading towards the void. This matter needs careful consideration with those three. Our four sacred sects have been waiting for this day for a long time. I just don't know if the 9-level cultivation star behind the Cultivation Alliance will interfere in this after all. The Cultivation Alliance is the only one they approve of, Huang Long pondered, his figure gradually disappearing into the distance. A smile appeared at the corner of Huang Long's mouth, his figure disappearing into the starry sky. This great battle isn't enough. It needs to be even more intense, further depleting the power of the Cultivation Alliance. Our four sacred sects have endured for a long time, and the accumulated strength is now ready to explode. Within the vortex in the starry sky lay another universe, a boundless expanse of darkness, devoid of light, sound, or even spiritual energy and elemental forces. Life here was almost non-existent. This was the void realm, formed by the shattering of the starry sky. No one knew why it appeared. If the boundless starry sky was a bright expanse, this place was an endless darkness. There were once cultivators with great divine abilities who sought the origin of this void realm, but for countless years, no one understood its mysteries. Inside this place, the cultivators' bodies are extremely weakened, as if some invisible force is constantly sealing and restricting them, making it very difficult for them to survive. Furthermore, this place isolates all the elemental energy of heaven and earth, so anyone who comes here will have their elemental energy automatically circulate. And one day it will inevitably be depleted. Moreover, under this sealing and weakening force, only a very small amount can be exerted. It seems this place is the death trap for cultivators. Within the entire Star Alliance, only those with a certain status or cultivation level know that long before the collapse of the immortal realm, a cataclysmic event occurred in this void realm that nearly caused the immortal realm to collapse as well, almost wiping out all cultivators. No one knows whether this void realm has an end point. Flying within it to find its end point is simply impossible. Even a cultivator at the peak of the Nirvana realm wouldn't be able to investigate much within this place. No matter how much primal energy they possess, it will eventually be almost completely depleted. It seems this void realm is a naturally formed great array of absolute origin, encircling all of the starry sky, completely sealing it off, causing any cultivator who approaches this place during the collapse of the starry sky to be drawn deeper inside. However, whether this is a naturally formed great array of absolute origin or not is unknown. No one can know the answer. There's only a hypothesis buried deep within the hearts of a very few, a hypothesis that, if touched, would bring unimaginable calamity. This hypothesis is that the void realm wasn't created by nature, but by humans. At this moment, within the dark void, Wenyu's enormous body seemed insignificant. After entering this place, its body immediately contracted, all its divine abilities condensing within its body, forming a large amount of oppressive and devouring power, intending to absorb all the strange things inside its body. Inside the dark void, Wenyu slowly drifted, aimlessly moving forward. The strange forces enveloping the void seemed to have little effect on it, leaving it almost completely unrestricted. Wang Lin was inside Wenyu's body, holding the immortal realm fragment given to him by Yin Lazy, his divine consciousness sweeping over it, leaving his mark. At the same time, a roar erupted from within the immortal realm fragment. In an instant, a bolt of lightning shot out from within. The lightning in front of Wang Lin dissipated, transforming into countless arcs of flashing electric light, revealing a hollow, one-horned thunder beast. A steel chain was wrapped around its neck, and numerous talismans covered its body, creating a chaotic, tangled mess. Even the silver horn on its head had a small hole pierced through it, with an iron ring inserted. The immortal realm fragment that Yin Lazy had given Wang Lin, besides sealing the main soul, also contained this thunder beast. Upon seeing Wang Lin, the thunder beast's eyes almost welled up with tears. Years of pent-up frustration seemed to burst forth. This was also the first time Wang Lin had seen a thunder beast in years, and he couldn't help but chuckle at the same time. The thunder beast's appearance was truly bizarre. He took a few steps closer, glanced at the iron ring on its silver horn, and couldn't help but flick it. This flick of the wrist intensified the look of resentment in the Thunder Beast's eyes, and it let out a low growl. Wang Lin smiled wryly and whispered, "You've been very resentful these past few years, haven't you?" Seeing the Thunder Beast still growling, seemingly wanting to express all the misery it had endured, Wang Lin stroked its nose and patted its head, saying, "Actually, you look pretty good like this." Very good. These words were meant to comfort it, but the moment they were spoken, the Thunder Beast, which had been growling, unexpectedly shook its head. The iron chains around its neck immediately clanged, and the talisman scattered all over its body began to move. Its eyes looked at Wang Lin with suspicion. Clearly, it couldn't determine the truth of Wang Lin's words. It had heard similar things from Yanlazi many times. Every time Yanlazi saw it, he would say the same thing. Wang Lin smiled wryly. He truly didn't know how to comfort this Thunder Beast. He felt a great deal of sympathy for it, especially seeing its appearance like this. Wang Lin could imagine the suffering it had endured over the past few years. However, despite that, the Thunder Beast's strength also surprised Wang Lin. It was clearly much stronger than it was back then. Now being looked at expectantly by the Thunder Beast, Wang Lin could only nod to it, indicating that his words were sincere. Seeing that the Thunder Beast was still skeptical, Wang Lin sighed and patted his storage bag. The sword Immortal immediately flew out, its body enveloped in black mist, and Siliguo also materialized. Without needing Wang Lin's instructions, Siliguo, through his communication with Wang Lin, knew the whole reason. He instantly transformed, and seeing the Thunder Beast, he couldn't help but flick the iron ring on the Thunder Beast's silver horn, letting out a loud laugh. The Thunder Beast immediately roared in anger, lightning flashing all over its body. Especially the silver horn, which almost instantly condensed lightning, immediately attacked Siliguo. Siliguo shouted, hastily retreating, but the lightning was too fast, and a bolt still struck him. Siliguo trembled, hastily saying, "Don't get agitated. I really like this iron ring. That's why I couldn't resist touching it." Wang Lin's divine consciousness spread out, observing the surroundings, no longer paying attention to Siliguo and the Thunder Beast. He had brought Siliguo out to appease the Thunder Beast. He didn't know what to do about this situation himself. It's unclear what Siliguo and the Thunder Beast exchanged, but after a few words, the Thunder Beast's expression improved slightly, and the suspicion in its eyes gradually faded. Soon after, it even seemed somewhat smug, letting out a low growl, as if it had enjoyed the conversation with Siliguo. Finally, it even allowed Siliguo to sit on its back, completely ignoring Siliguo's flicking of the iron ring, instead shaking its body slightly, seemingly extremely pleased with its current state. When Wang Lin withdrew his divine consciousness and witnessed this scene, a feeling of admiration for Siliguo rose in his heart. Back then, in the Vermilion Bird Tomb, when he encountered the spirit of the Black Saber, Wang Lin discovered this skill of Siliguo's. He didn't know what Siliguo had told the Black Saber, but after a while, it had become inseparable from it. At this moment, Siliguo, while stroking the Thunder Beast's iron ring, smugly thought to himself, "Your Grandpa Su is so powerful. Even a killer can't compare to this." He smugly tightened his grip on the iron ring, causing the Thunder Beast to let out a low growl. Siliguo hurriedly and gently comforted it, and he didn't know what he said, but the Thunder Beast's face lit up with joy, its head shaking incessantly. Looking at its former arrogant and conceited self, the pride it once possessed had long since vanished into thin air. Seeing all this, Wang Lin could only sigh. He still clearly remembered the Thunder Beast's demeanor from back then. Its indomitable gaze and arrogant thunderous roar shook the heavens and earth. Looking at the Thunder Beast now, he could no longer see any trace of its former self. If it weren't for the intuition in his mind, knowing that this Thunder Beast was transformed from the Divine Archer, Wang Lin would have thought he was mistaken. With a sigh, Wang Lin waved his right hand, and the Thunder Beast instantly transformed into lightning and was absorbed into his storage bag. Siliguo, meanwhile, retreated, his face fawning as he said, "Master, it's been a long time since I, Little Su, have been out. Don't make me go back this time. It seems there's no danger here. Why not let me roam freely?" Wang Lin glanced at Siliguo and calmly said, "This place is far more dangerous than you think. Go back." After saying that, he grabbed at the void with his right hand. Siliguo was angry but dared not say anything more. He was cursing inwardly, but outwardly he didn't dare show the slightest hint of it, and was put into Wang Lin's storage bag. Wang Lin's body flashed, and he sped away inside Wang Yu's body. His divine consciousness permeated his entire body, his mind focused, extremely cautious. But his feet didn't stop moving at all, traversing through like a blur. Wang Lin was truly very familiar with Wang Yue. At this moment, he moved almost without thinking, knowing the entire path. If it were before, Wang Lin's speed wouldn't have been this fast. After all, there were many other smaller Wang Yus existing within Wang Yu's body. But today, all the small moon-gazing figures have been completely destroyed, thus greatly reducing the dangers within moon-gazing's body. As he walked, Wang Lin's expression was quite somber. Previously, when he entered moon-gazing's body and merged into the vortex leading to this place, he had felt uneasy. He had entered moon-gazing's body several times before, and although the heaven and earth elemental power wasn't abundant, he had still sensed some of it. But now, he felt nothing at all. This caused his heart to sink. If that were all, Wang Lin wouldn't think much of it. But now, not only could he not sense any heaven and earth elemental power, but the elemental power within his own body was also slowly disappearing. This discovery shocked him, and he hastily checked carefully. He also discovered that it hadn't truly disappeared, but was being suppressed by an invisible force. This suppression was like a seal. Although it seemed slow, if it lasted too long, it would certainly seal all of his elemental power. All of this has nothing to do with Wang Yue. It must be related to Wang Yu's current location. If it's like this inside Wang Yu's body, if it's outside, the sealing speed will probably be even faster. Wang Lin's eyes flashed, his right hand clenched, and he struck to the side. After a moment of contemplation, his eyes revealed a sharp glint. The power of the ancient god's body is completely unaffected. Therefore, I can still gain the upper hand here. While contemplating, Wang Lin continued to charge forward. This type of seal is somewhat similar to the talisman of the immortal clan. Wang Lin's eyes flashed, carefully controlling the elemental power in his body. Not long after, he arrived beside Wang Yu's bones. Upon seeing them, Wang Lin's expression immediately became serious. A large amount of spiritual power had been emanating from Wang Yu's bones, but now it had all disappeared. It seems the seal suppresses not only elemental power, but also spiritual power. I fear that all the cultivators whose aura was absorbed here have been sealed. However, I have the ancient god's body, so I don't need to worry too much about this. A cold glint flashed in Wang Lin's eyes as he followed Wang Yu's bones straight ahead. If this place has such a great impact on cultivators, then the others must be the same. It seems the longer I stay here, the greater my advantage will be. Wang Lin followed closely behind Wang Yu's bones, his goal being to reach the place where he had seen the ancient god's infant son years ago. Just as he was walking forward, a sudden rumbling explosion and violent vibrations erupted ahead. Immediately, Wang Lin felt something unsteady beneath his feet, as if Wang Yue was wriggling. Wang Lin dodged, pressing himself against the fleshy wall, cautiously moving forward. Gradually, the explosions became too loud, and a faint trace of divine power emanated, forming an attack that forced Wang Lin to stop. His expression showed a hint of hesitation, and after a moment, he moved in a different direction. In an instant, he slipped into the adjacent fleshy wall, his body as agile as a fish, slowly circling around and moving forward. His divine consciousness spread out, carefully observing. After a while, Wang Lin's divine consciousness stopped, no longer extending further. He quickly pressed himself against the fleshy wall, observing outwards. After seeing what he saw, Wang Lin immediately retreated without hesitation. He retreated all the way to the side of Wang Yu's bones before stopping, his eyes brightening as he thought to himself, "Those who enter the body of Wang Yue, none of them are someone I can resist. But I also have an advantage. The more their vital energy they expend, the greater my advantage." Previously, the area Wang Lin's divine consciousness observed was an open space, about 100 feet wide. Although the surrounding walls were made of Wang Yu's flesh, these walls were now softening and retreating. "There are two of you here." Wu Dongshan's face was pale, his purple robe damaged in many places, looking very disheveled. But standing there, a powerful aura emanated from him, like a drawn-out sword, forbidding anyone from approaching. Behind him, on the flesh wall, was an entrance. This entrance led to the place where the ancient god's infant son was located. Opposite Wu Dongshan was Yu Muzi, the man in the green robe. At this moment, Yimuzi's face was also pale, but his eyes remained calm. Between the two, a fluctuating aura of magic permeated the air, clearly indicating a brief but intense battle had just taken place. Although Wang Lin's divine consciousness had only briefly extended a trace, it couldn't deceive them. However, neither Wudongshan nor Yimuzi took Wang Lin seriously. Kid, in this void realm, neither you nor I have inexhaustible primal energy. I didn't come here for that damned immortal Zhuan Bao. Instead of helping him deal with Qing Shui, you're here blocking my way. Isn't that utterly unreasonable? Wudongshan said nothing, only coldly staring at Yimuzi. He raised his right hand, and a multicolored bubble appeared in his palm. He gazed at the bubble, calmly saying, I don't care what kind of person Zhuan Bao is. As long as I'm here, no one can enter. The old man in the green robe, Yimuzi, had a gloomy expression. He coldly snorted and stepped forward, his right hand forming a hand seal. Immediately, a giant tree materialized before him. This tree occupied almost the entire area, hurtling forward with a thunderous roar. We can't waste too much energy here. We must fight quickly and decisively, swiftly penetrating deep into Wang Yue and completing the mission assigned by the Great Elder. The giant tree before the old man in the green robe roared forward. At this moment, Wudongshan's right hand also swung up, and a multicolored bubble of light flew out, colliding with the approaching giant tree. In an instant, the bubble burst with a loud bang. Immediately, the illusory giant tree also trembled and disintegrated, along with the bubble. A cold glint flashed in Yimuzi's eyes. He waved his right sleeve, and a fist-sized green wooden block materialized, instantly hurtling forward. Yimuzi softly shouted, "One tree, one realm." No sooner had these words been spoken than the green wooden block suddenly trembled and instantly enlarged. A surge of green energy emanated from it, spreading throughout the area in an instant. This overwhelming green energy seemed to isolate the empty space, creating a separate world, forming a seal that enveloped Wudongshan. Taking advantage of this opportunity, Yimuzi's body also flashed, moving at incredible speed, flying past Wudongshan and straight into the cave entrance behind him, disappearing. Wudongshan's entire body was enveloped in green energy, but 3 seconds after Yimuzi left, a deafening explosion erupted from within the green energy. With a bang, a cluster of empty bubbles appeared, quickly bursting. Each time a bubble burst, a little of the green energy dissipated. After 3 breaths, all the 6 energies surrounding Wudongshan's body completely disappeared. Glancing at the cave entrance that Yimuzi had just entered, a slight smile appeared on his lips as he stepped forward and entered. Wang Lin stood beside Wang Yu's skeleton, simply sat down cross-legged, and patted his storage bag. Immediately, the short sword flew out. Wang Lin formed a hand seal, separating a wisp of his divine consciousness to merge into it, then pointed forward. The sword silently flew forward. Wang Lin's divine consciousness circled the sword, controlling it to slowly fly towards the cave entrance and then quickly fly inside, continuously moving forward. Now that my divine consciousness is merged into the sword, even if it's discovered and destroyed, it doesn't matter. Moreover, here, who isn't capable of causing the starry sky to collapse with a single step? Except for senior brother Qing Shui, in the eyes of these people, I'm just a mere ant. As Wang Lin sat cross-legged, the flying sword allowed him to clearly see ahead. However, they don't know that my ancient god power is completely unaffected here. Besides, let's instigate a chaotic battle first. Once their elemental power is depleted, I, a mere ant in their eyes, can reap the benefits. Wang Lin's eyes flashed as he controlled his flying sword and pondered. At the cave entrance, the flying sword slowly moved forward. Ahead, waves of divine power fluctuated and surged out. Even with Wang Lin's cultivation, it was somewhat difficult. Fortunately, this place suppressed elemental power, so the flying sword could barely move forward. Not long after, the flying sword emerged from the cave entrance. Before him appeared a huge vortex, slowly rotating, emanating an endless suction force. Wang Lin knew that inside the vortex was where the ancient god's infant son was. At this moment, there was no trace of Yimuzi and his group outside. Wang Lin's expression darkened slightly, and the flying sword didn't stop, but instead rushed straight towards the vortex. I need to find a way to deplete the elemental energy in these old monsters' bodies faster. I also need to lead myself a way out. While controlling the flying swords, an idea suddenly flashed through his mind. Without hesitation, he potted his storage bag, and more than 10 flying swords immediately flew out. These flying swords were all obtained during the recent great battle. At this moment, he formed hand seals, and his powerful elemental energy surged into each flying sword, compressing it. Almost every flying sword, if it were to self-destruct, could generate considerable destructive power. A cold glint flashed in Wang Lin's eyes, and he raised both hands. Immediately, the more than 10 flying swords scattered, like lightning bolts, shooting in all directions, heading straight into Wang Yu's body, targeting the sensitive areas that Wang Lin knew. This could also cause some changes in Wang Yu's body. This is Wang Lin. If it were someone else, they simply couldn't understand Wang Yue as much, let alone know all of Wang Yu's sensitive spots to prepare a backup plan. Meanwhile, the sword imbued with Wang Lin's divine consciousness hurtled straight towards the vortex, instantly about to enter it. An boundless surge of elemental energy erupted from the vortex, directly spreading upwards. Wang Lin's expression changed. Without hesitation, his divine consciousness quickly withdrew from the flying sword, rapidly retreating, attempting to avoid the sudden elemental energy attack. But this elemental energy was like a ferocious beast, like a raging storm, rushing out furiously, instantly closing in on the flying sword. With a loud crash, the tip of the sword shattered into pieces, the fragments spreading towards the hilt. However, Wang Lin's consciousness reacted faster, escaping just before the flying sword vanished. Even so, his consciousness was shaken by the attack of the elemental force, instantly dissipating by more than half. Wang Lin sat cross-legged beside Wang Yu's bones, his face flushed, and it took him a long time to recover. The elemental force fluctuations were incredibly strong. If it weren't for the reverse flow, my consciousness would have been completely annihilated. A cold glint flashed in Wang Lin's eyes. He understood that the elemental force released from the vortex was merely residual energy. Moreover, the most important thing was the extremely strong gravitational pull within the vortex, a manifestation of Wang Yu's innate divine ability. Therefore, any internal attack attempting to break through will inevitably face numerous obstacles, and even if the attack does manage to escape, its power will be greatly weakened. Patting his storage bag, Wang Lin took out another flying sword. Attaching his divine consciousness to it, the flying sword transformed into a streak of light and shot straight forward. After a moment, it reached the outside of the vortex. Wang Lin controlled the flying sword with his divine consciousness, pausing it for a moment. After confirming that there was no more residual elemental energy escaping, it transformed into a silver light and rushed into the vortex. A tremendous suction force surged forward. Almost effortlessly, without Wang Lin needing to exert any force, the flying sword, with a bang, pierced through the vortex and entered the familiar passage. The moment it entered, a powerful attack appeared, leaving Wang Lin utterly terrified. A deafening sound swept across the passage, as if intending to destroy everything. Inside the passage, many of the tentacles collapsed under this attack. A group of corpses were completely shattered into scattered fragments. Wang Lin's consciousness hovered over the flying sword, instantly thrusting it out and quickly penetrating the fleshy wall, where a gap had formed after a tentacle was crushed by the whirlwind. This allowed him to escape, avoiding the whirlwind's attack. Ahead, two figures moved back and forth, various divine lights illuminating the area, accompanied by deafening roars. It was Qingshui and the Golden Dragon engaged in a fierce battle. Unbeknownst to them, the primordial spirit of the venerable Zhuanbao was now listless, not with the Golden Dragon but entangled by more than 10 tentacles, its eyes closed, its breath faint. A large amount of immortal energy was being continuously absorbed by these tentacles. A mass of soft, pulsating bubbles shook the minds of all who witnessed this scene. In the distance, a large number of bubbles floated around Yimuzi, relentlessly pursued and fought by Wu Dongshan. However, upon seeing all this, Wang Lin couldn't help but frown. The passage was now only about half its original length. A quick glance ahead revealed that at the end of the fleshy wall, the ancient god's infant was clearly completely sealed. Wang Lin's expression remained unchanged as he carefully observed the battle from his hidden position. The Golden Dragon roared, its body circling around the venerable Zhuanbao, the 5 talismans on its body emitting electric light tightly connected. In front of him, Qingshui's face was cold, the red light in his eyes flashing, transforming into streaks of red lightning, which, guided by his divine power, shot straight towards the Golden Dragon. Amidst the roaring sound, the scales on its body flashed with radiance. A low, mournful cry escaped from the golden dragon's mouth, remnant gold. As soon as these words were spoken, the golden dragon's entire body trembled, and over 100 scales on its body instantly flew off, powerfully converging in front of it. Almost in an instant, a golden scale sword appeared. The sword radiated divine power and dragon energy, charging straight towards Qing Shui. Qing Shui's eyes remained as cold as before, the red lightning in front of him transforming into an arm, meeting the incoming golden scale sword. In a flash, the red lightning and the golden scale sword clashed. A deafening explosion suddenly erupted within Wang Yu's body. A sudden whirlwind erupted from below, spreading outwards in all directions. The flesh walls of this long, narrow passage were instantly torn apart, cracks appearing on the walls, and fresh green blood gushed out. The golden dragon let out a mournful roar, its entire body being attacked, forcing it to retreat continuously. But it still coiled like a serpent, steadfastly protecting Zhuanbao Shangren inside. Therefore, under that attack, its body was torn and its flesh ripped apart, and a large amount of yellow blood gushed out. Qing Shui's body also retreated, and a sudden rumbling sound erupted from within Wang Yu's body. It was Wang Yu's voice. Following this roar, the passage suddenly shook violently, the earth tilting violently. A huge crack opened above the passage, and a large amount of fresh green blood flowed out, an endless surge of killing intent surging out. The roaring became even more intense, and something seemed to want to break out from the crack. Qing Shui's eyes flashed, his retreat suddenly stopped, and he lunged forward, his long hair fluttering, his hands forming a hand seal, and he softly shouted, "Slaughter Realm." The moment these words were spoken, his long hair automatically flew up, instantly becoming tangled again. A red light appeared from beneath his feet, expanding outwards. The Slaughter Realm is the very essence of Qing Shui's divine power. A dazzling red light emanated from beneath his feet, spreading in all directions, illuminating the golden dragon's body and making it almost a strange color. As Qing Shui approached, countless remnants of souls poured forth from the red light beneath his feet. The sheer number of these remnants represented Qing Shui's boundless killing intent. The golden dragon's head roared forward, the 5 talismans on his body rotating, a low growl escaping. Remnant gold, form wood, tribute water, poisonous fire, burial earth, the 5 elements reversed. The moment the golden dragon roared, the 5 talismans on his body stopped rotating and simultaneously imprinted themselves on the golden dragon's body, like a deep mark. A powerful aura instantly erupted from the golden dragon. He stared intently at Qing Shui, who was rapidly approaching, and opened his mouth wide, spitting out 5 beams of light. Under the reversal of the 5 elements, the 5 beams transformed into a broken-shouldered metal, a punishing wood, a transforming water, a deadly fire, and a burying immortal earth. Under the chaotic reversal of the 5 elements, the entire passage was effectively blocked, becoming a separate realm. Even Yimuzi and Wu Dongshan, who were fighting far away, retreated, their eyes fixed on this place. A cold glint flashed in Qing Shui's eyes. As the killing intent surged beneath his feet, he raised his right hand, pointing downwards and softly shouting, drawing the ground into a prison. Qing Shui's lifelong cultivation of magic was based on the Immortal Emperor Bai Fan's 6 techniques, but his talent was astonishing, and he also created his own immortal technique. This technique, based on killing, opened up a different universe, drawing the ground into a prison. Every place depicted is a prison. No matter how extraordinary your divine power, you cannot escape this dungeon. The moment Qing Shui's right hand pointed downwards, a surge of frenzied rule power erupted. This rule was the rule of the prison. In an instant, with Qing Shui as the center, the entire surrounding area was immediately filled with an invisible seal. Even the reversal of the 5 elements was instantly trapped. Qing Shui's speed was like lightning, arriving beside the golden dragon, his right hand directly piercing through its body, suddenly pulling at the primordial spirit of Zhuanbao Shangren that was surrounded by its body. As he pulled it out, the tentacles outside Zhuanbao Shangren's primordial spirit immediately collapsed, shattering into a pool of green blood. Zhuanbao Shangren, who had originally closed his eyes, suddenly opened them. His eyes showed terror, but no matter how much he struggled, he could not escape Qing Shui's iron-like grip. Grasping onto venerable Zhuanbao, Qing Shui was about to retreat when, at that moment, a surge of killing intent erupted from a crack in the passage. A blood-red arm stretched out from within, directly striking Qing Shui. Within this blood-red arm, besides the intense killing intent, there was also the aura of Wang Yue. The arm's speed was incredibly fast, yet it possessed a power capable of shattering all divine abilities, crashing down on Qing Shui. Qing Shui's body trembled. Even with his cultivation level, he couldn't withstand it, and was instantly thrown back, spitting out a mouthful of fresh blood. At the same time, the arm grabbed Venerable Zhuanbao's primordial spirit, fiercely pulling it back, retreating deep into the crack. At this moment, a surge of bloodlust suddenly appeared in Qing Shui's cold eyes. His eyes were almost filled with madness. Before him, Venerable Zhuanbao was the only person who hoped to learn about the events of the immortal realm from that year, yet he was unexpectedly robbed of his knowledge. This drove Qing Shui to madness. It's worth noting that even Bai Fen wouldn't dare provoke Qing Shui's anger. He could only coax and benevolently accept him as a disciple. Even the mysterious figure in the Luojia star domain, whom even Yan Lazy respected, didn't want to anger Qing Shui. However, at this moment, Qing Shui's rage erupted at the mere thought of Venerable Zhuanbao being robbed. Kill! Then Shui roared, his entire body enveloped in crimson light, concealing boundless power. He formed hand seals, unleashing a roaring divine ability. A thin thread suddenly appeared before him. This thread, as thin as a bloodstain, seemed capable of tearing through space. It shot out from Thin Shui, instantly tearing through the air and hurtling towards the retracting arm. Boom! A deafening explosion resounded as Thin Shui reached the arm, launching a frenzied attack. The rumbling continued incessantly, especially the thin thread, each flash causing the arm to tremble. Wang Lin, witnessing this scene, took a deep breath. Sitting cross-legged beside Wang Yu's bones, he gritted his teeth and stood up, transforming into a blur and charging forward. I, Wang Lin, traverse the heavens and earth. Although I am not a righteous gentleman, Qing Shui has shown me kindness. Now that he is worried sick, I cannot sit idly by and ignore him. Qing Shui seemed to go berserk, constantly roaring and attacking. This scene caused the pupils in the golden dragon's eyes to contract. Even Yumuzi had to take a deep breath. He now understood why the great elder had said before he left that one should not easily provoke this Qing Shui. Wu Dongshan's expression also changed, staring intently at Qing Shui, especially the thin thread in front of Qing Shui, his mind shaken. During the attack, Qing Shui's right eye burst open with a bang, transforming into blood and flesh that spread forward. The entire extreme realm unleashed, striking his arm. With a loud bang, the other arm trembled, and the grip on Venerable Zhuanbao loosened. Still intently watching the battle, the golden dragon's eyes suddenly flashed, and without hesitation, it lunged straight towards Venerable Zhuanbao. Its massive body swung its dragon tail, striking towards Qing Shui. Meanwhile, the arm imbued with the aura of the moon gazing also extended 5 fingers, simultaneously grabbing towards Qing Shui. Qing Shui's right eye was a blurry mess of blood and flesh, but the red light in his left eye was also overflowing, revealing a look of madness. He formed a hand seal with his right hand, pointing forward. Immediately, the wine summoning technique surged forth, and within the black wine, 8 black dragons roared. These 8 black dragons were similar to Bai Fan's 9 wine summoning dragons. Their power was several times greater than the previous 7 dragons. The roaring 8 dragons charged straight towards Venerable Zhuanbao's primordial spirit, but instead of destroying it, they swept across, creating a whirlwind that weakened Venerable Zhuanbao to the extreme, his primordial spirit nearly collapsing. 8 black dragons of the wine-swallowing sect formed a wine-swallowing seal, continuously sealing and instantly rendering Venerable Zhuanbao unconscious, sending him flying through the passage towards the entrance of the vortex. Almost immediately after Venerable Zhuanbao's primordial spirit was blown into the vortex's entrance, Wang Lin's body also flew out from within, grasping Venerable Zhuanbao's primordial spirit, rapidly retreating, and once again entering the vortex, rushing forward. This scene was as fluid as a gust of wind and drifting clouds, without the slightest delay. Qing Shui's divine power surged out. Wang Lin stepped forward, coordinating perfectly. Before leaving, Wang Lin saw a glimmer of trust in Qing Shui's left eye, which was filled with madness. Senior brother Qing Shui, I will give it my all. Wang Lin emerged from the vortex, threw Venerable Zhuanbao's primordial spirit into his storage bag, and without hesitation, opened his third eye on his forehead. His body suddenly turned around, and the primordial power in his third eye spread out with red light, aiming towards the vortex. While roaring, the golden dragon also immediately changed direction. Its speed was too fast. In an instant, it was close to the vortex's entrance and plunged its head inside. The golden dragon immediately confronted the crimson light in Wang Lin's third eye. Its body trembled. Within that crimson light was a force that terrified it immensely. However, this force was very weak, not enough to pose a real threat to it. But the feeling deep within its mind was extremely clear. Its enormous body involuntarily stopped. The moment Wang Lin saw the giant dragon, his mind was shaken. The pressure was so intense that he had to take a deep breath. Following the instant the opponent stopped, he immediately burrowed into the fleshy wall behind him, unleashing his fastest speed. He wasn't running downwards, but straight forward. While fleeing, Wang Lin formed hand seals, and after sensing his previous preparations, a ruthless expression appeared on his face. The golden dragon's enormous body far surpassed Wang Lin's speed, directly piercing through him. In its eyes, Wang Lin was merely an ant, a reptile. A mere ant dared to steal the primordial spirit of the venerable Zhuan Bao right before its eyes. This was a violation of heavenly authority. Destroying this ant wouldn't require much effort. At this moment, it pursued him, letting out a roar. Roar! This roar contained an incredibly powerful force, causing the flesh wall in front of it to tremble. Wang Lin, fleeing ahead, immediately shuddered, spitting out a mouthful of blood. He didn't hesitate for a moment, but instead used this force to quickly escape. Explode! Wang Lin roared, his primordial spirit shaking. If it weren't for his ancient god body, that single blow would have instantly shattered him to death. Even now, he could still feel the throbbing pain in his body, but he showed no fear. In the blink of an eye, as he softly shouted, more than 10 flying swords hidden in sensitive areas of Wang Yu's body suddenly burst forth. A continuous series of banging sounds erupted. Wang Yu's body contained several extremely sensitive points. Severe injuries would cause her unimaginable pain. The pain would fuel her raging rage. However, finding such points within Wang Yu's body was impossible for most people. Even if they were found by chance, the impact on Wang Yue wouldn't be too great. Except for Wang Lin. Especially now, almost all of her sensitive points were simultaneously being ripped open by the flying swords. Therefore, this pain was no less intense than the pain Wang Yue had felt when she was injured before. Inside the dark void, Wang Yu's body was drifting aimlessly, but in an instant, it was violently shaken. A furious roar erupted from within. A shocking transformation was taking place within Wang Yu's body. As Wang Yue moved, endless walls of flesh pressed down frantically, as if the universe itself had been turned upside down, beginning a violent tremor. Roar! Wang Yue roared again in anger. Its enormous body unexpectedly stretched out, its mouth wide open, and its movements became even faster, as if it wanted to spew out everything within its body. A powerful attack immediately erupted from its mouth. At this moment, Wang Lin, fleeing within Wang Yu's body, saw that he was about to be caught by the golden dragon. He felt his body being overwhelmed by the attack, and without hesitation, he was propelled forward at an extremely fast speed. The fleshy walls above opened up layer after layer, connecting directly to the top of Wang Yu's head and mouth. Not only Wang Lin, but the golden dragon was also affected. Its body was beyond control, pushed away by a powerful force. Similarly, inside the narrow, long passage within the vortex, Qing Shui, who was fiercely battling the other arm, was involuntarily ejected, pushed forward along the fleshy walls. Besides him, Yi Muzi and Wu Dongshan also could not escape this calamity. Their bodies were forcefully pushed out by this force, escaping through the crack. Inside the dark void, Wang Yu's roars continued to resound. Under this frenzied force, a golden light flashed, and the golden dragon's body was ejected first. Next was Wang Lin. Then Qing Shui, Yi Muzi, and Wu Dongshan were all ejected, stopping within the void. The moment Wang Lin was spat out, without a second thought, he immediately sealed all his immortal essence power, hoping to slow down its dissipation. But it was ineffective. Almost instantly after he entered the void, he felt the essence power in his body rapidly disappearing, with invisible seals layering upon him. The immortal essence in his body was similarly affected. Only the ancient god power hidden within his body remained completely unaffected. Wang Lin's expression remained unchanged, and he immediately retreated. The large-scale dissipation of essence power didn't only affect him. At this moment, Both the Golden Dragon and the group of people including Imuzi were in the same situation. However, these people were very aware of the strangeness of this place and almost instantly unleashed a barrage of divine abilities. 3 purple wooden staffs appeared around Imuzi's body. His face was pale, although the rate of essence power dissipation in his body couldn't be completely stopped. It was slowed down. The Golden Dragon's body flickered with an invisible light, barely resisting. However, it was clearly no match for Imuzi. Wu Dongshan was the most at ease. A large bubble surrounded his body, seemingly isolating him from all sides. However, that bubble was constantly dissipating, requiring him to continuously replenish his energy. As for Qing Shui, he simply used his right hand to shield himself, employing the technique of drawing the ground into a cage to withstand the attack. However, even that couldn't sustain him for long. Compared to all of them, Wang Lin was the most relaxed. He didn't need to worry about the energy in his body. He clenched his fist, staring intently at the Golden Dragon, a cold smile on his face. Yet he didn't act rashly, continuously retreating, thinking to himself, "This isn't the best time yet, I must wait." In the blink of an eye, as everyone was thrown back, Wang Yu's roar resounded again. A vortex appeared in his eyes, and from within emerged a figure. This person was none other than Ji Shantia. However, Ji Shantian's eyes were dim, occasionally showing signs of struggle, but after a moment, a sharp scream erupted from his mouth. His entire body was directly propelled upwards by the vortex in Wang Yu's eyes. Wang Lin's pupils contracted but immediately flared with a sharp light. His heart pounded faster and faster. Bang, bang, bang here in the void realm. With his ancient god body, Wang Lin instantly recognized the ancient god aura on Ji Shantia. In his eyes, Ji Shantia was formed from an ancient god star point. It could also be said that he had merged with an ancient god star point, becoming an existence neither immortal, nor cultivator, nor god. Ancient god puppet technique. In Wang Lin's mind, the memory of the ancient god immediately flashed, a divine ability that only a mature ancient god could unleash. There is a one-star ancient god within the body of the supreme sage. By absorbing it, I can obtain a portion of the inherited power. The one-star ancient god, when fused into an ancient god puppet, will possess strength far superior to that of a one-star ancient god. After all, the one-star supreme sage comes from an 8-star ancient god. Extreme Virtuous Heavenly roared, his whole body flashed, and a sonic boom instantly erupted. His speed was unimaginably fast. Even teleportation couldn't achieve this speed. The moment the sonic boom sounded, his body had already arrived beside the Golden Dragon, and he punched it. The Golden Dragon trembled, spitting out a mouthful of fresh blood, its enormous body instantly flying backward. The moment the Golden Dragon was struck and vomited blood, Extreme Virtuous Heavenly's figure changed again, instantly appearing beside the bubble surrounding Wu Dongshan. With a bang, the bubble shattered, and a deep fist mark appeared on Wu Dongshan's chest. He spat out a mouthful of fresh blood. A cracking sound even echoed in his body, and his body was thrown back, his eyes revealing a look of terror. It wasn't over yet. Just as the Golden Dragon and Wu Dongshan were sent flying, the 3 wooden staffs in front of Imuzi immediately roared, spinning rapidly, seemingly very cautiously. But Ji Shantian's speed was too fast. Even with the staffs spinning, he found a gap and, with unimaginable speed, punched through them, directly striking Imuzi. Fresh blood gushed from Imuzi's mouth, and his body suddenly recoiled. Similarly, a large number of ripples appeared in Qing Shui's area. A glint of light flashed in his left eye, and as if attacked, he hastily retreated. The further he retreated, the more intense the ripples became. After a while, the ripples roared and swirled, and a thud echoed in front of Qing Shui. His face turned pale, and his retreat speed increased even more. All of this happened in the blink of an eye, incredibly fast. Neither divine consciousness nor ordinary eyes could grasp the unbelievable speed of the Supreme Sage, because the sealing force in this void caused the vital energy in everyone's bodies to dissipate extremely quickly, and moreover, after being attacked by the Supreme Sage, their cultivation level immediately decreased. Wang Lin couldn't even see the Supreme Sage's figure. Just as the gale struck his face, an extremely powerful force instantly surged from the front. But Wang Lin wasn't panicked by any of this. The moment that force approached, Wang Lin's body subtly shifted, and based on the strange feeling of his ancient god body, his left hand clenched, directly striking the void. Boom! A deafening explosion resounded. Wang Lin's body recoiled, his face pale, blood spilling from the corner of his mouth. But the figure of Ji Xiantia in front of him was also forced back to steps for the first time. After retreating, Wang Lin's eyes looked up, revealing a strange glint. He unexpectedly has no elemental power in his body. Unrestricted by the seal here, he's skilled in physical strength. The elemental power of the seniors is constantly dissipating. If we don't work together to eliminate this person, it will be very dangerous. While retreating, Wang Lin said in a low voice, "Shut up, young man." The golden dragon's body flashed. The 5 talismans on its body immediately emitted a strange light, and the 5 elemental energies instantly swirled, enveloping its entire body. Not aiming at Ji Xiantia, but directly at Wang Lin. The 5 elemental energies rotated, and amidst the roar of the golden dragon, they instantly transformed into 5 streams of energy, rushing towards Wang Lin from all directions. A cold glint flashed in Wang Lin's eyes. He knew he couldn't avoid the golden dragon's divine power. The moment the 5-element energy approached him, without a second thought, he potted his storage bag, and the primordial spirit of Zhuan Bao Shangren instantly appeared in his hand, poised to crush it. Take another step, and don't blame me for destroying this primordial spirit. The 5-element energy suddenly paused, and the golden dragon's furious eyes calmed down. If it weren't for the rapid dissipation of its internal energy and the injury from the attack of Ji Xiantia, it wouldn't have been suppressed at this moment, its anger surging with fury. In the distance, a sinister smile appeared on Ji Xiantian's face, then suddenly vanished. Yu Muzi's expression changed instantly, and he retreated, but his speed was too slow. A series of frantic bangs echoed, each one a powerful attack from Yu Muzi. All his divine abilities were too slow to execute, collapsing before they even began. What further frustrated Yu Muzi was that when he unleashed his divine power here, even with 10 parts of his strength, it would immediately weaken by more than half upon reaching the void, rendering him unable to unleash his true power. Otherwise, he certainly wouldn't be in such a predicament. The elemental energy in his body was constantly dissipating. The rate of dissipation was increasing rapidly. In an instant, his cultivation level had dropped from its peak to the late stage of pure nirvana. Immediately, Yu Muzi disregarded the dissipation of his elemental energy, and without hesitation, he stretched out both hands and shouted in a deep voice, "One wood, one realm." The 3 purple wooden staffs surrounding his body instantly crumbled with a resounding crash, transforming into countless points of starlight that spread in all directions, each forming its own world and sealing the 100-foot-tall monument. The Supreme Sage was one step faster. In the blink of an eye, as the sealing state was about to complete, he managed to retreat a step, his speed incredibly fast, moving out of the 100-jump radius, his figure disappearing. Enough, first, let's destroy this Supreme Sage who's been turned into a puppet, then we'll talk about other things. Wu Dongxian's face darkened, his cultivation level plummeting drastically. He shouted softly, taking a step forward, and a large number of bubbles materialized around his body. Under his control, they surged towards Yu Muzi. Destruction of the void. Wu Dongxian's right hand formed a hand seal and pointed forward. Immediately, the bubbles around him split from 1 into 2, then 2 into 4. In an instant, they multiplied into countless bubbles, filling the surroundings. At that very moment, one bubble suddenly burst. Wu Dongxian's eyes flashed, his divine consciousness swept across, and all the bubbles around him simultaneously condensed. Explode! A rumbling sound immediately erupted, and at the same time, Yu Muzi's expression turned grim. He swung his right sleeve, and a giant tree instantly materialized 100 yards in front of him, hurtling forward with a thunderous roar. A powerful shock wave spread in all directions. Simultaneously, the golden dragon let out a pained cry, its body once again being thrown back. The figure of Ji Xiantia reappeared, completely unharmed, closely following the golden dragon, relentlessly bombarding it with punches. As it retreated, the golden dragon roared in anger, its enormous head flashing, its entire body twisting violently, opening its mouth wide to bite. But immediately many of its fangs shattered. Ji Xiantia laughed maniacally as he retreated, his eyes gleaming with a strange light, uttering a sentence in an ancient language that no one except Wang Lin could understand today. "None of you will escape." As he retreated, Ji Xiantian's figure vanished again. Wang Lin's expression was calm. The moment Jishantia disappeared, his right hand, without hesitation, struck forcefully to the side. With a loud bang, Wang Lin's body retreated. But similarly, Jishantian's figure was forced back. Qing Shui flashed, instantly approaching, his right hand forming a hand seal, and immediately a large mass of black wind roared, transforming into 8 black dragons that enveloped the surroundings. The black dragons roared and directly charged towards Jishantia. Jishantia let out a sinister laugh. Just as the black dragons approached, his body suddenly vanished. But the instant he was about to leave, a strange light flashed in Wang Lin's eyes, and the ancient god cauldron materialized outside his body. His body also instantly disappeared, reappearing at the very spot where Jishantia was trying to retreat. After manifesting, the ancient god cauldron hadn't dissipated yet, and Wang Lin, without hesitation, unleashed another punch. Jishantia spun around, his right hand reaching forward to meet Wang Lin's punch. With a loud bang, Wang Lin spat out a mouthful of blood, his body recoiling. But very quickly, Jishantia also retreated several steps. In an instant, Qing Shui's hands formed a hand seal and pointed. Immediately, countless raindrops materialized, forming arrows that rushed towards him. Jishantia sneered, his body flashing, intending to use his speed to escape. Wang Lin's eyes flashed with cold light, and he shouted, "Senior brother, assist me with your immortal essence." With that, he fiercely pointed his right hand forward, shouting, "Freeze!" As soon as he uttered this word, all the remaining elemental power and immortal essence in his body flowed, merging into the void through his right hand. At the same time, without hesitation, the moment Wang Lin unleashed the body-fixing technique, Qing Shui clapped her right hand, channeling the remaining half of her immortal essence into Wang Lin's body. The boundless immortal essence that had entered Wang Lin's body then surged out with a thunderous roar from her right hand. In a frenzied manner, the body-fixing technique was truly unleashed for the first time. This time, its power far surpassed any previous instance. The word "fix" rang out, and the figure of Jishantia instantly paused in the void. In the distance, Yimuzi rushed forward. Although the void here was sealed, preventing teleportation, his speed was not slow. Before he even got close, he formed hand seals. Without a second thought, the phantom of the giant tree rapidly rotated, becoming smaller and smaller, and in an instant transformed into a wooden sword. This wooden sword, as fast as lightning, directly pierced the top of Jishantian's head. With a resounding bang, the entire wooden sword pierced deep into Extreme Sage Heaven's body. It exploded with a thunderous roar, shattering into countless fragments, turning into wood chips and disintegrating within him. At the same time, as Extreme Sage Heaven was immobilized by Wang Lin, Wu Dongshan also instantly waved his sleeve, directly spitting out a mouthful of primordial spirit essence, transforming it into a series of 5-colored bubbles, surging to their limit and rushing forward. After approaching, it quickly surrounded Extreme Sage Heaven in layers before exploding. And then there was the Golden Dragon. At this moment, its hatred for Extreme Sage Heaven was extremely intense. In its roar, the 5-element power surged out, intertwining before it, unexpectedly merging to form a phantom crown. This crown immediately rushed forward, and after approaching Extreme Sage Heaven, it fiercely pressed down on his head. The 3 great old monsters attacked simultaneously. Extreme Sage Heaven tried to struggle, but it was too late. A deafening roar shook the heavens and the earth. Following the simultaneous explosion of the wooden sword bubbles and crown, Extreme Sage Heaven's entire body crumbled. Countless pieces of flesh and blood scattered in an instant, and Wang Lin's eyes revealed a rare, 1,000-year-old greed. The ancient god cauldron, which had materialized outside his body, flashed and immediately approached the nearly shattered Extreme Sage Heaven. In a flash, he bit his tongue, spitting out a mouthful of fresh blood, emitting strange sounds from his mouth, then opened his mouth and frantically sucked in inherited power. Within Extreme Sage Heaven's shattered flesh and blood was a fist-sized purple crystal emitting a gentle light, containing a surge of ancient god power. As Wang Lin drew in the crystal, it trembled and immediately shot towards him. Seeing Wang Lin about to absorb the crystal, Wang Yue suddenly roared, and a powerful ancient god aura erupted from her body. At the same time, Yimuzi and Wu Dongshan's eyes flashed with strange light as they rushed towards the crystal. However, after the previous battle, their internal energy was depleted, and they could only display their nirvana-level cultivation. They quickly flew from 2 different directions, both attempting to grab the crystal. Wang Lin's eyes showed a look of madness. The moment they reached it, his body exploded with a bang, expanding to twice its size, directly swallowing the ancient god crystal in one gulp. The moment Wang Lin swallowed the star, he could only feel a boundless force erupting within his body. Amidst the violent banging sounds, Wang Lin frantically retreated. A powerful aura flowed throughout his body, and an extremely strong sensation permeated him. It seemed as if everything before him could be reduced to dust with a single punch. With a long roar, Wang Lin's retreating body suddenly transformed. The banging sounds continued incessantly. His body continuously expanded, instantly becoming a giant several tens of meters tall. An extremely powerful aura surged out into the void. The ancient god star hidden on Wang Lin's forehead now condensed, instantly transforming from a 3.5 star to a 4 star. This is truly a 4 star. Inheriting the ancient god diagram, a true 4 star of the ancient god royal family, a 4-star ancient god that ordinary 4-star ancient gods cannot compare to. The banging sounds within Wang Lin's body intensified, expanding even further, reaching over 100 feet. A terrifying pressure surged wildly, sweeping across all directions. The pupils of Yi Muzi and Wu Dongshan's eyes contracted as they stared at Wang Lin. What a powerful punch! Wang Lin laughed loudly, a feeling of possessing the power of heaven and earth filling his entire body with confidence. At this moment, he spun around, his massive body taking a step forward, directly surpassing Yi Muzi and Wu Dongshan, approaching the golden dragon that was bewildered by everything before him. This golden dragon was repeatedly attacked, and also repeatedly unleashed its divine abilities and powerful seals, causing a significant depletion of its internal energy. Its cultivation level had directly dropped to the early stage of the Nirvana realm. Seeing Wang Lin's 100-foot-tall body take a step forward, the golden dragon's entire body violently contracted, instantly transforming into a human form, its dragon robe reappearing. And it immediately retreated. He formed hand seals, the 5 elements finger talismans above his head rapidly rotating, and immediately shouted, "Poisonous fire." As soon as these words were spoken, one of the finger talismans above his head ignited a dark fire, a green flame containing potent poison surging towards Wang Lin. Wang Lin's expression was cold. At this moment, he was no longer a cultivator who had obtained inherited power and inherited memories, a true 4-star ancient god of the ancient god royal family. Although Wang Lin's entire body was almost completely sealed at this moment, leaving him only able to unleash ancient god power. The immense power of a 4-star ancient god was enough to destroy this golden dragon. The poisonous fire struck his face. The potent poison contained within, while potentially fatal to a cultivator, was insignificant to an ancient god. As Wang Lin approached, his enormous fist directly struck down. A deafening explosion resounded. This single punch, like a cultivator's divine ability, transformed into a raging storm. The green flames, which had just advanced, were instantly extinguished. A large cloud of green smoke was also swept back. Jin Shi's expression changed drastically. He clasped his hands together, pointing forward and shouting, "Water tribute, remnant gold, form wood, burial earth." Following his shout, the 5 talismans on his head all flashed and automatically floated away. Immediately, a vast blue sea materialized, sweeping towards Wang Lin. This seawater, a manifestation of the water tribute, possessed the power of a vast army. Even its most powerful surge created a roaring sound, yet it couldn't withstand a single punch from the 4-star ancient god King Lin. Almost instantly, the seawater crashed down, transforming into countless raindrops that swirled back. This seawater truly possessed the strength of a vast army, but a single punch from the ancient god King Lin was several times its power. How could it not be broken? In the blink of an eye, as the water tribute dissipated, a golden light flashed, revealing a long sword forged from dragon scales, its tip tearing through the air as it lunged towards Wang Lin. A punch landed. A loud bang echoed, and the dragon scale sword immediately trembled, its tip beginning to shudder. A powerful impact struck its body, tearing off large scales. Following the dragon scale sword was a massive black wooden pillar that shot upwards. A stench of blood emanated from this colossal tree, and countless souls of immortals were hidden within it. As it surged forward, mournful wails echoed, transforming into ripples that attacked Wang Lin. Behind the wooden pillar, a large mass of black earth transformed into a swirling black vortex, engulfing the burial ground and attacking Wang Lin. Wang Lin's expression remained cold, His right fist didn't hesitate, striking forcefully against the wooden pillar. With a resounding crash, the pillar was split in two, offering no resistance whatsoever. The black vortex formed from the boundless burial ground also collapsed with the pillar. Nothing could stop the punch of the 4-star ancient god King Lin. Continuously shattering the 5 elements, this punch directly struck the golden corpse clad in a dragon robe. A deafening explosion resounded. The golden corpse spat out a mouthful of blood, its body sent flying. All of this happened extremely quickly. Under the watchful eyes of Yi Muzi and the others, Wang Lin's colossal figure took a single step forward and threw a punch. The golden corpse, clad in a dragon robe, immediately vomited blood and retreated. A banging sound emanated from the golden corpse's body, and a large cloud of blood mist spurted out. Outside, with his cultivation level, it would have been difficult for Wang Lin to injure him. But here, Wang Lin held all the advantages. The golden corpse's cultivation was heavily sealed, forcing him to retreat. Wang Lin coldly stepped forward with his right foot, raising it and directly kicking. The golden corpse's face turned ashen, his eyes revealing extreme unwillingness. While retreating, he formed hand seals and shouted, 5 elements force. As soon as these words were spoken, the 5 talismans on his head immediately rotated, and 5 streams of energy suddenly transformed into illusory images of Wang Lin. The 5 elements force spread out, rushing straight towards Wang Lin. Wang Lin's eyes flashed, and he also grabbed at the void. Although his body had expanded, his storage bag remained with him. Though too small for his body, it could still be opened. Wang Lin reached out, and a crown appeared in his hand. The moment this crown appeared, the golden corpse's expression changed drastically. His eyes showed disbelief, and he exclaimed, "The 5 elements dragon venerable crown. How did you get this?" "I didn't expect it to have a soul." The golden corpse panicked, abandoning all his divine abilities, and quickly flew out. He also patted his storage bag, and immediately a wooden plaque appeared in his hand, which he crushed. The wooden plaque turned into thick smoke, and unexpectedly, a passage opened in the void. His body flashed, and he tried to enter it. But just as he was about to flee, the crown in Wang Lin's hand instantly flew out. As it spun, it burst forth with multicolored light. Within this radiance, a rose materialized, and the ethereal image of a woman appeared. This woman exuded arrogance and possessed unparalleled beauty. After materializing, she pointed her jade hand towards Jin Shai, who was about to escape. With this single gesture, Jin Shai let out a mournful cry, unable to flee any further, and was instead drawn back, transforming into a golden light and flying into the crown. The woman of unparalleled beauty turned to look closely at Wang Lin, opening her mouth as if to say something, but ultimately no sound came out, and she gradually disappeared. This scene not only terrified Yi Muzi and his group, but even Wang Lin himself was shaken. Without changing his expression, he retrieved the crown and coldly stared at Yi Muzi and Wu Dongshan. Currently, these two posed no threat to Wang Lin. Their cultivation levels were heavily sealed and continuously decreasing. Then, Wang Lin's gaze shifted to Wang Yue, who also emitted the aura of an ancient god. He opened his mouth and roared. With a body over 100 feet tall, his roar was no less powerful than Wang Yu's. This was the sound of an ancient god. It was earth-shattering, and even in this void, it seemed impossible to stop the roar of an ancient god. Endless thunder rumbled, forming a massive sonic boom that spread in all directions, transforming into a powerful shockwave. Within this roar lay the language of the ancient gods. Its meaning was simply 2 words: challenge. Every young ancient god, upon reaching adulthood, must challenge someone from their clan. This was an ancient custom of the ancient god tribe. This point was very clear to Wang Lin because he had inherited TUT's memories. The ancient god tribe, from 3-star to 4-star, needed mature ancient god artifacts. Otherwise, they couldn't reach that level. This couldn't be changed. Once an ancient god reached 4-star, they would have the qualification to mature. And that qualification was the challenge. In his roar, he was telling the ancient god inside Wang Yu's body that he wanted to challenge. The moment Wang Lin's roar echoed, a similar loud roar resounded from within Wang Yu's body. Wang Yue opened her mouth, and countless tentacles extended from within. These tentacles wrapped around a person. This person was the size of an ordinary cultivator, with 5 faint rotating star points on their forehead, their entire body encircled by tentacles, staring intently at Wang Lin. My tribe member, I accept your challenge to maturity. The moment the five-star ancient god uttered these words, the tentacles wrapped around his body instantly released, and he stomped his foot and took 3 steps forward. With the first step, his body suddenly expanded, reaching over 30 feet in height, and a boundless aura emanated from him. With the second step, he also transformed into a giant over 100 feet tall, filled with an aura of ancientness. With the third step, his body surged dramatically, reaching over 300 feet in height, like a celestial being. Seeing everything that happened, Imuzi was utterly shocked. He never imagined that Sumo was hiding such a shocking secret. This person was unexpectedly an ancient god. Before being sent here by the clan elders, he had meticulously gathered information about Wang Yue and made many preparations. Although his mind was shaken, he didn't forget his mission. Seeing the five-star ancient god emerge from Wang Yu's mouth, and Wang Yue closing its mouth, he didn't hesitate to charge straight towards it. He plunged directly into Wang Yu's mouth. Although his cultivation had greatly diminished, his speed remained undiminished. His body flashed, and he disappeared into Wang Yu's mouth. Wu Dongshen's expression was somewhat complicated. He had accidentally seen many ancient books of the Cultivation Alliance and knew about Wang Yu's identity. He also knew that Wang Yue possessed an object called the Moonflower. Many ancient books said that if one obtained Wang Yu's Moonflower, they could condense and refine it into a void Nirvana-level magic treasure. If I had the Moonflower and refined it into a magic treasure, I could replace the status of the mystic treasure in the Cultivation Alliance. Wu Dongshen gritted his teeth and followed Yumi Zizi, one after the other. The moment Wang Yue closed her mouth, he had already leapt inside. Only Qing Shui didn't jump into Wang Yu's mouth. He frowned, looking at Wang Lin and the gigantic five-star ancient god, then fell silent. Clan member, my name is Luo Chen. The five-star ancient god's eyes gleamed with a desolate light. He took a step forward, his right hand not yet clenched into a fist, but instead striking forward. A deafening explosion resounded as Luo Chen, the five-star ancient god, swung his right hand, conjuring a gigantic ancient god's hand that directly shot towards Wang Lin. Wang Lin's eyes narrowed. This hand was of the same type as the mark on the immortal realm, yet there were clear differences. At this moment, the thunderous explosions directly hurtled towards Wang Lin, followed closely by Luo Chen's hand. Wang Lin took a deep breath, the 4 points of light on his forehead suddenly rotating. He pointed his right finger straight up at the sky, and the words of an ancient god emanated from his mouth. Once he reached the 4-star ancient god level, he could unleash some of the ancient god's divine abilities. Wang Lin had waited for this day for a very, very long time. In an instant, the void outside Wang Lin's body was enveloped in a gigantic vortex, ancient god's weapon. Wang Lin roared softly, and within the vortex, purple lightning flashed. In a flash, a long spear suddenly flew out from within. This spear was illusory, seemingly not real but formed from condensed purple lightning. Wang Lin grabbed the spear and swept it horizontally, directly striking the incoming hand. Loud explosions echoed, the impact force spreading in all directions, severing the hand in two. But Wang Lin's spear was also instantly seized by Luo Chen, who squeezed it tightly. The spear suddenly emitted thunderous sounds accompanied by creaking noises before shattering. Wang Lin took half a step forward. Although his body was still weaker than Luo Chen's, he exuded a powerful aura. Wang Lin clenched his right hand, and a punch immediately shot out. Luo Chen's gaze towards Wang Lin showed a complex expression. Previously, Luo Chen had used a spiritual point to refine the extreme profound heaven into a puppet, a necessary evil. Although he could now leave Wang Yu's body, he was experiencing an indescribable torment. Sometimes, he couldn't even understand whether he was Wang Yue or the ancient god. For many years, he and Wang Yue had been assimilated. Luo Chen's thinking was being manipulated by Wang Yue. He even felt unworthy of being an ancient god, only a puppet of Wang Yue. Regarding Wang Lin's presence, Luo Chen was still struggling between inheritance and devouring. The extreme profound heaven was also a source of hesitation for him. Luo Chen willingly wanted to give it to Wang Lin, but secretly wanted to give him another spiritual point. At this moment, Luo Chen took a deep breath, clenched his right hand, and struck out forcefully. A loud bang echoed, and Wang Lin felt a tingling sensation in his right hand, his body involuntarily recoiling. La Chen also retreated a few steps, the 5-star points on his forehead becoming even more indistinct. Wang Lin challenged La Chen because he knew that although the opponent wasn't a young ancient god, even if he were a mature ancient god, he would be extremely weak at this point. The fading of the star points on La Chen's forehead further confirmed Wang Lin's suspicion. Although he only had 4 star points, these 4 points emitted strange, almost tangible light, and more importantly, Wang Lin was of royal lineage. If an ordinary ancient god were to swallow one of La Chen's star points, their cultivation might increase significantly compared to Wang Lin, but it would be ineffective against the divine abilities of the royal lineage. The royal lineage was a ruling tribe of ancient gods. Not only could they wield royal lineage divine abilities, but they also possessed royal lineage artifacts. As he retreated, Wang Lin took a step back with his right foot, launching himself directly towards Luo Chen. The two clashed, exchanging punch after punch. Waves rippled in all directions, and thunderous explosions echoed throughout the void. Initially, Wang Lin seemed outmatched, but after a while, he fought with increasing ferocity. He continuously used the power of a 4-star ancient god in the battle. Gradually, he became accustomed to it. Each punch unleashed a massive whirlwind imbued with the divine abilities of an ancient god. Thus, Wang Lin and Luo Chen's battle intensified. With a loud bang, they separated. As Wang Lin retreated, he raised his hand, his eyes gleaming with a sharp light, and the words of an ancient god echoed from his mouth. Behind him, a phantom figure suddenly appeared, then materialized into a towering, colossal statue of an ancient god, reaching towards Luo Chen and roaring. The complex expression in Luo Chen's eyes deepened. He raised his right hand, and a phantom figure also materialized behind him. This figure was even larger, resembling a true giant, appearing out of nowhere. However, this giant had an extremely massive body, looking more like Wang Yue than an ancient god. Even more surprisingly, the giant was clad in armor, seemingly capable of shattering the minds of ordinary cultivators with its sheer presence. Amidst the roar of the armored giant, Wang Lin and Luo Chen clashed once again, the thunderous explosions echoing once more. This time, it wasn't just the two of them fighting. The phantom figures behind them also engaged in battle. Wang Lin laughed loudly, his right hand sweeping upwards in a claw-like motion in the air. He recalled the magical artifact that Tushen had possessed in the ancient god's body years ago, the ancient god Tuti's life-bound artifact, the god-slaying spear. As Wang Lin thought this, the ancient god's voice echoed from his mouth. At this moment, although Wang Lin's 4-star ancient god power couldn't create the original form of the ancient god Tuti's artifact, he could still conjure it. With a single wave of his claw, a multitude of red mists instantly appeared before him. These mists swirled and quickly condensed in Wang Lin's palm. Almost in an instant, 100 zhang-long spear materialized, standing out prominently. Each zhang of this spear shimmered with endless crimson light. This was the extremely powerful god-slaying spear of the ancient god clan. When this spear appeared, even the void itself seemed to warp. As the god-slaying spear gently swept across the void, objects resembling a giant network suddenly appeared. These colossal networks are the void-sealing Great Formation. This formation shouldn't have appeared, but when the god-slaying spear was wielded, its true form was revealed. The god-slaying spear is an ancient god artifact that only royalty can wield. Whenever a member of the ancient god royal family matures, they can acquire an ancient god artifact that has existed since ancient times. This artifact is passed down, but only royalty can wield it. Luo Chen stared at the god-slaying spear in Wang Lin's hand, his expression becoming increasingly complex. He had long recognized the extremely precious ancient god inheritance of Wang Lin, and had suspected that this person had obtained the royal family's inheritance and cultivated it himself to become a successor to the ancient god lineage. But at this moment, the instant he saw the ancient god spear, not only confirmed his suspicions, but also made him understand even more clearly who Wang Lin's inheritance came from. I didn't expect even he is dead, La Chen sighed, the complex expression in his eyes disappearing, replaced by gentleness. A clansman inherited from Tut. Let me see how much of this illusory god-slaying spear you can unleash. La Chen seemed to have resolved a deep issue in his heart. He laughed loudly and swung his right hand into the air, the bones in his right hand suddenly moving. Sharp bone spikes suddenly emerged from the skin, and in an instant, La Chen's entire right arm became a mass of sharp bone spikes. These spikes extended wildly, reaching 100 feet in a flash. They all intertwined, forming an extremely bizarre and ferocious weapon. Wang Lin gripped the illusory god-slaying spear, a majestic fighting spirit radiating from him. The moment he grasped the spear, he felt the same sensation as when Tut appeared before him years ago, but now only La Chen was present. I am the ancient god King Lin. Wang Lin advanced, sweeping the god-slaying spear in his hand. Loud explosions resounded, and a large, net-like object instantly appeared in the void before them. This illusory net clearly enveloped the entire void. Luo Chen laughed heartily, advancing closer. The weapon transformed in his right hand suddenly swung up, directly confronting Wang Lin's god-slaying spear. With a loud bang, the two clashed, and the thunderous explosions suddenly reverberated. As they fought, large nets reappeared in the void. Wang Lin's fighting spirit blazed, and during the battle, he threw the god-slaying spear forward. Wang Lin clasped his hands together in front of him, his thumbs and index fingers forming a rhombus, and he softly shouted, "God-slaying seal." The God-slaying seal is a divine ability of the ancient god tribe, and moreover, it belongs to the royal family. The God-slaying spear shot out like lightning, heading straight for Luo Chen. At the same time, Wang Lin unleashed the God-slaying seal, a gigantic rhombus appearing before him and flashing forward. Luo Chen laughed heartily, shouting, "Good." Luo Chen swung his right hand forward and directly struck the God-slaying spear. A terrifying explosion resounded, and as the god-slaying seal arrived, it immediately stirred up an unimaginable whirlwind in the void. This whirlwind swept across and wildly expanded in the void. Objects resembling large nets suddenly revealed their true form, shimmering, and then suddenly two streams of dark light shone from within. These dark lights revealed a cold and indifferent appearance, looking through the net as if they were looking down from the outside. Wang Yue, ancient god. The moment the cold, eerie light appeared, Cheng Shui's previously pensive expression suddenly changed drastically. He stared intently at the spot where the light appeared, his eyes flashing with intense light. But the light instantly vanished, as if it had never existed. However, regardless of whether the light appeared or disappeared, Cheng Shui saw nothing. He simply felt a shiver run down his spine, a tremor of fear and dread. In his memory, even when he encountered the immortal Master Bai Fan years ago, he hadn't felt anything like this. Yet, subconsciously, Cheng Shui couldn't quite place it, as if he had experienced this feeling somewhere before. This created a contradiction within him, the reason for his bewilderment. Cheng Shui's expression turned grim, a cold glint flashing in his eyes. He didn't relax his posture, staring intently ahead without speaking. He continuously searched his memory, trying to find the correct answer that was causing him conflict. Luo Chen laughed loudly. As the god-slaying spear rumbled backward, a large piece shattered in his right hand, but his expression brightened, and his gaze towards Wang Lin showed admiration. After the attack, Wang Lin also retreated, the god-slaying spear in his hand almost transparent. Although his expression remained unchanged as he retreated, his mind was greatly shaken. In that instant, Wang Lin clearly felt that the heaven-defying pearl within his body, which had been fused with his primordial spirit for a long time without change, suddenly began to violently circulate and tremble. Such events were extremely rare. In an instant, as the heaven-defying pearl trembled, a miraculous force surged from the pearl and merged into Wang Lin's entire body. In that moment, this force caused a faint, almost imperceptible blue light to emanate from Wang Lin's eyes. Wang Lin retreated, his gaze calmly sweeping across the flickering nets. In his mind, it felt as if 10,000 thunderclaps had simultaneously erupted. Wang Lin had seen the dark light beneath the nets that even Cheng Shui couldn't see. When that dark light seemingly accidentally fell into his eyes, Wang Lin felt as if he had swallowed a block of millennia-old ice. His entire body, inside and out, suddenly became icy cold. The two streams of dark light seemed to notice Wang Lin's attention, showing surprise before gradually disappearing. What exactly is this? As Wang Lin retreated, his mind was shaken. He saw Cheng Shui's expression and immediately understood that Cheng Shui had also discovered something. At this moment, Luo Chen let out a loud laugh and stepped forward. He raised his right hand and clenched it tightly, causing the 5 star points on his forehead to spin. In an instant, these 5 star points suddenly shifted position, moving directly along Luo Chen's arm and stomping on his fist. Luo Chen immediately threw a punch, the 5-star points suddenly transforming on the punch and continuously spinning to create a vortex. As Luo Chen's fist struck, the spinning vortex transformed into a whirlwind. Looking at Luo Chen's expression, he probably hasn't discovered anything special. He's a 5-star ancient god, yet he hasn't discovered it, and even Qing Shui has. 2 streaks of dark light flashed beneath the net, filling Wang Lin with extreme fear. At this moment, Luo Chen's right fist shot out. Wang Lin immediately clapped his hands in the air, and the power of the 4-star ancient god clan suddenly erupted. Wang Lin used this power to change direction and shot straight away from the nearest flashing network. I was able to detect it thanks to the mysterious power erupting from within the heaven-defying pearl. Qing Shui must also have a secret to discover this. But what exactly is hidden in this void? When Wang Lin and Luo Chen's fists clashed, a series of thunderous explosions suddenly echoed. Luo Chen's fist contained the ancient god star points, and as the fist struck, it generated a huge suction force that enveloped Wang Lin's body from all sides before suddenly pulling him back. Wang Lin's eyes flashed, and the 4 ancient god star points on his forehead quickly rotated and merged into his right hand in a flash. He directly unleashed a punch towards Luo Chen. A battle between 2 ancient gods, if the battlefield were in the air, would instantly shatter the heavens and earth, yet here it remained unaffected. A resounding crash echoed, and Wang Lin immediately retreated, escaping the gravitational pull of Luo Chen's swirling fist wind. Luo Chen took a step back with his right foot, his body directly hurtling towards Wang Lin. He swung his fists, and suddenly numerous ferocious, sharp-boned spikes, like arrows, appeared around his body. All these spikes, carrying a sharp, screeching sound and imbued with the power of ancient gods, hurtled straight towards Wang Lin. The god-slaying spear in Wang Lin's right hand flashed. Without hesitation, he swept it horizontally forward, uttering the ancient god's voice, anti-ancient power, borrowing the might of the ancestral god. In the blink of an eye as he uttered these words, a gigantic vortex suddenly appeared before Wang Lin, absorbing all the sharp-boned spikes. As soon as the vortex formed, it immediately emitted earth-shattering roars. For the first time, excitement flickered in Luo Chen's eyes. He laughed loudly, saying, "Only those with the ancient god royal lineage can unleash the power of the anti-ancient ancestor technique. It's been a long time since I, Luo Chen, have seen such power." As soon as Luo Chen finished speaking, he stood in midair, his hands clasped together in front of him. A phantom ancient god star point suddenly appeared above his head, followed by a multitude of star points. At this moment, Luo Chen raised his hands, forming a circle that enveloped everything. 5 star points rotated within, emitting soft light. From within this circle, an object was released. Ancient god beast spirit. Luo Chen shouted softly. The object that flew out flashed with brilliant light and transformed into a gigantic elephant. The elephant's entire body was pitch black, its hair tangled. It was extremely ferocious, especially its 2 tusks, which emitted streams of gray light, and its rough trunk resembled an arm. It swept its trunk across its body, raised it forward, and then tilted its head back, letting out a roar before stomping its foot down ferociously. Suddenly, deafening explosions echoed, and a brutal and frenzied aura surged from the elephant's body. The ancient god tribe, besides their ability to withstand the harmful divine power of the heavenly tower, possessed many unparalleled divine techniques. The beast spirit technique was one of the ancient gods' divine abilities, and it was extremely powerful. Only 5-star ancient gods could perform it, and even then, it required a long period of refinement before use. This technique was possessed by almost every mature ancient god. Basically, the first thing an ancient god would do after reaching maturity was to find their beast spirit to refine. Tut also possessed a spirit beast. Years ago, in the endless misty land of the ancient gods, the one who imprisoned Tushen and was unable to obtain his inherited memories was Tut's spirit beast. The moment Luo Chen activated his spirit beast divine ability and the giant elephant charged forward, the vortex before Wang Lin, formed by the anti-ancient ancestor power, instantly transformed. Just as the elephant charged, a gigantic fist emerged from within the vortex. This fist had green skin, and with a single punch, it directly collided with the elephant. Boom! An unimaginable, earth-shattering explosion resounded in the void, transforming into a series of whirlwinds that swept across the heavens and earth, spreading in all directions. The elephant roared in anger, its massive body instantly toppled, one of its tusks exploding and breaking into countless fragments. La Chen also retreated, the admiring light in his eyes intensifying. Wang Lin spat out a mouthful of fresh blood and immediately retreated, quickly avoiding the shockwave sweeping across the shimmering nets in the void. You have the qualifications to become an ancient god, La Chen said slowly, looking at Wang Lin from afar. The moment La Chen uttered these words, a strange light suddenly appeared in Wang Yu's eyes in the distance, and he let out a roar. As this roar echoed, La Chen's body trembled violently, his eyes immediately showing a look of struggle, his body shaking, veins bulging, making him look ferocious. He forcefully turned around, staring at Wang Yue, and shouted, "You wicked creature, don't you dare disturb me again." Wang Yu's eyes turned cold, and its roar became even more ferocious. Within that roar lay a surge of willpower that caused Luo Chen's body to tremble and reveal an expression of extreme agony. But at this moment, a shocking event suddenly occurred. In an instant, the large, net-like objects in the void surrounding Wang Yu's body suddenly appeared, and the previously dissipated dark light suddenly reappeared. Qing Shui, who had been carefully observing everything, suddenly had a glint in his eyes. He stared intently at the net-like objects surrounding Wang Yue with an extremely grim expression. Wang Lin also saw this scene, his pupils contracting sharply. Luo Chen also immediately noticed the abnormality. In a flash, Wang Yu's enormous body suddenly trembled, and its roar abruptly ceased. Fear and bewilderment intertwined in Wang Yu's eyes. It wanted to leap away from its current position. Suddenly, the net in the void flashed, appearing closest to Wang Yue. Almost instantly, the area suddenly cracked, the fissure expanding wildly, revealing a vast void. Like a gap opened in the void of the absolute heaven great formation, two streams of dark light flashed from within and shot straight out. The moment the dark light shot out, Wang Lin, Qing Shui, and Luo Chen were all shocked. Master! Qing Shui's eyes widened in disbelief. That's Sen. Wang Lin took a deep breath, his scalp tingling, wanting to turn and flee immediately. Ancestor! Luo Chen stared at the object emerging from the crack, completely stunned. Everything that appeared before the three was completely different. They only saw streams of seven-colored energy erupting from the void crack beside Wang Yue. These streams of energy were extremely dense. In an instant, they enveloped Wang Yu's massive body and violently dragged it into the crack. Wang Yue roared angrily and struggled fiercely, but in a flash, its enormous body seemed to have lost all resistance, and it was continuously pulled into the crack. As Wang Yue was thrown in, the crack quickly widened. At this moment, not only did Wang Yu's roar lose its effect, but even Yi Muzi and Wu Dongshan inside Wang Yu's body were shaken. They were moving like arrows, but in an instant, they felt Wang Yu's body enveloped in streams of seven-colored energy. These streams of energy caused the speed of their elemental power to reach a terrifying level. A crack in the void spewed out a cloud of seven-colored mist, which transformed into three streams of energy that shot straight towards Wang Lin, Luo Chen, and Qing Shui. When Wang Yue was in pain, Luo Chen felt it most deeply because he and Wang Yue were assimilated. At this moment, Luo Chen immediately took a step forward, his right hand clenched tightly, and he struck out without hesitation. This punch created a thunderous explosion, far more intense than when he fought Wang Lin. This punch caused the illusory elephant spirit beast to roar and transform into a black light that wrapped around Luo Chen's right hand. As his punch was unleashed, the elephant roared again, emerging from the illusory fist wind and charging straight towards the seven-colored streams of energy. A deafening roar resounded, and the aftershocks transformed into raging winds that dispersed. The seven-colored energy immediately retreated slightly but then instantly surged out with even greater speed, pushing back and devouring the elephant in a short time. Streams of seven-colored energy shot towards Qing Shui, his eyes instantly flashing with cold light. He didn't retreat, but instead pressed his right hand to his forehead, and a purple thread immediately emerged, forming a shimmering curve in his hand. I've cultivated immortality my whole life, refining 7 paths to the extreme realm until I became an immortal lord, killing countless people, but never fighting against the heavenly Tao. The moment the seven-colored energy appeared, a flash of lightning seemed to strike Qing Shui's mind, and he opened his mouth and shouted loudly. The instant the curved purple thread appeared, small explosions resounded all around, and an extreme force was unleashed. The heavenly Tao. A gloomy voice emanated from within the crack, accompanied by a soft chuckle. This chuckle indicated that the person inside wasn't too old. For you, Matman, I can truly be considered the heavenly Tao, Wang Yue and the two noble ancient gods, and you, a mere Asura with supreme power, will have to follow my heavenly Tao. This can be considered your destiny. The cold light in Ching Shui's eyes intensified. The moment the dense seven-colored energy surged towards him, he suddenly lunged forward. The crimson silk thread in his hand flashed, instantly piercing through the seven-colored energy, the resulting explosions becoming frenzied and resounding. Wang Lin was also surrounded by the seven-colored energy, which emitted an endless sealing force that prevented him from retreating. At this moment, killing intent erupted in Wang Lin's eyes. The god-slaying spear in his hand flashed, and he softly shouted, "Break!" A deafening explosion resounded. The 10-foot-long tip of the god-slaying spear shattered and transformed into a furious whirlwind that swept across, striking directly at the seven-colored stream of energy. Wang Yu's roars intensified, and it struggled continuously. Outside its body were streams of seven-colored energy, resembling a dazzling seven-colored sun from afar. But amidst the brilliance, there were also mournful roars, making the scene even more bizarre. At this moment, Wang Yu's enormous body had been pulled in by more than half and was still being thrown in. It was enveloped by the seven-colored energy, having lost all its power to resist, and despite its struggles, it showed extreme terror. Wang Yu's roars pierced Luo Chen's heart. He and Wang Yu had merged, and at this moment, his eyes were remarkably clear, the 5 star points on his forehead rotating. Suddenly, 1 star point flew out and shattered with a loud bang. The ancient god's star point shattered. As it broke apart, a surge of frenzied power erupted violently in the void. The self-destruction of an ancient god's star point caused his power to become earth-shattering. But in the blink of an eye, as this power completely dispersed, Luo Chen fiercely absorbed it. Suddenly, all the power generated by the shattered star point merged into Luo Chen's mouth, and painful roars erupted from within. In an instant, his body began to expand wildly, reaching over 700 feet in a single moment, like a celestial being. Luo Chen took a step forward and suddenly broke free from the seven-colored streams of energy. In a flash, he rushed to the crack, unleashing a massive punch with a roar. The moment the punch was thrown, another of the 4 rotating star points on his forehead shattered. The 4th star point shattered, transforming into an unimaginably immense force that surged from his forehead down to his right arm, unleashing a punch that reached its peak. In an instant, borrowing the power of the shattered 2 star points, Luo Chen nearly reached the peak of his supernatural power from years ago. A sudden roar erupted, and as he threw the punch, 10 colossal elephant phantoms materialized, roaring and charging forward. Boom! In that moment, the void suddenly resounded with frenzied explosions. The sound was so intense that even Wang Lin felt pain in his ears. The void beneath his feet seemed to be swept away by a frenzied force. Looking down from above, the void within a radius of 100,000 miles appeared shattered, revealing fragments of constantly flashing net. Even the 7-colored streams of energy surrounding Wang Lin and Ching Shui's bodies dispersed in all directions. The crack devouring Wang Yue was instantly torn apart by a powerful punch. The 7-colored streams of energy dissipated slightly, and a blurry figure immediately emerged from the crack. In just half a moment, that figure appeared before the 3 of them. It was a very ordinary young man, but his eyes were as cold as ice. Especially noteworthy was the crescent moon mark on his forehead. He coldly swept his gaze over Wang Lin and Ching Shui. After receiving Luo Chen's peak punch, the man's expression remained cold. He swung his right hand forward and calmly said, 999 devouring formations of the Wind Realm, open. As soon as he spoke, a vortex appeared before the young man and quickly spun. This vortex was pitch black, like a huge mouth capable of devouring everything. After appearing, it suddenly stretched out wildly, and in an instant, this vortex completely devoured Luo Chen's punch. However, this vortex clearly couldn't neutralize Luo Chen's ancient god power. After devouring, the vortex continued to spin and then directly let out a series of deafening explosions, but it immediately shattered. The young man's expression changed instantly. He retreated a few steps, his hands forming a hand seal, and shouted, the 9th formation of the Wind Realm, the Heaven-Opening Formation, open. The moment these words were spoken, the young man bit his tongue and spat out a large mouthful of fresh blood. In the crack in front of him, streams of starlight immediately appeared and silently condensed, instantly transforming into a large hammer. As soon as this hammer condensed, a terrifying pressure capable of shaking heaven and earth immediately spread out, and layers of shattering suddenly appeared all around. This gigantic hammer flashed and shot directly towards Luo Chen, crashing down with a thunderous force against the power of his punch. Loud explosions suddenly resounded throughout the heavens and earth. The hammer shattered, and Luo Chen spat out a mouthful of fresh blood. He retreated a few steps before charging forward again. This time another ancient god star point on his forehead shattered. The third star point shattered, transforming into a frenzied force swirling around Luo Chen. His body instantly increased from 700 feet to 1,000 feet, becoming a true ancient god giant. Although his body was still far from reaching its peak level from years ago, it radiated an unimaginable power. Wang Lin's eyes flashed. If Luo Chen were to lose today, he himself would be in danger. At this moment, Wang Lin gritted his teeth and took a step forward. The power of the four-star ancient God King clan within his body surged wildly, and the god-slaying spear in his hand was thrown straight out without hesitation. His two thumbs and two index fingers touched together to form a rhombus, which he then pressed directly forward. The rhombus flashed with dazzling light and merged into the god-slaying spear. In an instant, it pierced through the crack and shot straight towards the young man. Qing Shui didn't stop either. He formed a hand seal, and 7 strands of the fox-shaped extreme realm appeared. They all merged into one and flashed forward at an extremely fast speed. Luo Chen roared, his 1,000-foot-tall body clenching his fist. At this moment, a calm and fearless expression appeared in his eyes as he unleashed another punch. The 3 of them simultaneously unleashed a peak-level attack, causing the young man's expression to become slightly panicked. In the instant his pupils contracted, a withered hand suddenly appeared on his shoulder, pulling him backward. A white-haired old man stepped out and stood before the young man. "Master," the young man had barely uttered when the old man roared, "Shut up! Who gave you permission to open the Seal Realm?" The moment he finished speaking, the old man raised his hands and continuously performed incantations, his eyes gleaming with a sharp light as he said in a deep voice, "The 9th formation. The spirit opening heavenly mansion." The moment the old man spoke, the entire void within a radius of tens of thousands, hundreds of thousands, even millions of miles suddenly filled with countless star-like points. The moment these points appeared, they shot out like arrows, frantically converging towards Wang Lin and the other 2. The speed of the star-like points was incredibly fast. This speed surpassed the limitations of the rules, even several times faster than the speed of a peak attack from Wang Lin and the other 2. The sky in the void seemed to be illuminated. A dark expanse was now covered with strands of starlight. Almost instantly, all the starlight condensed into a shape above the 3 of them. A gigantic battle axe, over 100 feet long, suddenly appeared. This axe was formed from starlight points, and a primordial aura erupted from within, creating immense pressure. As this pressure faded, the battle axe crashed down. It appeared before the old man and directly countered the combined attack of the 3 of them. Boom! A frenzied roar echoed, and Qing Shui spat out a mouthful of fresh blood, his body instantly sent flying. Wang Lin's entire body trembled, cracks appearing on his skin. The 4-star ancient god on his forehead quickly rotated, continuously neutralizing the unimaginable counterforce. Wang Lin was also pushed back. Luo Chen's body gradually shrank, the power generated by the shattering star points rapidly dissipating. At this moment, a look of sorrow appeared in his eyes as he looked at the heaven-opening axe and shouted, "Wang Lin, this also exists in your inheritance. This is a sacred artifact of the ancient god clan." The heaven-opening axe exploded with a loud bang, transforming into countless starlight particles that enveloped the cracks. The glittering nets that were shattering quickly restored themselves. The old man standing outside the net had strange glints in his eyes. He waved his hand and countless starlight particles flashed, transforming into 3 gigantic hands. One hand fiercely grabbed Wang Yue and dragged her into the net. Another hand reached out towards La Chen, who was now powerless to resist. A third hand, formed from starlight, shot straight towards Wang Lin. At this moment, La Chen's eyes revealed a resolute expression, as if he had made a firm decision. As the hand approached his body, he raised his right hand and swung a claw to his forehead, seizing his last 2 ancient god stars. La Chen gave a bitter smile and threw the star points towards Wang Lin. In his eyes, he looked at Wang Lin with an unprecedented tenderness, like an elder looking at his child. I have challenged your growth. Very outstanding. When I was young, I was not as excellent as you. After each child of the ancient god clan accepts the challenge of growth, they receive a gift. These two ancient stars are a gift from me, La Chen, to you. La Chen's voice revealed a sense of liberation and sorrow. He looked into the void, his body seized by the hand and thrown into the net. Ancient god, you defy heaven, but you cannot defy it. I, Luo Chen, am not an ancient god, but a lone god. Luo Chen's mournful voice echoed in the void and reached Wang Lin's ears. At that moment, Wang Lin's heart trembled, a vague sense of empathy rising within him. Throughout his life, Luo Chen had defied heaven, fearless of the universe, yet ultimately he could not reverse his fate. This fate was Wang Yue. Luo Chen was assimilated by Wang Yue, absorbing most of the ancient god's power, falling from the peak of 8-star to a state of infant. Nothing could change his destiny. He remained within Wang Yu's body for tens of thousands of years, ultimately falling into a tragic, unknown state. With the arrogance of an ancient god, this unyielding, mournful voice erupted with boundless sorrow. The ancient gods were a clan standing at the pinnacle of arrogance in the heavens and earth. Their pride wouldn't allow anyone to trample on them. Tut was like that, and Luo Chen was like that too. Wang Lin fell silent, an unspeakable sorrow surging in his heart. But at this moment, his eyes showed reverence. He respected the ancient god Luo Chen. At this moment, two ancient god star points roared in the void and shot towards him like arrows. They approached Wang Lin at an extremely fast speed. The moment he grasped the star points in his hand, the ancient god star immediately merged into his body. In an instant, an unimaginably powerful surge of ancient god power erupted within Wang Lin's body. This power was so immense that thunderous explosions resounded within Wang Lin's body. In just a moment, Wang Lin's body swelled several times its original size, reaching a height of 300 feet. Wang Lin's veins and arteries surged throughout his body, and excruciating pain radiated from within, as if a force was tearing him apart. Bearing the pain, Wang Lin charged forward, letting out a roar. This roar transformed into a deafening rumble, containing the power of the ancient god clan. This roar instantly halted the luminous hand hurtling towards Wang Lin. As the two ancient god stars merged, Wang Lin could clearly feel a whirlwind rising within him. A colossal ancient god force erupted from his body, merging into every part of him. This ancient god force was as concentrated as all the power his true form had absorbed over tens of thousands of years from countless planets. At this moment, under the impact of this force, Wang Lin's body felt as if it were on the verge of shattering. The feeling of being torn apart drove Wang Lin mad. A series of roars erupted, as if venting his pent-up excitement, yet concealing a ferocious ferocity. The starlight points on Wang Lin's forehead spun rapidly, their number almost invisible. He roared and lunged forward, unleashing a powerful punch. As soon as the punch was thrown, the void before him instantly constricted, as if everything was compressed, and then burst forth into a colossal whirlwind that swept across the heavens and earth. The hand of starlight in front of him was immediately struck by Wang Lin's roaring punch. A deafening explosion suddenly resounded as Wang Lin's fist and the hand of starlight collided head-on. Boom! 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 A series of explosions erupted as the two sides clashed, a frenzied force spreading out as if to destroy the heavens and earth. The hand of starlight was instantly pushed back. Wang Lin's body stiffened slightly, and he retreated a few steps, his eyes gradually becoming calm. At this moment, the pain in his body had subsided, replaced by a feeling of comfort. He clenched his fist as if grasping the entire world. Qing Shui wasn't affected by the hand of starlight, but his expression was extremely strange. He stared blankly at the two old and young figures standing within the nets, his eyes showing a dazed yet rebellious look. He seemed terrified, a throbbing pain surging through his head, as if a hidden layer of memory had inadvertently unlocked upon witnessing the scene before him. The nets flickered in the void, then quickly contracted and restored. Seeing all the seals about to be restored, the old man standing outside the net suddenly flashed with cold light. He stared intently at Wang Lin's colossal body, especially the four rapidly rotating star points on his forehead. A swirling vortex appeared before Wang Lin, points of starlight emanating from his body and converging within it, unleashing immense ancient god power. Particularly noteworthy was a black liquid within the vortex, appearing and disappearing intermittently. It's indeed an ancient god royal. The old man's eyes blazed with dazzling light. A 5-star ancient god royal is in an awakened state. Unexpectedly, there are still ancient god royals in the Wind Realm. If the Grand Venerable knew about this, it would surely cause a bloody conflict. Fortunately, he's still in an awakened state. If he fully awakened and reached 6 stars, even I would have to retreat when facing him. The old man took a deep breath, his eyes filled with intense greed. If I can absorb his ancient god royal power, I can secure a seat in the Grand Venerable's assembly. The crescent moon mark on the old man's forehead flashed. He gritted his teeth, his hands forming a hand seal. The crescent moon on his forehead flashed fiercely, directly transforming into a 10-foot-long crescent moon illusion before him. I am a member of the moon-devouring clan of the ancient immortal tribe. Today I have encountered the greatest opportunity of my life. No matter what, I cannot let him escape. The old man roared, the crescent moon mark before him flashing wildly. It shot forward at incredible speed. Just as the shimmering net in the void before him was about to completely close, the crescent moon mark suddenly shot out and instantly magnified in the void. Almost instantly, this mark had grown several hundred feet long, matching the size of Wang Lin's body. Moon immortal devouring god. The old man's eyes turned ferocious, veins bulging on his face and extending down to the crescent moon mark on his forehead. At this moment, he looked extremely ferocious. The moment the old man's words left his mouth, the crescent moon mark, which was hurtling towards Wang Lin, instantly became turbulent. It flashed with eerie light, transforming into a full moon that frantically devoured Wang Lin. An endless suction force emanated from the mark's enormous mouth. This force was incredibly bizarre, slowly transforming into countless tiny threads, seemingly attempting to penetrate Wang Lin's body. The crescent moon's speed was incredibly fast, almost instantly reaching Wang Lin and devouring him. It gave Wang Lin no chance to react. In that instant, as the endless suction force enveloped everything, the enormous mouth closed, directly swallowing Wang Lin. In the void, not a trace of Wang Lin remained, only the gigantic crescent moon mark. At this moment, the old man's face was extremely excited. The mark was flying backward like an arrow, wanting to take advantage of the moment before the net completely closed to launch itself inside. The old man laughed loudly, revealing his extreme excitement. He never expected that fate would give him such a great opportunity today. After devouring this ancient god royal family, I will have enough cultivation to participate in the Grand Venerable's summit. The old man laughed loudly, his body flashed, and he directly launched himself towards the shimmering net. He wanted to grab the crescent moon mark in his hand. In the old man's eyes, he envisioned how he would dominate the Grand Venerable's summit after devouring this ancient god royal family, and how he would lead his sect to the pinnacle of heaven and earth. But in this instant, the old man's expression changed drastically, his eyes revealing disbelief. All the illusions in his head vanished, and he stared straight ahead. At this moment, a surge of frenzied energy suddenly erupted from within the crescent moon mark, devouring Wang Lin. This energy was extremely intense, causing the mark to tremble violently. Before it even reached the net, a deafening roar resounded, and it suddenly shattered. The crescent moon mark was broken into countless small pieces, scattering in all directions. In an instant, the old man's face turned pale, and rumbling sounds emanated from his forehead. He spat out a mouthful of fresh blood, his eyes revealing an unprecedented look of terror and fear as he cried out, "Impossible!" In a flash, the crescent moon mark on the old man's forehead split in two, and his body was thrown backward. At this moment, the young man in black beside him was also stunned by the sudden and shocking turn of events. Even now, he couldn't understand why such terrifying things had happened. Within the net, amidst the fading crescent moon imprint, Wang Lin took a step forward and emerged. At this moment, the 5 ancient stars on Wang Lin's forehead were slowly rotating, the power of the 5-star ancient God King clan enveloping everything around him. However, this wasn't the reason the crescent moon imprint shattered, causing the old man to spit blood and suffer serious injuries. Instead, a black and white bead was hovering above Wang Lin's forehead. The heaven-defying bead. The moment Wang Lin was devoured by the crescent moon imprint, the heaven-defying bead within his body automatically activated. It broke free from Wang Lin's control and suddenly flew out from his forehead. The instant the heaven-defying bead appeared, a strange force erupted from it. The crescent moon imprint that had just devoured Wang Lin without any resistance exploded and shattered. In an instant, the swirling black and white energy around the heaven-defying pearl transformed into two streams of black and white energy, directly piercing through the shimmering net and hurtling towards the old man. The old man screamed, his face contorted with extreme fear. He seemed to recognize the heaven-defying pearl, his eyes filled with unimaginable terror as he looked at Wang Lin. You are. His soul was shaken, his mind reeling, and he immediately darted backward like an arrow. The terror in his eyes had reached its peak, but his speed was still too slow. The two streams of black and white energy directly penetrated the seal of the net without any resistance. The moment they passed through the wind boundary, the two streams of black and white energy swelled up, their speed increasing dramatically as they hurtled straight towards the old man. In the blink of an eye, as the two streams of black and white energy from the heaven-defying pearl pursued him, even if the old man used teleportation or merged with the heavens and earth, it would all be ineffective. The moment the two streams of black and white energy shot towards the old man, they immediately swirled around him. His body suddenly trembled violently, his eyes filled with terror. The pounding of his heart in his ears cut off all other sounds. The two streams of black and white energy swirled around, forming a vortex in front of the old man. A hand immediately emerged from the vortex and reached straight towards the old man's forehead, making a summoning gesture. The crescent moon mark on the old man's forehead, which had been broken in two, suddenly exploded with a loud bang and flew outwards. In the instant that the intertwined threads of blood were pulled apart, the old man let out an extremely mournful scream, his body trembling, sweat pouring all over him, and veins bulging as if about to burst. Lord of the Wind Realm, spare my life! Despair flickered in the old man's eyes as he uttered these mournful words, his gaze fixed on Wang Lin outside the net. But everything, even the shock to Wang Lin's mind, was beyond his control, let alone preventing the actions of the heaven-defying pearl. Seeing Wang Lin fail to stop the heaven-defying pearl, the old man let out a bitter laugh, the crescent moon mark on his forehead completely dissipating. It pulled with it many bloodstains, which were then slowly retracted by the hand within the vortex. A large stream of blood spurted from the old man's forehead. His body immediately slumped, his eyes dimmed, and he was thrown backward as if struck by an extremely powerful force. The young man became extremely frightened, especially when he met Wang Lin's gaze. The coldness in his eyes instantly shattered, leaving only endless fear and a feeling of avoidance, unwilling to directly confront him. His body flashed, and he embraced the old man. The old man's eyes showed a struggle, ignoring the blood still flowing from his forehead, and hurriedly said, "Retreat quickly." The young man didn't waste any words. He embraced the old man and quickly retreated. The vortex formed by the two streams of black and white energy quickly rotated and dissipated. At this moment, it transformed back into two streams of black and white energy, passing through the now completely closed net and merging into the heaven-defying pearl, disappearing. The heaven-defying pearl slowly floated towards Wang Lin, hovering motionless before him. At this moment, the shimmering net surrounding them was gradually enveloped in nothingness and vanished, leaving only an endless blackness. Wang Yue and Luo Chen, separated by the net, were forever lost in the void. Then three stared blankly at everything that was happening. At this moment, most of his immortal essence had been sealed by the strange force here. He looked at Wang Lin, his hazy eyes gradually becoming serious. Wang Lin's mind was shaken, no less so than the old man who had lost his ancient mark. At this moment, he looked at the heaven-defying pearl in front of him. The arm that had been in the vortex earlier was also very familiar to him. He had seen it before when the heaven-defying pearl first opened. Wang Lin fell silent, carefully raising his right hand and placing it on the pearl. In an instant, the heaven-defying pearl merged into Wang Lin's right hand, entering his primordial spirit and disappearing. In the ancient times, there existed ancient people. They cultivated heaven and earth, belonging to the immortal rank. Achieving the ancient immortal realm. The ancient immortal realm is the sacred land of my immortal world, the true immortal world. Danthai seemed to be talking to himself, his voice very soft, a hint of sorrow in his eyes. Master Bai Fan was from ancient times, after achieving enlightenment for the immortal realm. He immersed himself in the mortal world to enlighten the people. Master once said that the ancient immortal realm had the task of protecting the countless souls in this world. As long as the immortal realm existed, heaven and earth would remain. If the immortal realm perished, all souls would perish. He thought the ancient immortal realm could exist forever. But one day the four great pillars supporting the ancient immortal realm in the east, west, south, and north suddenly shattered. The ancient immortal realm disappeared without a trace. Even Master spent his entire life searching, but he couldn't find any trace of the ancient immortal realm. The ancient immortal realm vanished. The ancient era also shattered, replaced by the prehistoric era. This caused all living beings in the world to become bewildered. If even immortals were gone, how could one cultivate immortality? Then came the Czech cultivators. Qing Shui. I am one of those Czech cultivators, formerly the crown prince of Qing Shui Kingdom. But although the immortal realm no longer exists, my master Bai Fan and many others were once from the immortal realm. They opened up the heavens and earth, connecting the four ancient paths to the immortal realm, creating a territory called the immortal world. The four great immortal worlds of wind, rain, thunder, and lightning divided the void today into four parts. The wind realm is the cloud sea, the rain realm is Kangsu, the thunder realm is Luotia, and the lightning realm is Jiahe. The rain immortal world is the Kangsu star domain, which was eventually renamed and called the Alliance by the world. Now, who knows that this place was once called Kangsu? Qing Shui sighed, his gaze fixed on the void as if seeing the thunder realm of yesteryear. His eyes revealed intense memories. In the thunder realm, I met her. Wang Lin fell silent, his body gradually shrinking, rumbling sounds emanating from within. Before long, his 300-foot-tall body slowly shrunk to the size of an ordinary person. 5 ancient god star points circled around Wang Lin's forehead, slowly rotating and emitting fierce ancient god auras. At this moment, Wang Lin's true form possessed the power of a 5-star ancient god. He had joined the ranks of the strongest. If a 5-star ancient god of the royal clan unleashed their divine abilities, they could fight a battle against a cultivator in the early stages of the Nirvana realm. If he returned to the starry sky, the sealed primal energy within Wang Lin's body would be released, and after its fusion, virtually no one in the early stages of the Nirvana realm could defeat him. Wang Lin clenched his fist, feeling for the first time how powerful he had become. His expression remained unchanged, calmly looking at Qing Shui, not saying a word from beginning to end. Qing Shui's gaze softened, but this softness was immediately replaced by anguish. He would never forget how, years ago, in a fit of madness and disorientation, he had killed his own life partner. This pain gnawed at Qing Shui's heart, relentlessly devouring him. Even the most indelible words couldn't fully express it. Ancient times were the most prosperous era for our immortals. I still remember it clearly, but this prosperity didn't last long. The 4 great immortal realms waged a life and death war over a single object. The pain was hidden deep within Qing Shui's eyes. It was his pain, one he couldn't forget even in his meditative state, a pain beyond description. This great war dragged on for a very long time, so in the end, the 4 great immortal realms suffered immense damage. Finally, when the war reached its climax, a figure emerged from the void. According to Master Bai Fan's recollections, this person was an old acquaintance who disappeared when the ancient immortal realm collapsed. This person appeared to stop the war, carrying orders from the ancient immortal realm to create a barrier between the 4 great immortal realms, cutting off their interaction. He said that if this wall were opened, the ancient immortal realm would unleash its wrath, burning everything to ashes. Qing Shui's voice echoed, and Wang Lin listened silently. The connection between the 4 great immortal realms has been severed, and the war will immediately end. I don't know the origin of the war, or what everyone wants to seize, but I understand it's a pearl. Qing Shui looked at Wang Lin. Wang Lin's expression remained unchanged, but his mind was shaken. If I obtain that pearl, I will definitely hide it carefully, absolutely not simply reveal it, and certainly not let anyone see it. It's truly too important. Fanfai seemed to be talking to himself, then sighed softly. The war of the 4 great immortal realms can be said to have annihilated many immortals, both physically and spiritually. Even wind, rain, thunder, and lightning are in an extremely weak state. But during this period, an earth-shattering event occurred. A group of strange individuals calling themselves the Rune Tribe, seemingly appearing out of nowhere within the 4 great immortal realms, wield incredibly bizarre and completely different divine abilities from immortals. We immortals don't cultivate the heavenly Tao, only immortal essence, yet we use the power to reverse the heavens and earth. but all the divine abilities of the rune tribe are condensed onto a mark, like a magical artifact, which they use to unleash their power. This great battle was extremely fierce, although our immortals ultimately won, defeating these demon tribes and enslaving them as their servants. The four great immortal realms suffered even more severe damage finally. After investigation, it was discovered that these demon tribes emerged from the void beneath the starry sky. This is the place. Qingshui pointed a finger downwards. Wang Lin took a deep breath, his eyes gleaming. He had encountered the immortal tribe many times, but he never expected them to emerge from the void. Wang Lin recalled the two old and young people from before, and a thought suddenly flashed through his mind. This void isn't just within the Star Alliance, but encompasses all the star domains in the four great immortal realms. Qingshui sighed, muttering, "After fighting the demon tribes, I showed signs of going mad. But at that time, I didn't take it seriously. You probably already know what happened afterward from Yan Lazy." Wang Lin fell silent for a moment, looking at Qingshui. After a long while, he slowly said, "Senior brother, the old man just now said that he was from the ancient immortal clan of the moon-devouring tribe." A look of bewilderment appeared in Qingshui's eyes as he softly said, "This is also what puzzles me. I've never heard of the ancient immortal clan. If that's the case, then were the people of the Talisman clan from back then also part of that old man, also from the ancient immortal clan?" The bewilderment in Qingshui's eyes deepened. "But I find it very strange. Why at the moment the seven-colored energy appeared, did I experience an illusion? I heard my master from back then frantically pointing to the sky before dying. My master, what exactly did he see?" Wang Lin became pensive. A colossal secret seemed to linger, hidden within the thick fog, its true nature unclear. In this void, both Wang Lin and Qingshui fell silent. The immortal essence within Qingshui's body was finally completely sealed and gradually weakened. By the third day, he had lost his ability to fly. Wang Lin supported Qingshui and continuously advanced towards the void ahead. The immortal realm fragment that Yanlazi had given him was slowly moving outside Wang Lin's body, emitting gentle rays of light. It seemed to have a connection, a link to the outside world, leading the way. Wang Lin supported Qingshui and followed behind the immortal realm fragment. By the ninth day, Qingshui's entire body had become extremely weak. He looked at the void ahead and the floating immortal realm fragment and softly said, "After I take the memories from the Zhuanbao's primordial spirit, you should keep it. The primordial spirit contains immortal essence, which will be of great use to you. Your personality is very similar to mine in the past. I hope you will cherish what you have, because I no longer have the right to leave you anything valuable." Qingshui looked at Wang Lin as if she were looking at herself in the past. Just as cold, just as deadly, just as lonely. One day, the fragment of the immortal realm in front suddenly shimmered with golden light and then stopped. A vortex appeared where the golden light swirled. Within the vortex was an altar, on which many cultivators sat cross-legged in meditation, the sounds of incantations echoing all around. Yanlazi smiled among the cultivators, his voice immediately ringing out, "Welcome back." In the vast sky, shimmering clouds appeared, their colors and forms seemingly endless in the distance. While appearing tranquil, their subtle changes were imperceptible to the naked eye. The bright clouds, in particular, varied in shape, creating a dazzling spectacle. One day, a rainbow streaked through the clouds. Its speed wasn't fast, but as it entered, the seemingly still clouds stirred and parted. What was unusual was that the person within the rainbow wasn't using any magical artifacts like the star compass. They were propelling themselves forward using only their body. This person, dressed entirely in blue, appeared to be around 30 years old, with an unremarkable appearance, except perhaps for an indescribable air of melancholy. It was as if this person's body had endured much suffering, traversed many planets, and endured millennia. Along the way, Wang Lin hadn't yet used his divine ability to merge with heaven and earth, but instead continued his journey through the air normally. 4 days had passed since Wang Lin returned from the void. 4 days ago, with the help of Yan Lazi, Wang Lin and Qingshui opened a path back to the starry sky and emerged from the void. Wang Lin didn't say much about what happened in the void. He also didn't mention much about where Yi Muzi, Wu Baishan, and Wang Yue were now. Yan Lazi didn't ask many questions about these matters either, but when Wang Yue was mentioned, he frowned. Wang Lin didn't stay with Yan Lazi for too long, then, citing personal matters, he bowed and left. Yan Lazy remained silent for a long time before not trying to stop him. Although Yan Lazy's cultivation level prevented him from clearly seeing Wang Lin's ancient god body, he detected an immense aura emanating from Wang Lin that terrified him. Although this aura was still quite weak, it was feared that it would later reach an extremely terrifying level. After returning to the starry sky, the seal automatically opened and Qing Shui's cultivation was restored. After all, the immortal essence in his body hadn't truly dissipated, it was only suppressed by the seal. After restoring his cultivation, Qing Shui didn't linger long with Yan Lazy. He turned and disappeared into the starry sky, his whereabouts unknown. On the surface, it seemed that the two had left separately without any apparent connection. But Wang Lin knew that Qing Shui would definitely return to find him. After all, Qing Shui hadn't yet obtained the memories of Yuanbao Shangren's primordial spirit. As he recalled the events that occurred in the void, Wang Lin felt a sense of profound emotion while flying through the starry sky. Whether it was the story of Luo Chen's life, the flickering net outside the Wind Realm, or the mysteries of the immortal realm, everything felt very new to Wang Lin. What shocked him the most was the heaven-defying pearl. Wang Lin never imagined that many years ago, the heaven-defying pearl had caused such a terrifying battle in the four great immortal realms. The war in the four great immortal realms back then must have been far more intense than the war between Luo Che and the Alliance Wang Lin sighed, soaring through a dazzling cloud. He looked at the sky ahead and suddenly stopped. A moment later, ripples appeared in the air where Wang Lin was looking. Qing Shui stepped forward, his eyes showing admiration as he looked at Wang Lin. Senior brother has arrived. Wang Lin's expression remained calm as he smiled. Now you can roam freely throughout the star domain. I can finally rest assured. Qing Shui took half a step forward and stood beside Wang Lin. Wang Lin immediately detected a strong, pungent scent of blood on Qing Shui. Wang Lin vaguely sensed that Qing Shui's cultivation had increased significantly compared to 4 days ago. On the way, I heard many people discussing you. I will definitely kill those hidden, skilled cultivators of the Alliance, Qing Shui spoke simply. But Wang Lin knew that this killing spree was absolutely not insignificant. Indeed, the killing domain of the Cultivation Alliance continued its pursuit of the high-grade Thunder Immortal Sumu. Although Wang Lin entered the void, they still lingered around him, but they didn't disperse. Instead, they split into 2 groups closely following Luo Che. However, the killing domain wasn't as fortunate as before. One group of cultivators encountered the murderous Qing Shui, and a massacre immediately ensued. All the cultivators in that group were wiped out. Even their leader was devoured by Qing Shui. Wang Lin patted his storage bag, and the primordial spirit of the Zhuanbao immediately flew out. Wang Lin threw it towards Qing Shui. Then 3 seized the opportunity, and without hesitation, directly pressed his right hand onto the celestial spirit of Zhuanbao's primordial essence. The immortal energy within Thin Thi's body circulated, and in an instant, Zhuanbao snapped out of his coma. He let out agonizing screams, his entire body convulsing. Thin Thi's expression turned grim, and he closed his eyes. After a long while, when he opened them again, a cloud of mist hung over his face. He swung his hand and threw Zhuanbao's primordial essence towards Wang Lin. Wang Lin said nothing, but reached out and received Zhuanbao's primordial essence. Now, this person's primordial essence had lost all its sentience, completely transforming into a vessel for transporting immortal energy. Zhuanbao, once a dignified immortal and the junior disciple of Jiabao Shangren, has now met this fate. It can only be said that in this cruel cultivation world, whether immortal or cultivator, even the slightest mistake can lead to serious harm. To be an exception, one must become the strongest. Wang Lin retracted his primordial spirit into his storage bag, looking at Qing Shui, who had now regained his composure. However, Qing Shui's eyes still held a fierce glint, perhaps having found a clue within Zhuanbao's primordial spirit. Sumu, I want to go to the Killing Domain Cultivation Alliance to retrieve something. Would you like to accompany me? Qing Shui looked at Wang Lin and slowly said. Wang Lin became slightly pensive, saying, Senior brother, can you wait for me for 10 days? Qing Shui nodded and said in a low voice, okay, I'll come find you in 10 days. After saying this, Qing Shui didn't say anything more, but took a step into the void and disappeared. In the blink of an eye, as Qing Shui vanished, a surge of overwhelming killing intent suddenly flashed. Wang Lin sighed inwardly, knowing that Qing Shui must have discovered something within the Zhuanbao's primordial spirit. After a moment of silence, Wang Lin turned and took a step forward. Ripples appeared beneath his feet as he merged into the heavens and earth and disappeared. He needed 10 days for 2 reasons. To the north of the Star Alliance, there was a cultivation planet. This planet was far from the battlefield from days ago, so it hadn't been affected by the war yet. From afar, the spiritual energy on this planet was extremely abundant, its surface covered in green, a cultivation planet with many dense forests. This planet was the 7th level Fengxi star. Around this planet were 3 smaller planets, which were its sub-planets. This 7th level cultivation planet had a beautiful name, Dark Moon. Dark Moon Star was mostly covered in dense forests, with scattered villages of mortals, and many cultivation sects perched on the large mountains. A mountain to the south, known locally as Tiashan, is incredibly high. From its base, one can only see swirling mist, as if it pierces the heavens. A winding stone path stretches from the summit down to the base, much of it hidden within the clouds. Anyone who comes here feels as if they have entered a dreamlike, ethereal realm. Every morning, the sound of bells from the mountaintop echoes in all directions. Numerous beautiful birds, their forms resembling shadows, fly through the clouds and circle around Tiashan, occasionally letting out melodious songs that blend with the bells. The atmosphere is like a tranquil painting, a celestial paradise. Boom, boom, boom. The sound of bells echoed from the mountaintop, the clouds swirling around the peak slowly dissipating, bringing a sense of peace to all who heard them. Below the mountain lay a small village of mortals, not large, with only about 100 households. Various apricot trees were planted all around, their branches laden with blossoms, a gentle breeze carrying a faint fragrance that enveloped everything. The scent of apricot blossoms evoked a feeling of ethereal serenity. The bells seemed to push back the night. In the early morning, as the bells rang, the smoke from cooking fires and the barking of dogs also echoed. The swirling smoke seemed to dispel the lingering darkness. From afar, all these sounds contained a certain artistic essence. Wang Lin silently stood in the distance, gazing at the small village before him. In this scene, the movement was the rising smoke from the kitchen fires and the gentle swaying of the apricot trees in the breeze, while the stillness was the old houses hidden beneath the trees. All the movement and stillness revealed the leisurely and busy lives of people. Movement and stillness often unintentionally combined, giving Wang Lin memories that were both familiar and strange. His memories were not of the small village before him, but of his childhood on Vermilion Bird Island. While Wang Lin was lost in thought, the sounds of children's songs drifted from afar, accompanied by the echoing sounds of bells, as if trying to shatter the quiet morning air. Apricot blossoms bloom white in front of the house. Don't let a child meet a Taoist priest. Last year, the second son went to the mountain. The first son will become a ghost the following year. The daughter cries and mourns for the dead. We must quickly place the coffin in the middle of the house. Apricot blossoms bloom white all over the courtyard. Children should not meet a Taoist priest. They will ask how old I am. They will say there is no Taoist connection. A dog barks, a cat claws. It scares the Taoist priest back to his old age. Poem translation. Nasta forever the sounds of children reached Wang Lin's ears, the clear singing and the sound of bells getting closer and closer. A young boy in a short cloth shirt was riding on the back of a buffalo, slowly making his way along the path towards the village. 2 strings were threaded through the buffalo's nostrils, each with a bell. As the buffalo walked, the bells jingled continuously, and behind the buffalo were several small calves. The boy saw Wang Lin and continued singing, urging the buffalo closer. As the buffalo passed by Wang Lin, the little boy tilted his head, looking at him with his big, round eyes, and said in a clear voice, "Uncle, are you lost here?" Wang Lin smiled and nodded, saying, "Where is this place?" The little boy smiled, pointed a finger forward, and said in a childish voice, "This is Xinghua village." After saying that, he continued riding on the ox's back towards the village, the sound of children's songs echoing in the distance. Wang Lin sighed. The children's song stirred up an indescribable pang of sorrow in him. He muttered, "Dark Moon Star, a small village beneath the heavenly mountains. This is it." In Wang Lin's ears, the faint sound of his deceased friend's dying cries still echoed, a call from his homeland. "Please take my remains back to Dark Moon Star in the Star Alliance. There is a place there called the Heavenly Mountains." I still remember there's a small village at the foot of the mountain. Take my bones there. A few miles after Xinghua village, there was a desolate area overgrown with weeds, where graves were intertwined. Wang Lin's figure appeared there. He gazed at the graves before him, remaining silent for a long time, then patted his storage bag. A small jade bottle appeared in Wang Lin's hand. He took it, sighed softly, and muttered, "Sun Tai, our grievances are settled. I once agreed to bring your ashes back to your hometown. Today, I have fulfilled that promise." After Wang Lin finished speaking, the small bottle automatically flew out of his hand and landed on a patch of empty ground not far away. After the jade bottle merged into the ground, a mound of earth slowly piled up. Wang Lin raised his right hand and with 2 fingers, he drew in the air. Streams of starlight flashed, and a tombstone appeared on the grave. On the tombstone were written a few small characters in a flowing, elegant style. The tomb of Sun Tai. For us cultivators, hundreds and thousands of years pass in the blink of an eye. Few relatives remain. Even if some do, it's only a vague sense of blood kinship. Once you embark on the path of cultivation, life and death are unpredictable, and a lifetime is inevitably filled with hardship. Walking the path of immortality, you can't even look back to see the lights, and ahead you're shrouded in mist. Wang Lin sighed as he gazed at Sun Tai's grave, his eyes filled with emotion. Today you die far from home, and I will bring your ashes back to your hometown. If one day I, Wang Lin, die, I wonder who will bring my ashes back to Zhuge. Wang Lin fell silent, then turned and walked away. This is all karma. Wang Lin continued walking, slowly moving forward until he gradually disappeared into the distance. But the nursery rhyme still echoed in his ears, lingering in his heart for a long time. White apricot blossoms bloom before the house, cultivating the Tao, cultivating the Tao. Mortals aspire to become immortals, to walk the path of immortals. But little do they know that among those progressing on this path, many yearn for a normal life like other mortals. How many people like Sun Tai have to die in foreign lands, their ashes scattered by the wind, unable to find their way back home? There are so many parents and relatives who never see their children return until their death. But I wonder if, given the choice again, if they could start over, would those practicing the Tao still take even half a step forward with the same unwavering determination as before? This nursery rhyme resonates with the bitterness and messages of countless generations, sung by a young boy. Outsiders may not understand, but those who cultivate the Tao feel a pang of sorrow. The name of this nursery rhyme will surely be not cultivating the Tao at this moment. Wang Lin's figure was no longer visible in the heavens and earth. His entire being had merged into nothingness and vanished. But Wang Lin's emotions and insights from the nursery rhyme would forever remain in the heavens and earth. Wang Lin took a step in the sky and soared straight ahead. At this moment, he was filled with many emotions. Although this was only a short time, it brought him feelings that were difficult to let go of. The west and north of the alliance had become a truce zone for the Luocha cultivators, and closest to the former battlefield was a cultivation planet. This planet remained intact from the previous war. Although the spiritual energy on the planet was no longer abundant, this matter did not concern Li Yunzi. Li Yunzi sat cross-legged on a mountaintop on this planet. Beside him sat a young man with a somber expression. Although also seated cross-legged, his gaze was fixed on the distance, as if waiting for something. If Wang Lin were present, he would undoubtedly recognize this young man as Su Ting, who was thought to have died in the great battle before. 13 blood spheres hovered in the sky surrounding Li Yanzi. These blood spheres were the remnants of the Luo Fu from the past. There weren't many Luocha cultivators on this cultivation planet, only a handful. A person of Li Yanzi's status had to remain here to coordinate with the 13 blood spheres to guard against another attack from the Cultivation Alliance on the front lines. Li Yanzi used his divine consciousness to infuse the 13 blood spheres, which greatly enhanced his consciousness to an unimaginable degree. Therefore, all movements within a vast area of the sky could not escape his notice. Wang Lin emerged amidst the surging waves. He had come to this planet to find Li Yanzi, the second thing he wanted to do after returning from the void. Before Wang Lin entered the void, a divine thought had been transmitted to his ear. The sender was Li Yunzi. Li Yunzi was sitting cross-legged on the mountaintop of the cultivation planet. At this moment, he slowly opened his eyes. In an instant, the 13 blood spheres surrounding his body trembled, and 13 red eyes appeared on each sphere. All eyes were fixed on one direction, and a colossal pressure condensed into a divine technique capable of causing the sky to collapse. A smile appeared on Lai Yunzi's lips as he slowly said, "You've arrived." With his cultivation level, he naturally noticed the slight change in Wang Lin, but he couldn't see through everything. After all, he was not as powerful as Yan Lizi, so he couldn't see through it completely. A cold glint flashed in Su Ting's eyes. He snorted coldly, not bothering to conceal the surging killing intent. He stared intently at Wang Lin's figure, which was gradually emerging. Wang Lin appeared at the point where the 13 red eyes converged. His expression remained unchanged, as if he didn't sense the immense pressure all around him. He didn't even bother to look at Su Ting, who was erupting with killing intent, but instead bowed to Lai Yunzi, saying, "Sumu greets Senior Lai Yunzi." Lai Yunzi raised his right hand, and the red eyes on the 13 blood spheres flickered and then disappeared, their strange power vanishing. Wang Lin's expression remained unchanged from beginning to end. He took a step forward and stood on the mountaintop, facing Su Ting. "Sumu, you," Su Ting whispered. Silence. Wang Lin coldly stared at Su Ting, his gaze like a sharp sword piercing directly into the latter's eyes. Su Ting felt a loud bang in his head, his expression changed drastically, his mind reeled, and his entire body suddenly went limp. It seemed Wang Lin's words contained the will of heaven and earth. Not only did his blood reverse, but the immortal essence within his body felt like it was about to shatter. Thump, thump, thump in an instant. All other sounds were cut off in Su Ting's ears. He could only hear his heart pounding wildly, sweat pouring down like rain. For Su Ting, Wang Lin had just made him feel like he was facing a family elder. He couldn't muster even a shred of resistance. What terrified him even more was the sudden silence. A colossal aura, far more intense than the divine power itself, surged forth, causing his body to tremble uncontrollably. It was as if he were standing at the feet of a giant, a single roar from whom his entire body and soul could be shattered. Su Ting spat out a mouthful of fresh blood, his eyes filled with terror. He recoiled, staring blankly at Wang Lin. His mind went blank. He couldn't understand why things had turned out this way suddenly. A glint of light flashed in Lai Yunzi's eyes. He let out a sigh and looked at Wang Lin, his gaze filled with solemnity. Wang Lin ignored Su Ting, clasped his hands towards Lai Yunzi, and calmly said, "I wonder what instructions Senior has for me." Wang Lin's voice was calm, but Lai Yunzi's expression only grew more serious. At this moment, the old man's gaze towards Wang Lin was vastly different from before, no longer the look he had given to ordinary juniors. This was the effect Wang Lin desired, to stir up trouble and scare the tiger. With his keen perception, how could he not understand what Lai Yunzi wanted to do? He didn't have the qualifications back then, but now he did. Back then, when I was granted immortality, I showed you the war character scroll, a crucial treasure of the war family, and I also promised to show you the second blessing. Today, I summoned you and Su Ting here to let you both see it. After saying this, Lai Yunzi swung his right hand, creating a claw-like gesture in the air. A rustling sound immediately echoed before him, and a crack appeared. A stream of black light flew out from the crack, and a black painting, enveloped in black light, flew from the crack to Lai Yunzi's left hand. The painting silently hovered in front of him, remaining motionless. "This is the second blessing in our War Clan's 3 Blessings War Scroll." Lai Yunzi pushed his left hand forward, his eyes shining like torches as he looked at Wang Lin, a look of anticipation in them. Wang Lin raised his right hand and grabbed the war scroll. He didn't open it immediately, but smiled slightly, looked up at Lai Yunzi, and said in a low voice, "Senior Lai Yunzi, I can't see the second blessing clearly." Lai Yunzi looked at Wang Lin, his expression gradually becoming somber. But in his mind, Wang Lin's soft shout echoed. He pondered for a long time, then burst into laughter, saying, "Good. Sumu, you are very courageous and insightful. What do you want? Just say it." Wang Lin pointed to the 13 Luofu blood spheres floating in the sky and calmly said, "When viewing the second blessing, I want a Luofu." Lai Yunzi fell silent, his expression a mixture of a smile and a frown, and said, "Can you use this magical artifact?" Wang Lin smiled slightly, not answering the question directly, but calmly said, "Before I came here, I made an appointment with my senior brother. He will come to find me in a few days to do something." Lai Yunzi looked deeply at Wang Lin, then laughed heartily, saying, "I'll give it to you." After saying that, he swung his right hand, forming a claw in the air. A blood sphere immediately fell, quickly shrinking to the size of a fist before being thrown towards Wang Lin. Wang Lin carefully caught the blood sphere, examined it, and placed it in his storage bag. "Now you can see it," Lai Yunzi said in a low voice. "If the inferior Thunder Immortal Su Ting is prepared to receive this good fortune with me, then perhaps it's all right to let Su Ting see it first." After all, he saw the first blessing painting first back then. Wang Lin threw the painting in his hand towards Su Ting. At this moment, Su Ting's mind was still reeling from the shock. He was stunned and instinctively grabbed the painting. The moment Su Ting opened the painting, a thunderous roar suddenly erupted from within. A surge of intense battle intent erupted into the air and shot straight towards Su Ting. Su Ting's body trembled. He felt a whirlwind slamming against his face, as if an ancient beast, sealed within the painting, had now been unleashed. This beast radiated ferocious flames that filled the sky, concealing its anger for countless millennia. In an instant, everything was unleashed, as if wanting to devour everything. Lai Yunzi's expression revealed an unreadable tension. For someone of his cultivation and age, this kind of anxiety was truly rare. He knew how many exceptionally talented individuals in his family over the years had been able to examine the first blessing painting, but upon holding the second blessing painting, before even fully opening it, they were struck by an unimaginable surge of battle intent. At best, they would suffer serious injuries or be crippled. At worst, they would be utterly annihilated. Wang Lin's expression remained unchanged as he coldly stared at Su Ting. Su Ting's ears trembled even more violently. The painting, only partially revealed, was engulfed in a fierce, ferocious flame that intensified many times over. He even had the illusion that he held an ancient beast in his hands, and that if he were to open the remaining seal now, it would unleash itself to devour him. Time slowly passed, and the painting in Su Ting's hand trembled more and more violently. His clothes were drenched in sweat, and his face grew paler. At this point, when Su Ting had opened for parts of the second blessing of the war scroll, the battle intent emanating from the painting was overwhelming and intensely powerful. A whirlwind suddenly appeared and swept across in all directions, accompanied by deafening explosions. Streams of black light flashed wildly within the painting, almost completely enveloping Su Ting. Su Ting's mind trembled, but an indomitable will surged within him. At this moment, he gritted his teeth and roared, all the immortal energy in his body instantly circulating. He fiercely pulled with both hands, and a loud bang resounded. Su Ting had directly opened 7/10 of the painting. Lai Yunzi stood up straight, his eyes blazing with unimaginable joy. The moment the painting was 7/10 open, a sudden roar erupted, and a large amount of black mist suddenly poured out from within. The black mist transformed into a gigantic beast that lunged straight towards Su Ting, intending to devour him. Endure, Lai Yunzi's eyes showed anticipation. The moment the gigantic beast lunged to devour him, Su Ting's body suddenly flickered, and he spat out a mouthful of fresh blood. His body fell to the ground, a series of loud explosions resounding as blood gushed from him. Su Ting let out a bitter laugh, and with a loud bang, his body was flung 10 meters away. The war character scroll immediately closed, remaining motionless in the air as if nothing had happened. Lai Yunzi sighed inwardly. Su Ting had managed to open 7 parts of it, although he couldn't withstand the spirit beasts formed from battle intent. Among those who had tried to open the second war character scroll over the years, he was still quite outstanding. Lai Yunzi raised his right hand, and the scroll flew towards Wang Lin. At this moment, his expression turned gloomy, and he said, "Sumu, it's your turn." Wang Lin's expression remained unchanged. He caught the scroll and looked at Lai Yunzi. He and the other party were strangers, and he had previously suspected that Lai Yunzi letting him examine the second scroll was not for simple reasons. Now, seeing Su Ting's miserable state, Wang Lin's suspicions were further confirmed. But the important thing was that Wang Lin had clearly sensed a surge of the primordial essence that Su Ting had harvested years ago when he saw the first Thunder the Battle Scroll, which had been absorbed when the beast lunged to devour it. This battle scroll is quite interesting. A smile appeared on Wang Lin's lips as he took the battle scroll. Wang Lin opened his hands. A loud bang resounded as Wang Lin opened the battle scroll, creating a gap, and a fierce ancient flame suddenly erupted. It directly shot towards Wang Lin as if to devour him. Lai Yunzi stared at Wang Lin. In fact, he had initially held him in high regard, but his expectations weren't very high. Wang Lin wasn't the first person from another race to receive Lai Yunzi's permission to examine the battle scroll. But after many years, those others had only managed to open it halfway, none of them able to open it completely. But the recent events had greatly altered Lai Yunzi's perception of Wang Lin. Someone who could negotiate with him, someone who could use the power of Qing Shui to suppress him, was clearly no ordinary person. But how many people in the cultivation world could seize such an opportunity? More importantly, how many in the cultivation world dared to stand before him and do so? Compared to Su Ting, Lai Yunzi was even more eager to see Wang Lin's reaction. When the ferocious ancient flame shot towards him, Wang Lin's expression remained unchanged. This flame seemed to lack the power of his ancient god, like a small beast standing before him. No matter how much it roared, it remained weak. Wang Lin calmly unfolded the painting, and the flame grew stronger, emitting increasingly furious roars before transforming into a whirlwind that swept towards Wang Lin. But this wind could not knock down his immobile body. The pupils in Lai Yunzi's eyes suddenly contracted, a sharp glint shooting out as he stared intently at Wang Lin. At this moment, more than half of Su Ting's immortal essence had shattered, and he was standing 10 meters away. He was looking at Wang Lin, his eyes filled with complex emotions and boundless hatred. Wang Lin's movements were not quick. After opening the painting 3/4, he snorted coldly but wasted no time, decisively expanding it with force. A loud bang resounded, and Wang Lin directly opened the painting 7/4. In an instant, the giant beast that had just devoured Su Ting roared earth-shatteringly and materialized. It furiously charged straight towards Wang Lin, intending to devour him. Wang Lin's eyes flashed with cold light as he stared at the giant beast charging towards him and shouted, "You wicked beast! You dare!" A roar like a thunderclap resounded, echoing throughout the cultivation planet. Even the mountain peak beneath Wang Lin's feet rumbled and suddenly showed signs of collapse. In an instant, the ground all around seemed to be trampled by an earth dragon, and huge cracks suddenly appeared. If he had encountered a powerful cultivator, Wang Lin wouldn't have been very strong. But at this moment, it was merely an ancient spirit beast. It couldn't possibly shake Wang Lin's mind because he was an ancient god. And Wang Lin wasn't just an ordinary ancient god, but a 5-star ancient god of the royal clan. With another roar, the beast let out a mournful cry. Its body, which was charging straight towards Wang Lin, suddenly stopped. Extreme fear was evident in the beast's eyes. It had just emerged from the painting, but was immediately frightened back by Wang Lin's words. In that instant, the beast clearly sensed a terrifying aura emanating from the cultivator before it. This aura had long been vividly etched in its memory, an existence it dared not provoke. This unbelievable situation caused Lai Yunzi's eyes to widen in disbelief. Even with his cultivation level, he was stunned, the ecstatic aura in his mind instantly intensifying. I never imagined a Sumu could make a spirit beast tremble with fear. For many years, only one person in our Zan family has been able to do this, and that was the ancestor of the War Star. At this moment, Lai Yunzi seemed to forget everything else, staring intently at Wang Lin. Su Ting clenched his fists, but the shock in his eyes was extremely intense. Wang Lin didn't hesitate. He let out a soft shout and forcefully pulled his hands apart. The painting was completely revealed before him. The painting depicted the character War in a style resembling a flying dragon and dancing phoenix, as if it wanted to leap out of the painting itself, a truly awe-inspiring sight. A wave of desolate energy erupted from the character, and at that moment, a reverse image of the character flashed in Wang Lin's pupils. In an instant, Wang Lin's eyes suddenly erupted with thunderous roars before he was plunged into an extremely bizarre vision. In an endless expanse of starry sky, an old man in white robes sat cross-legged, his right hand continuously drawing the character War in the void with his fingers. 30,000 years ago, I reached the void realm, cultivating myself to this level, but throughout my life, I left no successors. Therefore, I placed everything on the word war. Before this boundary is broken, to avoid any failures and losses that would cause regret, I left behind the 6 war character scrolls. If any future generation obtains all of them, they will become my successor. The old man said, raising his right hand. And immediately thousands upon thousands of different war characters covered the surroundings. When the old man extended a finger, the war characters suddenly emitted a dense black light, condensing and falling before his finger to form a single character. War. The old man's voice was calm. But as soon as this single word left his mouth, the war character trembled and transformed into a stream of black light, falling into the void. Wang Lin's body trembled, the inverted image of the war character in his pupils disappeared, and then he became calm again. What did you see? Lai Yangzi stepped forward, his eyes filled with excitement. He anxiously asked. Wang Lin was silent for a moment, then nodded, about to speak when he saw Lai Yangzi wave his sleeve. Su Ting, standing 10 meters away, was instantly swept away by a gust of wind, thrown many miles in an instant. Now tell me, what did you see? Lai Yangzi tried to suppress his inner excitement, asking in a low voice. Inheritance, Wang Lin said slowly. Inheritance, it really is inheritance. The disappearance of the ancestors must be greatly related to inheritance. Lai Yangzi's expression suddenly changed. He clearly had a method to verify whether Wang Lin was telling the truth, but now he didn't need to use it anymore. The fact that he could say the two words inheritance was enough to prove everything. Back then, after the ancestor of War Star saw the painting of the second blessing, he said something similar, years ago, after years of research. The ancestor of the War clan finally saw the painting of the third blessing. However, after glancing at it, his expression turned strange, and he took the third blessing into seclusion, never to reappear for 1,000 years. One day, after 1,000 years, the clan members discovered that only the third blessing war character and a jade slip remained in his seclusion place. The ancestor was nowhere to be seen. If the ancestor hadn't disappeared, with his cultivation level, even the Thunder Immortal Palace wouldn't dare provoke our war clan. Even the ancient cultivation families were no match for him. As long as the ancestor was alive, our war clan would be honored, but everything changed completely since the ancestor's disappearance. Subsequent generations all wanted to find the ancestor. If the ancestor wasn't dead, the ancestral tablet of life would have shattered. Thoughts swirled in Lai Yangzi's mind. Only 3 members of the Zan family could clearly see the second blessing painting. But no one had been able to decipher the third blessing painting. He had never mentioned this to anyone else, not even the younger members of the family. Everyone thought that Lai Yangzi, the elder of the family, could study the third blessing painting. Even Zan Kongli thought so. Lai Yangzi smiled bitterly to himself. He knew that 3 people in the family, including himself, could study and comprehend the second blessing painting. But that was all. No one could fully immerse their mind into it like Sumu. This had nothing to do with cultivation or even talent. But what was the reason for this? Lai Yangzi had pondered this his whole life without finding the answer. Sumu, if you look at the third blessing painting, just tell me what you need from me. Lai Yangzi remained silent for a long time before looking at Wang Lin and slowly speaking. In fact, Lai Yangzi also had selfish motives. Besides searching for his ancestors, the important thing was that when the War Star ancestor disappeared, he left behind a jade slip containing a sentence. If anyone in my war family obtains this inheritance, it will be enough to be considered a peak expert. Wang Lin was silent for a long time, then shook his head and said, with my current cultivation level, I probably can't open the third blessing painting. Just now, when he opened the second blessing War Star scroll, a surge of primordial power gushed out from within and merged into the third eye on his forehead. This has nothing to do with cultivation level, so you can try. Whatever your request, Lai Yangzi will do his best to fulfill it. Lai Yangzi patted his forehead with his right hand, and a dense black light immediately burst forth from his head. A painting flew out from within. This painting was the third blessing battle scroll. Lai Yangzi took a deep breath, reached out, grabbed the third blessing battle scroll, and handed it to Wang Lin. Wang Lin received it, and the moment his right hand touched the painting, he immediately felt a surge of energy that shook his mind. This energy was many times stronger than that of the second blessing painting. Absolutely cannot open this painting. Wang Lin's brow twitched. He immediately sensed a terrifying danger emanating from the painting. He had a feeling that if he opened it, even just a little, he wouldn't be able to withstand it. Senior Lai Yangzi, unless I willingly seek death, once I open this painting, there will certainly be no chance of survival. Wang Lin looked at Lai Yangzi, then swung his right hand and threw the third blessing painting back. Lai Yangzi's expression darkened slightly. But Senior Lai Yunzi, please rest assured, I also very much want to see this third blessing battle scroll. If one day my cultivation is sufficient, I will come to you myself. But if I open it now, and am killed by the aura within the painting, I'm afraid it will be very difficult for you to find someone to replace me. Wang Lin took a few steps back and calmly said. He thought that Lai Yunzi wouldn't attack him, but of course, if this person truly had nothing to worry about and attacked, Wang Lin had already prepared. Even if he couldn't win, he could run, perhaps still holding out until Qing Shui arrived. Lai Yunzi stared at Wang Lin, his thoughts beginning to shift. He knew the danger of viewing the third blessing painting. Years ago, those arrogant individuals who tried to open it all met their demise. Even the old man didn't dare open it to look inside. Moreover, this Sumu had rendered great services to Luo Tia. If he were forcibly imprisoned or forced to open the third blessing painting and die, Yan Leixi would surely intervene. Although Lai Yunzi didn't care about this matter, he thought that after Yan Leixi considered it, he certainly wouldn't turn against him and fight over a young man. But what worried him was Qing Shui. He knew that Qing Shui was a madman. After getting angry, who knew if he would pursue the matter of Sumu? Qing Shui fought against Su Shenzi for Sumu years ago, and when he was granted immortality, he killed someone from the Leishan Palace. If I keep Sumu alive, I'm afraid I'll bring disaster upon myself. Lai Yunzi's expression turned gloomy. He still had one worrying. Sumu wasn't as easy to keep as he thought. It's been many years since I've met someone like Sumu who can see the meaning in the painting. If he dies, we'll have to keep searching for who knows how many years. Simply releasing him will give us another chance later. Lai Yunzi, who had been deep in thought, suddenly burst into laughter, his eyes showing admiration as he nodded and said, "Good, neither arrogant nor impatient. You truly live up to your reputation as a top-tier thunder immortal of our Luo Tia. Sumu, although my Zan family doesn't possess the remnant soul magic that can revive you, we do have another kind of magic. Later, when you come to me to see the third blessing painting, I will absolutely ensure nothing regrettable happens to you and will teach you that technique. Furthermore, I will use the strength of my entire clan to agree to help you with something. No matter what it is, my Zan family can do it." It could be said that Lai Yunzi had invested a great deal of money. Wang Lin's face showed gratitude, and he respectfully said, "Thank you, Senior. Please rest assured about this matter." Lai Yunzi smiled and nodded, saying, "All right, since you have an appointment with Qing Shui, you may go first." Wang Lin bowed in farewell, stood opposite Lai Yunzi, and then took a few steps back. In an instant, he transformed into a rainbow and shot straight up into the 9 heavens, disappearing. After Wang Lin left, Lai Yunzi's expression turned gloomy again. He muttered, "Yan Leixi will certainly not quarrel with me over such a small matter. Only Qing Shui will, but Qing Shui won't live much longer either. When Qing Shui dies, Sumu, let's see how you can escape then." After Wang Lin flew out of the cultivation planet, his expression also turned gloomy, and he sped away like an arrow. When Lai Yunzi summoned him, he certainly had to go. If he didn't, he would immediately offend him. Since he wanted to use Luo Tia as a refuge, he would definitely heed Lai Yunzi's call. Moreover, they still respected each other at this time, so it would be illogical not to go. Since he absolutely had to go, with Wang Lin's shrewdness, he would certainly have made preparations. Even without the 10-day agreement with Qing Shui, he would have clearly explained that he needed Qing Shui's help. Furthermore, Wang Lin had analyzed that this visit to Lai Yunzi wasn't entirely without benefit. The truth proved his analysis to be extremely accurate. This time, not only did he gain an additional source of primordial power, but he also understood the origins of the war character scroll and obtained a Luo Fu blood orb. If he hadn't met Lai Yunzi, the troubles that followed would undoubtedly have been far greater. Lai Yunzi is, after all, one of the old monsters of Luo Tia. As Wang Lin flew, he reflected on the events that had just transpired. His expression gradually calmed down, and with a smile, his body flashed and disappeared into the sky. Wang Lin found a giant rock floating in the starry sky, sat down cross-legged on it, and quietly waited for Qing Shui to arrive. A few days later, ripples appeared before Wang Lin, and Qing Shui stepped out. As soon as Qing Shui appeared, a strong, pungent smell of blood erupted. Behind him were hundreds of ferocious skulls, each displaying a look of despair, floating and flying behind him. Wang Lin opened his eyes and smiled wryly. Qing Shui's cultivation was slightly higher than 10 days ago, clearly indicating that he had devoured many cultivators in the past few days. These are all cultivators skilled in concealing their presence from the killing domain. If you and I want to reach the killing domain, we need these heads. After speaking, Then 3 raised his right hand in the air, and the heads behind him immediately flew out and combined to form a complete entity. Netherworld Immortal Technique. Then 3 made a hand gesture. The immortal energy in his body instantly circulated, and then he pointed forward. A loud explosion resounded, the head suddenly shattered, and a cloud of blood mist suddenly appeared. In the blink of an eye, as the continuous explosions resounded, more than 100 heads were shattered. The thick blood mist enveloped everything around, and as Then 3 raised his right hand, all the mists immediately spun at an increasingly faster speed. Finally, the mist enveloped more than 100 remnant souls of cultivators, their agonizing screams echoing in Wang Lin's mind. Netherworld Guidance. The moment Then 3's cold voice rang out, the mournful cries of the 100 remnant souls in the vortex intensified. The remnant souls intertwined and condensed deep within the vortex, forming an object resembling a black hole. Then 3 gathered all the emotions in the memories related to the location of the killing realm from those remnant souls, condensing them into a path. Gathering all the thoughts of over 100 cultivators regarding the killing realm formed a single road. This was the Netherworld Guiding Path Immortal Technique. The guiding force of over 100 cultivators formed a swirling black hole, frantically rotating and extending endlessly. Almost instantly, it seemed to shatter the void, and a red world suddenly appeared within the black hole. A structure stood upright, like a great sword piercing the void, emitting a dense aura of killing intent. In the center stood a towering structure, no less than 1,000 feet tall, with black chains extending from its body, connecting the structures in all directions. This place is the killing domain. This technique is very practical. I used to love using it. A murderous glint flashed in Qing Shui's eyes. He took out a jade slip, inscribed the incantation, and threw it to Wang Lin. Immediately afterward, Qing Shui stepped into the vortex. Wang Lin smiled wryly as he received a jade slip, thinking to himself that what Qing Shui liked was probably the fastest way to directly enter someone's house and kill them. Wang Lin's body also flashed, and he and Qing Shui entered the vortex one after the other. A gigantic vortex suddenly appeared in the killing domain, instantly attracting the attention of all the cultivators present. But in an instant, a cold voice enveloped the surroundings. I, Qing Shui of the Thunder Immortal Realm, have come today to reclaim what was lost and destroy the realm. The moment this voice rang out, it instantly transformed into a whirlwind of slaughter, creating an overwhelming wave of killing intent that swept across the entire killing domain. Boom! 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 In an instant, many sword-shaped structures shattered. The killing domain must be holding something belonging to senior brother Qing Shui, but after obtaining the memories of Yuan Bao Shongren, he's erupted in such furious rage. Wang Lin took a step out of the vortex, his cold eyes fixed on the killing domain, one of the 8 realms of the Cultivation Alliance. The Cultivation Alliance has 2 palaces, 4 venerables, and 8 realms. This killing domain realm lies outside of heaven and earth. Many years ago, the first sect master used a spatial rift left over from the collapse of the immortal realm to create its domain. He then collected iron and steel from across the land to forge 99 sky-shattering swords. Since then, these 99 sky-shattering swords have become an extremely unique architectural feature within the Killing Domain realm. Within the Cultivation Alliance, the Killing Domain realm has a fearsome reputation, having achieved numerous victories for the Alliance over the years. The earliest examples, such as the war between the 4 sacred sects and the later changes within the Yin sect, all vaguely bear the mark of the Killing Domain realm. 6th-level cultivators may not know much about the Killing Domain realm, but once a cultivator reaches the 7th level, hearing its name is like hearing thunder in their ears. Cultivators who reach a certain level of cultivation in the 7th-tier cultivation world are unwilling to accept being without a soul in their hands, thus leading to a series of incidents. The Killing Domain has full authority to handle such matters, repeatedly creating bloodshed and establishing a notorious reputation. Of course, there are also many cultivators who are not at the mercy of the Killing Domain. These are dealt with by other forces within the Cultivation Alliance. It can be said that the Killing Domain is the external weapon of the Cultivation Alliance. Those recruited by the Killing Domain are all those whose lives are filled with bloodshed. After tens of thousands of years, the killing domain has continuously maintained 99 core cultivators, and if anyone dies, they are immediately replaced. Besides these 99, the killing domain also has many disciples outside. These are numerous and are divided among the 99 to lead. Apart from these individuals, there are two others who can be distinguished as the main or deputy sect leader. The killing domain sect can be said to resemble a cultivation sect, but it is far more powerful than most other sects. In the Star Alliance, very few dare to provoke the killing domain sect. Even powerful cultivators feel a headache when mentioning the killing domain sect. The people of the killing domain sect are not only ruthless killers, but also skilled in stealth techniques. If an attack misses, they immediately retreat thousands of miles, disappearing without a trace. Since the killing domain sect was founded, there has never been a case of someone attacking their territory. If there had been, Wang Lin's attack in the past would have been considered a reluctant feat. But today, with the chilling voice of Qingxi echoing in all directions, everything has completely changed. Many structures, like massive swords in the killing domain, instantly shattered into large pieces. A torrent of rubble mixed with steel rained down, creating a storm that swept across the killing domain. Soft screams and terrified cries erupted, and in an instant, numerous dark figures emerged from the whirlwind. These were a group of black-robed cultivators, varying in age and cultivation level from Yin Void to mid-stage Nirvana. Most were in the Yin-Yang Void realm, with very few at the Nirvana realm. Sumu, can you help me deal with these low-level cultivators? Qingshui stepped forward, his voice like a cold wind blowing through a 1,000-year-old iceberg. With his keen mind, Wang Lin understood that Qingshui was offering him an opportunity. Although these cultivators were numerous, he possessed the body of an ancient god. Killing them wouldn't be difficult. Senior brother, rest assured. Wang Lin also took a step forward, his right hand clenched into a fist, and without much thought, suddenly unleashed a punch. A deafening roar resounded, and explosions immediately erupted in front of Wang Lin. A large massive void instantly collapsed, shattering into pieces and sweeping forward. Wang Lin's punch transformed into an endless whirlwind, all converging into a single point before surging out with a thunderous roar. Even late-stage Nirvana cultivators would recoil in shock upon impact. A slight delay would result in instant death. The majority of those in front of Wang Lin were Yin Void cultivators who had spent their lives killing. Almost as soon as they approached, their faces instantly changed as Wang Lin's punch struck them from a distance. Loud explosions echoed within their bodies, and large streams of blood spurted out. A person standing before Wang Lin, offering almost no resistance, exploded with a deafening roar and dissipated. Blood and flesh splattered everywhere, causing the surrounding cultivators to be instantly shaken, their eyes filled with terror. They wanted to conceal their bodies, but at that moment, they clearly felt a strange force locking down all directions, making escape impossible. Boom! The bodies of these cultivators shattered instantly. Their severely injured souls flew out, only to be caught by Wang Lin's claw in the air. This happened in an instant, unbelievably fast. All the cultivators of the killing domain surrounding them were instantly shocked. Sumu! He is the high-grade Thunder Immortal Sumu of Luotia. Someone immediately recognized Wang Lin's identity. Wang Lin's expression was icy cold. Although the hundreds of cultivators before him were numerous, he didn't care. Before becoming a 5-star ancient god of the royal clan, facing these cultivators, Wang Lin would have been completely unable to withstand them. But now, everything had changed. Wang Lin took half a step forward. Ripples immediately appeared beneath his feet, and he suddenly vanished, shrinking the ground into inches. A cultivator in the early Nirvana stage widened his eyes, his astonishment and fear unimaginable. He felt his scalp tingle and his soul almost leave his body. He didn't dare hesitate and immediately retreated. I didn't expect him to know shrinking the ground into inches. Although our killing domain has many people, it will be extremely difficult to injure him. Wang Lin's figure disappeared, and when he reappeared, he was behind a cultivator in the Yin Void realm. The moment Wang Lin's body reappeared, his right fist, seemingly light, directly struck the cultivator's back. This person didn't even have the chance to dodge or detect it. His body trembled, and earth-shattering explosions resounded from within. A massive force surged into his body, instantly shattering all his joints, his body exploding into blood and flesh. Wang Lin seized the person's primordial spirit and disappeared. Form the formation. A mid-stage nirvana cultivator, his eyes turning bloodshot, shouted. But the moment his voice rang out, his expression changed drastically. He forcefully turned around and spat out a stream of crimson light. Within that stream of light was a very long flying sword, carrying sharp, piercing screams as it shot forward. Thousands of souls enveloped the sword, and a mournful roar echoed, bringing its power to its peak. A fine sword. A voice as cold as ice came from all directions. Wang Lin took a step out of the void and appeared before the mid-stage nirvana cultivator. In the blink of an eye, as Wang Lin swung his right hand in a claw-like motion, his hand suddenly grew many times larger, instantly transforming into the ancient god's hand. He snatched the flying sword and threw it straight behind him. The mid-stage nirvana cultivator cried out in pain. His face turned pale, as the flying sword was his life-bound magical artifact, and now Wang Lin's claw had severed all mental connections, instantly injuring him. But what was particularly shocking was the feeling of terror. Easily capturing my life-bound magical artifact, this person. What kind of cultivation does this person have? This mid-stage nirvana cultivator also had a formidable reputation in the killing domain, his status even slightly higher than that of the killing clan's Wu Fai. But at this moment, he truly felt fear, especially remembering the incident from years ago when UFEI had clearly returned to the killing realm but was still killed by a single finger. Just like the one just now. That scene flashed before his eyes, making his scalp tingle. He immediately flew backward without hesitation and patted his storage bag. In an instant, many jade slips flew out. He softly shouted, "Explode!" These jade slips suddenly self-destructed with a thunderous roar, creating a huge attack force. Everything happened as fast as lightning flashing on a flint stone. Wang Lin retrieved his flying sword but didn't stop, directly launching it. The self-destructing force of the many jade slips had no effect on Wang Lin. While the mid-stage nirvana cultivator was still in disbelief, Wang Lin's two fingers, forming a sword, pierced his forehead. With a resounding crash, the body of the renowned mid-stage nirvana cultivator from the killing domain suddenly shattered and he died. His primordial spirit was forced out of his body by a single finger from Wang Lin, and before he could escape, Wang Lin captured him. At this moment, Wang Lin truly felt the changes within himself. It wasn't that mid-stage nirvana cultivators were too weak, but that Wang Lin had become a true powerhouse, entering the ranks of the strongest. Meanwhile, Qing Shui's body flashed with a burst of laughter as he launched himself towards the center of the tower. The moment Qing Shui arrived, an old man in black robes sitting cross-legged inside the tower opened his eyes wide, revealing a sinister glint. Even as the deputy realm lord of the killing domain, his mind trembled. His body instantly flashed and split in two, transforming into two identical old men in black robes. One of the old men suddenly swung his right hand forward, and a crack immediately appeared in the void. At the edge of the crack, numerous small vortices swirled back and forth, emitting crackling sounds. As soon as the crack opened, an old man immediately entered. The other old man suddenly snorted coldly. His body transformed into a black wind and directly shot out of the tower. The black wind shot out, and the old man's speed was incredibly fast. Almost in an instant, the old man with a gloomy expression appeared before Qing Shui, shouting, "You're going too far." A cold glint flashed in Qing Shui's eyes. He formed a hand seal and immediately unleashed a finger. A cold wind instantly roared, and 8 black dragons appeared in the sky, roaring and charging straight towards the devouring old man. At the same time, Qing Shui's body flashed and he darted to the side of the tower like lightning. He suddenly pushed his hands outwards, calmly saying, "Freeze the heavens and earth." In an instant, the immortal essence within Qing Shui's body suddenly surged wildly, and an endless stream of cold energy erupted from him. In a flash, countless raindrops appeared all around, instantly transforming into snowflakes. Amidst deafening explosions, the snowflakes shattered, and streaks of blue light flashed and swept in all directions. The heavens and earth immediately changed color. The entire land and sky within the killing domain were instantly enveloped in blue light, as if sealing off all escape routes. Qing Shui took a step out of the blue light, pointing his right finger forward. The tall tower in front of him suddenly exploded with a loud bang and shattered, dissipating into fragments in the air. Inside the shattered tower was a void rift, and within that void rift stood an old man in black robes. Half of the old man's body had entered the void, but he was now surrounded by blue light. The old man was struggling incessantly, but no matter how much he thrashed, he couldn't get into the crack to escape. Qing Shui lunged forward, swinging his right hand in the air and instantly grabbing the old man, pulling him out of the crack. The moment Qing Shui pulled the old man out of the crack, a cold glint suddenly flashed in his eyes. With incredible speed, Qing Shui leapt up and threw the old man in his hand downwards. In the blink of an eye, the tall tower collapsed, and a purple rainbow shot directly towards them. This rainbow split into two, one went straight to Wang Lin, who was far away, while the other flashed and pierced through the body of the black-robed old man. In an instant, the old man's eyes widened, his body and soul immediately shattered, directly rushing towards Qing Shui. The purple light flashed, scattering across the sky, unexpectedly suppressing Qing Shui's blue seal. A murderous glint flashed in Qing Shui's eyes, and his right index finger suddenly surged with red light. The ultimate realm within his body spontaneously recovered, condensing above his finger, and in an instant, it collided with the purple light. A deafening explosion resounded, pushing everything apart. The purple light, just born, was forced back, revealing a figure, a middle-aged man with purple hair fluttering in the wind, his eyes revealing terrifying killing intent. I am Ling Yunzi, the Lord of the Killing Domain. Extreme Realm, so my wife's relics are in your hands. Qing Shui simultaneously took several steps back, staring intently at the purple-haired man, his eyes filled with overwhelming killing intent. This Qing Shui was once a Thunder Immortal Lord of the Thunder Immortal Realm. It's rumored that his cultivation hasn't fully recovered after his resurrection. Although he's very strong now, I possess the Void Nirvana artifact. Though damaged, it still has the power to fight him. If I can kill Qing Shui, I will have made a great contribution. The purple-haired man snorted coldly, his body surging forward. A large mass of purple clouds rose, and in an instant, 6 clones materialized from his body, aiming directly at Qing Shui. The Killing Domain possesses a Void Nirvana artifact, though severely damaged. Even so, it still possesses considerable power. This magical artifact was personally gifted by the Grand Elder of the Cultivation Alliance to the First Lord of the Killing Domain that year, to serve as the domain's guardian treasure. Within the purple mist, Qing Shui, brimming with killing intent, leapt in. A series of thunderous roars erupted from within, beginning a fierce battle with the purple-haired man. Both had reached the extreme realm, and in a short time, the mist filled with chilling energy. Meanwhile, Wang Lin's expression was icy, his body constantly merging with the heavens and earth. He killed anyone he encountered, then gradually emerged from the void, his head forcefully raised, his pupils contracting. He saw a beam of purple light emanating from Qing Shui in the distance. This purple light was incredibly fast, causing Wang Lin's heart to sink. Within this purple light, he sensed a trace of extreme power. Extreme Realm. Without hesitation, Wang Lin retreated rapidly the moment the purple light arrived, simultaneously grabbing at the void with his right hand. The ancient God Star point above his forehead materialized, rapidly rotating. Above Wang Lin's right hand, countless spakes of starlight instantly appeared, condensing into a single entity. Royal Clan's magical artifact, the God-slaying spear. This starlight condensed at an extremely fast speed, almost in an instant. The God-slaying spear materialized, not hundreds of feet long, but resembling an ordinary spear. Wang Lin held it in his hand and fiercely threw it forward. In a flash, it collided with the purple light. A deafening explosion echoed throughout the heavens and earth. The purple light shattered, transforming into an unimaginable force of attack, wildly spreading in all directions. A few cultivators who couldn't dodge in time were struck, their bodies instantly shattering and dying. The God-slaying spear remained unharmed, only slightly dimmed, and returned to Wang Lin's hand. An ancient divine royal clan artifact, it can indeed resist a supreme realm expert. Wang Lin's eyes gleamed with brilliance, the spear in his hand gradually becoming ethereal, finally disappearing. Unfortunately, with my current cultivation level, I can only create illusions. The true God-slaying spear is in fact Sam. Wang Lin flashed backward, disappearing without a trace, and instantly reappeared behind a cultivator from the Killing Domain. His expression was cold as he pointed his finger. There were fewer than 100 cultivators from the Killing Domain surrounding him, and those who survived were not weak cultivators. They were all huddled together, chanting incantations, and immediately a series of incantations echoed, shaking the entire killing domain. A massive sword-like structure rose up around them, then immediately collapsed with a thunderous roar. 11 streaks of starlight flashed, and under the chanting of the surrounding cultivators, they unexpectedly merged into the void. After a moment, Wang Lin suddenly reappeared in the distance, within the void. 11 streaks of starlight pursued him from behind, their speed incredibly fast, closing in an instant. Within these 11 streaks of starlight was a silver flying sword, each imbued with an overwhelming aura of killing intent. These 11 flying swords were forged from the finest iron collected from all over the world by the First Realm Lord, and after countless millennia of cultivation in the killing realm, they had become almost unstoppable weapons of destruction. Wang Lin was pursued by these 11 flying swords, accompanied by the mournful cries of countless souls of cultivators who had perished in the killing realm, swirling around the starlight and relentlessly pursuing and devouring him, as if trying to drag his soul into their clutches. What a fine sword! Wang Lin's eyes flashed with cold light. These 11 flying swords were indeed excellent swords, especially since they were all forged during the same period and underwent the same years of refinement. Naturally, they all possessed spirits, and if he could obtain them all, their quality and divine power would be far superior to the 4 primordial spirit swords that Ling Jianhu had refined from 4 small worlds. If I had these 99 flying swords facing Ling Jianhu, although my cultivation wouldn't be enough to counter him, I could still put up a fight with these treasures. A glint of light flashed in Wang Lin's eyes as he licked his lips. There are indeed many treasures in this killing domain. Hundreds of thoughts swirled in Wang Lin's mind. He knew that Qing Shui's purpose in letting him accompany him wasn't really about needing much help, but rather about giving him a stroke of luck, a way of repaying his kindness in the void. At this moment, from among the hundreds of cultivators surrounding them, 3 figures flew out. Of these 3, 2 were at the mid-stage of the Nirvana realm, and the third was an old man whose cultivation was extremely high, reaching the late stage of the Nirvana realm. This old man, after Wang Lin and Qing Shui appeared, had not advanced at all, carefully hiding behind them, and now he revealed himself. The moment they appeared, the old man patted his storage bag, and immediately 4 white jade gourds flew out. These 4 white jade gourds were translucent and gentle. The moment they appeared, the old man clasped his hands together, chanting a spell, and pointed forward. The 4 gourds immediately spun, scattering in front of the old man and moving towards Wang Lin in the distance. Invite the gourd immortal to kill this person. The moment the old man uttered these words, the 4 gourds immediately vibrated and 4 streams of ivory white energy spewed out, transforming into 4 illusory female figures, floating straight towards Wang Lin. The 2 people beside the old man each unleashed their divine abilities and magical artifacts. One of them patted his forehead with his right hand, and immediately a black primordial pill flew out from his head. This pill spun, emitting a gloomy aura. After the pill appeared, that cultivator shouted softly, 10,000 army water. The pill flashed, instantly transforming into black water, growing larger with the wind. In just a moment, it unexpectedly filled half the air, like a raging sea sweeping towards Wang Lin. The last cultivator, in a short time, had blood-red light all over his body, his skin even covered with endless blood vessels. His appearance was extremely ferocious, his hands forming a mantra and pointing forward, shouting softly, "Blood transformation immortal net." A deafening roar echoed around the cultivator's body, and instantly countless blood threads pierced through him, transforming into a net of blood threads that frantically coiled around Wang Lin. The 3 men unleashed their most powerful divine abilities and magical artifacts, launching a frenzied pursuit as the 11 flying swords chased after Wang Lin. Not only them, but nearly 100 cultivators around him also channeled their internal energy, unleashing a barrage of divine abilities, attacking Wang Lin relentlessly. Wang Lin's eyes flashed, a cold smile appearing on his lips. Without hesitation, he spat out an object, the 18 layers of Hell Immortal Sealing Seal. The moment it appeared, a series of mournful roars erupted like a whirlwind. Wang Lin pointed his right hand, as if this single gesture had unlocked the seal of his divine power, instantly opening the gates to the 18 layers of hell, causing countless vengeful spirits to rush out frantically, scattering beams to form an army. Wang Lin shouted softly, A thunderous roar erupted, countless souls soaring into the sky, attacking in all directions, especially the Blood Soul ancestor, who, upon appearing, instantly let out a roar towards the heavens. Having unleashed scattering beams to form an army, Wang Lin paid no further attention to them. His target was the 11 streaks of starlight pursuing him from behind. His body flashed. Wang Lin retreated instead of advancing. As he retreated, his hand reached forward, instantly transforming into an ancient god's hand, directly seizing one of the streaks of starlight. Upon seizing it, Wang Lin felt an intense pain in his palm, and a cold glint flashed in his eyes. After seizing the starlight, he immediately retreated, his entire body's elemental power surging rapidly. The ancient divine power, hidden within, fiercely struck down, but was immediately astonished to find it unable to disperse the starlight. Instead, the starlight inside violently rebounded, transforming into tens of thousands of souls with distorted faces, lunging towards Wang Lin to devour him. Most of my divine abilities are related to souls. How dare these tens of thousands of remnant souls act so recklessly before me? Wang Lin's eyes were now devoid of cold light, replaced by a hint of lightning. His primordial spirit possessed the ancient thunder dragon, wielding the power to command lightning in the heavens and earth. A vortex appeared between his eyebrows, and from within his primordial spirit emerged the ancient thunder dragon, roaring towards the sky. Roar! A terrifying roar shook the heavens and earth. Sudden bursts of lightning converged from all directions, almost instantly transforming this killing domain into a lightning hell. A deafening thunderclap echoed from the sky, reverberating incessantly, deafening the surrounding cultivators. Even the purple-haired man and Qing Shui within the mist glanced over. Qing Shui's eyes showed admiration, while the purple-haired man's gaze was as somber as water. Endless lightning surged forth, the thunder roaring under the concentrated lightning power of heaven and earth. Even the lightning itself had to submit to Wang Lin's thunderous roar, furiously striking the starlight from his right hand. This scene seemed as if Wang Lin held all the lightning power of heaven and earth in his hand, attracting all the lightning within. "You submit to me," Wang Lin shouted softly. The tens of thousands of remnant souls transformed from the starlight beneath him no longer showed ferocity, but instead displayed fear. The moment the endless lightning approached, they all showed fear and submission. The starlight shattered with a loud bang, and in his hand, a 7-foot-long silver sword appeared, with tens of thousands of souls from all directions merging into it. The word 9 was engraved on the sword's blade, and it had already subdued Wang Lin. This sword was 7 feet long and 3 inches wide. Its silver-white tip, shimmering like moonlight, possessed both agility and sharpness. Floating in Wang Lin's hand, the sword emitted a resounding clang. Wang Lin immediately patted it with his right hand, imprinting his divine consciousness deep within. The long sword instantly vibrated, and a stream of sword energy shot out, enveloping the sword that was floating around Wang Lin. What a fine sword! Wang Lin's eyes lit up with joy. He turned around, and with a flash, headed straight for another flying sword. The surrounding cultivators of the killing domain were completely unable to stop Wang Lin's advance. At this moment, they were surrounded by countless souls transformed by the scattered beams formation, and further intensified by the endless thunder rumbling throughout the heavens and earth. Wang Lin took a step forward, his right hand fiercely grasping the air, instantly seizing another struggling long sword. This sword struggled violently, seemingly refusing to submit to Wang Lin's grasp, and amidst its struggle, an endless sword hum suddenly erupted. In an instant, the remaining 9 long swords simultaneously emitted sword hums, flashing towards Wang Lin with unbelievable speed. As they flew faster and faster, the swords unexpectedly merged into one. The sword's aura was incredibly sharp, directly piercing towards Wang Lin. Wang Lin's eyes flashed with cold light as he retreated, the long swords in his hands struggling even more violently. He snorted coldly, simply not suppressing them further, but instead, with his right hand, he chanted a spell, immediately inscribing various restrictions onto the flying swords. After being sealed, Wang Lin threw them into his storage bag. At this moment, the 9 flying swords merged into one large sword, surrounded by endless sword light. The sword energy also exuded a strong chill, and Wang Lin could immediately feel the wind threatening to shatter his body and directly engulf his primordial spirit. At this time, a dark red light suddenly flashed across the flat land of the killing domain, and a middle-aged man in a red robe suddenly appeared. As soon as he appeared, his body flicked, moving with lightning speed, almost instantly reaching the center of the great battle. With a wave of his right hand, the 4 women transformed from the 4 white jade gourds were immediately led by him, unexpectedly overcoming a major obstacle and heading straight towards Wang Lin. The middle-aged man followed closely behind, his entire being seemingly transforming into a wisp of pink smoke piercing through the void, heading straight for Wang Lin. He had been hiding here for a long time, always waiting for the opportunity to strike. He didn't dare provoke Qing Shui, although he also had some reservations about Sumu. Looking at the surrounding cultivators, this man's lips curled into a cold smile, secretly thinking, "It seems that the demonic son also harbors the same calculations as me. It's a pity that I didn't participate in the Alliance's recruitment of pure Nirvana cultivators that day, otherwise I would also be so worried and on guard today." Wang Lin's mind was instantly shaken. Without hesitation, he took a step forward, his right hand forming a spell and pointing forward, softly shouting, "Summon wind!" In a short time, a black wind roared through the heavens and earth, unexpectedly transforming into 3 black dragons that roared out, directly rushing out and circling around Wang Lin. 4 illusory figures instantly wrapped around one of the black dragon's heads, its eyes immediately showing a hint of bewilderment. But the other 2 black dragons didn't hesitate, heading straight towards the middle-aged man who had transformed into a pink smoke. A long laugh rang out, and the pink smoke vanished with a bang, transforming back into the middle-aged man. His eyes were like torches, and he flashed forward, his entire being seemingly translucent and ethereal. Unexpectedly, the 2 black dragons pierced through him, rapidly approaching Wang Lin at top speed. "Sumu, there's no need to conceal your cultivation. To be able to survive amidst so many yin-yang void and reality cultivators and nirvana realm cultivators without harm, you must be a pure nirvana cultivator." A glint of light flashed in Wang Lin's eyes. He had previously suspected that there were pure nirvana cultivators in this killing domain, but his divine consciousness was still stuck at the early stage of nirvana realm, making it impossible to perceive their existence. But at this moment, seeing this middle-aged man, Wang Lin immediately sensed an aura far surpassing that of a nirvana cultivator. Pure nirvana! Wang Lin took a deep breath, his eyes revealing a fighting spirit. To be precise, this was the 2nd time he had fought against a pure nirvana cultivator. The first time was the blood ancestor, and this 2nd time was the middle-aged man before him. This person's aura isn't as strong as the blood ancestors, probably just early pure nirvana. The middle-aged man stomped forward, his right hand swinging, and immediately 9 swords merged into one vibrating sword, lingering beside him, emitting a submissive sword hum. "Using this person to test my true strength right now." A cold glint flashed in Wang Lin's eyes. He didn't retreat. His right hand clenched fiercely, and he charged straight forward. Although the middle-aged man appeared calm, he was inwardly uneasy. He couldn't quite discern the true cultivation level of the person before him. Outwardly, Sumu seemed to be only at the early stage of the Nirvana realm, a far cry from his own. Yet, for some reason, the moment he saw Sumu, he felt a sense of dread. It was as if the other man's body concealed an incredibly powerful aura, an aura that made him extremely wary. This person must be hiding his cultivation. The middle-aged man didn't underestimate Wang Lin, but rather equated him to being on the same level as himself. His eyes flashed, and his right hand formed a hand seal. Immediately, countless points of light in the air transformed, quickly converging into his palm. Draw the power of heaven and earth. Wang Lin's pupils contracted. The divine abilities of a pure Nirvana realm cultivator, besides mastering the rules, included the ability to draw upon the primal energy of heaven and earth. In fact, this was also the strong point of the pure Nirvana cultivator. The power of heaven and earth was upon him, and he was fundamentally unafraid of wasting it. He could unleash his divine abilities at any time. The middle-aged man pointed his right hand forward, softly shouting, "Crimson Marsh Wasteland." Starlight from all directions converged, transforming into a thick layer of black sand. This sand was no ordinary sand. It was formed by the primal energy of heaven and earth transformed by divine techniques. Each grain of sand contained immense primal energy of heaven and earth. And besides that, there was a formation contained within which was a patch of crimson marsh. Wang Lin extended his right hand forward. The ancient god star point hidden beneath his three-eyed forehead rotating rapidly, merging into his arm, and fiercely striking forward. With a resounding bang, Wang Lin's punch instantly transformed his arm, imbued with ancient god power, into a colossal form, resembling a giant punching towards him. Ancient god power resisted the heaven and earth's primal force of a pure nirvana cultivator. The crimson sand covered the sky and earth. As Wang Lin's ancient god punch advanced, a strange light flashed in the middle-aged man's eyes, and he laughed loudly, saying, "Crimson sand illusion technique, become real." The endless crimson sand instantly condensed. As Wang Lin's ancient god punch struck, it unexpectedly formed a shape, transforming into a gigantic fist identical to Wang Lin's ancient god arm. This was the middle-aged man's divine ability. "I have comprehended a rule, an illusory rule." The middle-aged man swung both hands, and the crimson sand condensed into a massive arm, suddenly striking at Wang Lin's punch. A deafening roar echoed through the killing domain, and a whirlwind instantly swept around. Several cultivators who couldn't dodge in time were immediately caught in the whirlwind, terrified, and swept into it, screaming in agony as they turned into blood mist, becoming part of the whirlwind itself. In the center of the whirlwind, the enormous arm formed by the middle-aged man's divine power shattered with a loud bang, turning into countless grains of sand that flew into the air. Wang Lin's body also trembled similarly. His right arm went numb for a moment, then a wave of excruciating pain surged through him. His body was swept backward by an boundless force. Is this a pure nirvana cultivator? Wang Lin's eyes flashed with cold light. The middle-aged man became even more certain that Sumu before him was concealing his true cultivation. Otherwise, a true nirvana cultivator would certainly be unable to withstand his technique. The middle-aged man extended both hands forward, clapping in the air, and the elemental power within his body surged forth. Immediately, the sand and earth in front of him condensed, transforming into a gigantic earthen crane. With a thunderous cry, the crane flapped its wings and directly swooped towards Wang Lin. At this moment, a white light flashed on the distant flat land, and an old man in a green robe also materialized. He licked his lips, his eyes flashing, and flew swiftly towards him. "I gave up the opportunity to attract the alliance because I didn't want to stir up trouble. I've been hiding for so long. If it weren't for my apprehension of Qing Shui, I wouldn't have shown myself. However, the current battle between Huan Suzi and Sumu is also an opportunity for me, Shen Mozi, to make a great contribution." The old man's figure moved extremely fast, transforming into a thin thread, heading straight towards Wang Lin. As Wang Lin retreated, the old man's eyes suddenly flashed with ferocity. He clasped his hands together, chanting incantations, and two green flames condensed in his palms. This old man had cultivated the Tao his entire life, and his character was extremely cautious. He never did anything without being certain of success. Even in the killing domain, it was the same. Back then, on his own cultivation planet, he was very careful, spending thousands of years killing countless cultivators and plundering numerous elixirs and magical treasures. Until he left, no one knew that he was responsible. In the killing domain, he was still extremely cautious, and his timing at this moment could be said to be perfect. Almost instantly, the old man had already gotten very close to Wang Lin. He wasn't afraid of being discovered by Wang Lin, and he spread the elemental power in his body in all directions, causing the surrounding heaven and earth to undergo drastic changes, with distortions appearing. Let's see how you can perform the shrinking ground into inches technique. The old man, Shen Mozi, had a murderous glint in his eyes. His body shot forward like an arrow from a bow, letting out a long cry as he swung his arms forward. But in an instant, a dramatic change occurred. The purple clouds in the sky swirled, and a mournful groan emanated from within. 7 purple figures then plummeted from the sky. Upon reaching the ground, these 7 purple figures shattered one by one until only one remained. This purple-haired figure was indeed the Lord of the Killing Domain. At this moment, his face was pale, blood trickling from the corner of his mouth, his eyes filled with terror. A red lightning bolt descended from the mist above the sky. Its speed was too fast. Instead of targeting the purple-haired man, it flashed through the air, unexpectedly heading straight for the demonic sun. The demonic sun's face changed drastically. He wanted to dodge, but before reaching the extreme realm, he had no chance. The extreme realm lightning bolt flashed and directly pierced through his chest. The old man's eyes immediately dimmed, and his body quickly disintegrated. It could be said that this was the most painless death for a pure nirvana cultivator. Even until his consciousness faded, he felt no pain. The red lightning bolt pierced through the old man's body without pause, sweeping across the surroundings. Only continuous rumbling sounds could be heard. In an instant, the bodies of the vast majority of the surrounding cultivators shattered. This is the supreme realm power of Qing Shui. Wang Lin, naturally, had opened his three eyes, preparing to unleash his origin power at the sight of the approaching demonic sun. But with Qing Shui's assistance, he didn't hesitate and charged straight towards Huan Suzi in front of him. Purple clouds swirled in the sky, violently contracting, finally transforming into a fist-sized sphere floating in Qing Shui's palm. Beside Qing Shui, a purple phoenix hairpin circled. Qing Shui's gaze fell upon the hairpin, revealing a gentle expression, but when he looked at the cultivators of the killing realm below, the gentleness vanished, replaced by endless coldness as he descended from the air. The purple-haired man's face turned pale. Immediately, he chanted a spell with his right arm and pointed it into the void. Instantly, his right arm shattered with a loud bang, transforming into countless pieces of flesh and blood that rapidly spun around him. In an instant, a rift appeared, and without hesitation, he leapt into it. "Stay here to keep company with my wife's relics and treasures. You all stand still, and you will all die." Having said that, Qing Shu raised his right hand and pointed forward. With this single gesture, a deep, ominous sound emanated from Qing Shui's mouth. Immortal technique, Ice Mountain. As soon as the words were spoken, the ground in the killing domain trembled violently. Unexpectedly, 6 massive mountains appeared, each nearly 2,000 feet tall, instantly creating an overwhelming and boundless pressure. The moment Qing Shui uttered mountain collapse, the towering mountain behind her instantly transformed, 6 merging into one, forming a mountain that looked completely real. With that single word, mountain collapse, the mountain rumbled violently, its summit immediately spewing out a massive cloud of black smoke that filled the sky in an instant. A crimson flame also erupted from within the mountain. This flame was incredibly hot, capable of destroying all living beings. As it spewed out, the flame transformed into an enormous mass of black smoke, which then turned into massive boulders that slammed down from the sky. The ground shook, as if the end of the world had arrived. A cloud of poisonous ash covered the sky, turning everything into a desolate wasteland. Lava surged down like a tidal wave from the mountaintop, instantly filling the killing realm with an aura of extreme heat and destruction. The lava contained the power of heaven and earth, capable of destroying everything in the world. Within the killing domain, some cultivators lacking sufficient cultivation were immediately struck by the poisonous dust, their bodies withering and instantly vanishing into nothingness. Even more struggled within the lava, but the lava was too powerful. No matter what divine abilities or magical artifacts they employed, they could not escape this calamity. The purple-haired man who had just opened the rift collapsed and vanished under the attack of the mountain collapse. His face turned pale as he rapidly retreated. His cultivation was at the early stage of shattered nirvana, and he had used his damaged void nirvana artifact to fight against Qing Shui. At this moment, his only thought was to escape quickly. It's a pity that I'm the only shattered nirvana cultivator in the killing domain. Most of the pure nirvana cultivators have gone to the Alliance headquarters. Otherwise, even with enough people assisting me in unleashing the 99 sword formation, I'm afraid I wouldn't be able to withstand this kind of divine power. Meanwhile, Huan Suzi's face turned pale as he gave up fighting Wang Lin and quickly retreated. Seeing Wang Lin relentlessly pursuing him, he cursed inwardly and threw the 9 swords that had merged into one behind him. He knew Wang Lin was interested in these 9 swords, so he wanted to abandon the swords and flee. Wang Lin's eyes flashed, and he abandoned the pursuit, extending his right hand into the air. Immediately, all 9 swords were seized in his hand. These 9 swords immediately began to struggle violently. Qing Shui's eyes were filled with killing intent, his hand opened, pushing forward, and he softly shouted, "Mountain, ice, first." As soon as the 3 finished speaking, the lava erupting from the mountain and flowing down to the ground instantly boiled, unexpectedly rising straight up from the ground towards the horizon. During this surge, it shattered with a thunderous roar, transforming into an unimaginable force that engulfed the entire killing realm. Immediately, more than 10 cultivators screamed in agony as the flames of the lava swirled around them, turning them into dust and ashes. "Second ice!" Then 3 shouted again. The entire killing realm trembled violently, the mountain peak collapsed with a thunderous roar, and even more lava, flames, and endless dust spewed out. Third ace. Then 3 clasped his hands together, chanting a spell, and pointed towards the distant mountain. In an instant, the mountain truly collapsed with a thunderous roar, countless fragments of rock flying in all directions. Huge chunks of fire swept across the air, instantly engulfing the entire area in red flames, leaving nothing behind. As the mountain collapsed, endless lava transformed into a vast sea, erupting into countless surging waves. It instantly engulfed the entire land. In the air, boundless flames blazed. The ground was filled with lava, mixed with highly toxic dust. Screams of terror erupted from all sides. In a short time, except for the purple-haired man and Huan Suzi, all the cultivators present perished. Even Huan Suzi's power had dissipated, his eyes filled with extreme terror. The purple-haired man gave a bitter smile, simply giving up resistance, his gaze complex as he looked at Qing Shui. He knew the other party had no intention of killing him for the time being. Otherwise, they wouldn't have spared him in the purple clouds just now. All the structures within the killing domain were completely destroyed. Wang Lin stared blankly at the scene before him. He couldn't believe this mountain collapse possessed such unparalleled power. This is a divine technique, mountain collapse. Qing Shui waved his sleeve, and immediately 18 silver rays of light shot up from the lava beneath the ground. Under Qing Shui's grasp, these 18 silver rays of light trembled, merged into a single ball, and were thrown towards Wang Lin. You like this thing? Then I'll give it to you. Wang Lin collected the silver ball into his storage bag. Qing Shui flashed, transforming into a black wine that swept across, swirling around Huan Suzi and the purple-haired man, then fiercely took a step forward. Immediately, the entire killing domain realm rumbled several times, finally shattering. The killing domain realm was originally a place next to a spatial rift in the immortal realm back then. Now, with the space collapsing, the killing domain realm turned into countless small pieces, devoured by the void. A huge vortex immediately appeared at Qing Shui's feet, his body sinking into it. He nodded to Wang Lin and slowly said, I still have things to do, Sumio. We part ways today, and I don't know when we'll meet again. Take care of yourself. After saying this, he disappeared, carrying the whirlwind with Huan Suzi and the purple-haired man inside. Wang Lin remained silent, then took a step forward, entering the whirlwind and leaving the collapsing killing domain. In the starry sky, Wang Lin's figure reappeared. He sighed, turning to look into the distance. After a long while, Wang Lin's body flicked, merging into the void, heading towards the heavenly fortune star, where Nadi was. In the distance, Qing Shui walked calmly. Behind him, Huan Suzi and the purple-haired man looked gloomy, their foreheads now displaying a unique mark of the immortal realm, the slave mark. In Qing Shui's hand was an object, a purple hairpin. Looking at it, Qing Shui's eyes gradually softened, but this softness concealed countless sorrows and memories. Fate plays tricks on me in his entire life. Qing Shui had only shed tears twice. The first time was when his country was destroyed, his parents perished, and he, a humble cultivator, narrowly escaped death. The feeling of grief and impending death brought him to tears. The second time was when, in his madness in the Thunder Immortal realm, he killed the woman he loved with his own hands, only to wake up and weep with regret. This purple hairpin stirred endless thoughts in Qing Shui. He still remembered that when he became Bai Fan's disciple, he had given this hairpin to her. He could not forget the happiness of the past. His heart ached, and a few tears fell from the corners of Qing Shui's eyes. This was the third time Hamian memories flowed like water in his palm, slowly trickling down through the gaps. The icy cold sensation, unforgettable in his absent-mindedness, sorrow enveloped him completely. Before Then Thi's eyes, the old scene reappeared, his wife's lifeless, vacant eyes as she died, still clutching the hairpin in her hand. The sharp point of the hairpin was deeply embedded in her palm, fresh blood trickling down the hairpin, dripping onto the ground with a soft, dripping sound. Then 3, I wasn't killed by you, I killed myself. You don't need to suffer. You don't need to grieve for the rest of your life. You didn't hurt me. Not wanting Then 3 to be filled with grief and guilt upon waking this woman. In the instant Then 3 went mad, smiled and took her own life. Her gentle eyes held a deep longing, evident on her face. Her smile, like a wordless cry, transformed into a source of strength for Then 3. Then 3 awoke. My husband, in my heart, is a man of great stature, a true man. He will not be discouraged by fleeting moments, nor will he remain dull and foolish for life. Instead, he will transform his strength into unwavering faith to uncover the root cause of everything. A sorrowful look appeared in Qingshui's eyes as she murmured, "Han, rest assured, I will find the root cause of everything in the starry sky." Wang Lin's figure flickered like an illusion. He wasn't directly heading to the heavenly fortune star, but rather, through his mental senses, silently searched for Lei Ji, Da Tou Tongzi, and Ta Shan. During the previous war, Wang Lin hadn't had time to pay attention to them, and they had subsequently disappeared into the void. Only now, having emerged from the void, could he finally find some peace. Even Ta Shan, Wang Lin had lost contact with after the Great Battle, but because he and Ta Shan shared a sealed immortal guard, his senses allowed him to locate their whereabouts. Wang Lin remembered that the battle hadn't affected the three of them. At this moment, he closed his eyes, his consciousness spreading out. After a long while, he vaguely sensed a familiar fluctuation in the east. Wang Lin's expression was calm as he opened his eyes and stepped forward. Ripples swirled beneath his feet, and his figure vanished into the starry sky. The mountain collapse technique, its power is so immense. Although I guess that the three techniques of Immortal Emperor by Fan before his deficient state were more miraculous than after his deficiency, this mountain collapse technique is truly beyond imagination. Mountain collapse, mountain collapse. What kind of enlightenment did Immortal Emperor by Fan possess to be able to create such a powerful technique? I wonder when I too can create my own unique divine ability. In the far east, a large stone floated leisurely. This stone was enormous, clearly a fragment of a shattered cultivation planet. It floated irregularly in the air, occasionally breaking off small pieces. Outside, there was a faint, smoke-like aura of magical power, constantly dissipating. This stone looked unremarkable at first glance. Under the starry sky, there were many such stones, and few people paid attention to it. Tower Mountain sat cross-legged inside the stone, motionless. Since losing contact with Wang Lin, his heart had suddenly become muddled. Although the immortal Emperor Qinglin's immortal guardian technique dissolved the primordial spirit within the body, the consciousness still remained, unlike other puppets. After failing to detect Wang Lin, Tower Mountain instinctively found this large stone, merged into it, and sat down quietly. Today, Tower Mountain suddenly opened his eyes wide. His eyes were incredibly calm, without the slightest ripple. His body flicked, and he emerged from within the giant stone, standing atop it. Before him, a ripple appeared in the starry sky, and Wang Lin emerged from within. Tower Mountain looked at Wang Lin, his expression unchanged, only showing a hint of respect. Wang Lin smiled, waved to Tower Mountain, and Tower Mountain immediately took a step forward, transforming into a phantom image that merged behind Wang Lin and disappeared. Next, it's Big Head and Lei Ji. Wang Lin closed his eyes, silently sensing Big Head's mark. After a long time, he frowned. Big Head's mark is very weak. It seems it could dissipate at any moment. He took a step in the starry sky, turning into nothingness. In the starry sky, a gigantic figure was rapidly flying away. From wounds all over its body, with each step, the wounds cracked open, gushing large amounts of blood. Almost every step caused fresh blood to flow down. Even more terrifying, on its back, from the first to the seventh vertebra, each vertebra had a deep pit, emitting a gloomy green light. Aside from that, every single bone in his body had a deep, pointed protrusion, no fewer than 10 holes. On this person's shoulder sat a monk with an extremely pale face. This monk had a bizarre physique, a head as large as a bucket, yet his body was extremely thin and weak. On the back of the monk, a black handprint emitted a foul stench, and a faint black smoke drifted out, lingering in the void and making sounds. In addition, the flesh on the monk's back was deeply indented, decaying at an extremely rapid pace. If this person hadn't resisted with his elemental power, he would have long since fainted from the pain. Lei Ji, let go, leave alone. The monk's mouth dripped black blood, his eyes dim. The giant's figure moved even faster in the silence, a buzzing voice echoing from within his head. Lei Ji, you were injured while saving me, Lei Ji. I, Lei Ji, being a member of the giant demon tribe, how could I abandon you? Moreover, even if I leave alone, I won't escape the pursuers. Their target is me. You should speak less. Focusing on healing your wounds is the main priority. The big head cultivator smiled bitterly, gazing at the starry sky before him, his eyes growing even dimmer. He seemed to see his mother from many years ago. His mother hadn't scolded him. Her gentle gaze seemed to be calling him. Mother Big Head whispered softly, a deathly aura enveloping him. In his days, he seemed to see his family, the people he had killed over the past few hundred years. These people were standing before him, coldly staring at him. Big Head's body trembled. He felt a chill, a coldness not only in his body but also in the profound loneliness of his mind. Memories kept surfacing. I want to leave after cultivating for 1,000 years. I still have to leave on Datu's back. The black handprint became even more foul-smelling, filling his back with darkness. He slowly closed his eyes, letting the cold engulf his body, gradually losing consciousness. Datu, hold on. I believe our master will definitely come to find us. Just as Datu was about to close his eyes, Lei Ji's thunderous roar echoed in Datu's ears. Datu's body trembled. He reluctantly opened his eyes, gave a bitter smile, and whispered, "Really?" Behind Lei Ji, two figures were relentlessly pursuing him. These figures were like giants, their footsteps thunderous, as they chased after him. Marks flashed between the eyebrows of these two giants. Their faces were icy cold, their eyes filled with murderous intent. On top of a giant's head sat a young man with his legs crossed. He wore a blue robe, and his appearance was extremely handsome, though there was a hint of something sinister about him. He wasn't completely cross-legged, but leaned back, holding a string of crimson cherries in his hand. As he ate, his gaze fell upon Lei Ji in front of him, full of mockery. No one in the Star Alliance has ever been able to escape the sight of the body that this young master has set his sights on. I didn't expect to encounter a royal body of the giant clan while traveling around the world. Not bad, not bad. My old man at home said something about a chaotic war in the Alliance, telling me not to go out. If I hadn't gone out, how could I possibly encounter a body like this? The young man took a bite of the cherry, a smile appearing on his face, then opened his mouth and spat out a cherry pit that instantly transformed into a rainbow beam, shooting straight towards Lei Ji. The speed of that cherry seed was too fast. In an instant, it caught up to Lei Ji, and with a loud bang, it transformed into a green skeleton behind Lei Ji, screeching and pressing down on Lei Ji's 8th spinal vertebra. But just as the green tip of the skeleton pressed down, a hand reached out from nowhere, grabbed the skeleton, and with a fierce crush, completely shattered it. A ripple of energy swirled behind Lei Ji, and a cold voice rang out. "You are truly audacious. You dare to injure my mount and attendants." "Master," Lei Ji's body trembled, and he forcefully turned his head. "Master." Datu's eyes suddenly opened, revealing surprised joy. Amidst the swirling ripples, Wang Lin stepped out. His expression was calm. After appearing, he didn't even glance at the young man in the green robe, but turned to examine the injuries on Lei Ji and Datu. Seeing the poisonous handprint on Datu's body, a cold glint flashed in Wang Lin's eyes. With a grab of his right hand, Datu's body was instantly lifted into the air, and his right hand patted Datu's back. The elemental energy within his body surged into Datu. Datu's face turned rosy, and he spat out a mouthful of black blood, incredibly foul-smelling. At this moment, the young man in the blue robe, standing far away, still leaning back, held a cherry in his mouth, pointed his left hand at Wang Lin, and calmly said, "Sun Guzi, you've possessed this giant demon's body for quite some time now, enough to unleash your cultivation. Kill this man directly." The giant demon beside the young man immediately showed a respectful expression, and said in a low voice, "Yes, sir." After saying that, he forcefully turned around, staring at Wang Lin, his eyes radiating killing intent. Taking a step forward in the void, his hands clenched, a wicked smile on his face, he immediately approached. In the instant he got close, this big man named Sun Guzi chanted a spell with his right hand, and immediately a vast ocean of flowing water appeared beneath his feet. The seawater formed, surging and overflowing within a radius of hundreds of meters, as if this big man was riding the waves. "Young man, accept your death." The burly man pressed his right hand forward, and immediately the vast ocean, hundreds of meters deep, seemed to boil, converging into his right hand and transforming into a roaring sea dragon that charged straight towards Wang Lin. As the sea dragon advanced, even gusts of sea wind lashed against his face. Wang Lin's right hand rested on Datu's back, completely ignoring the sea dragon and the burly man behind him. This burly man's cultivation was merely at the early stage of the Nirvana realm. Not to mention Wang Lin, who currently possessed the 5-star ancient god of the King clan. Even with his own cultivation of primal energy, he couldn't kill this man. Although the giant demon clan's bodies were formidable, they were far inferior to those of an ancient god. Wang Lin swung his left hand, unleashing a boundless force. This force was invisible, but the moment Wang Lin's sleeve flicked, the starry sky between him and the burly man immediately began to crackle, as if shattering. This scene instantly caused the young man's eyes to widen, and his movements involuntarily paused. Meanwhile, the giant man of the giant tribe, whose sea dragon divine power had just been unleashed, was immediately struck by an unimaginably powerful force. The sea dragon's body trembled violently, letting out a pained cry, unable to attack and forced to stop, directly swept back by the invisible force. Its scales were instantly peeled off, dissolving into seawater. However, in an instant, the sea dragon continued to roll around, completely vanishing. As for the giant man, his pupils contracted, wanting to retreat to avoid it, but he was a little too slow. In the moment the sea dragon vanished, the giant man's chest caved in, and he spat out a mouthful of fresh blood, his body rapidly recoiling backward. Loud rumbling sounds emanated from within his body. With each sound, a part of the giant man's body turned into a cloud of blood mist. In just a few seconds, this burly man was instantly covered in blood, his eyes filled with terror, especially when he saw Wang Lin's left hand reaching out to grab him, making his scalp tingle and his soul tremble. "Young master, save me." The young man in blue, his expression grim, stood up forcefully and threw a cherry forward with his right hand. With 2 loud bangs, the cherry shattered, transforming into countless crimson droplets that flew straight towards Wang Lin. As they flew, the cherry droplets transformed into blue, bony spikes, swirling around in large crimson masses, emitting sharp, mournful screams. However, the young man in blue was a little too slow. The burly man from the giant demon clan's body shattered, and in an instant, he seemed to be subdued, his eyes revealing extreme fear as Wang Lin grabbed him. This grab was incredibly fast. In a flash, Wang Lin pulled the burly man from the giant demon clan to his side. Wang Lin lightly patted the burly man with his left hand, and immediately the man's eyes dimmed. He felt an unimaginably powerful force surge into his body. His primordial spirit trembled, unexpectedly being pushed out of his body. The moment his primordial spirit left his body, it was seized by Wang Lin. Wang Lin's hand was like an iron clamp. No matter how much the burly man's primordial spirit struggled, it was useless. At the same time, Wang Lin swiftly kicked the burly man's body with his right foot, sending him flying forward to meet the sharp, bone-like object surrounded by crimson liquid. A deafening explosion resounded throughout the heavens and earth. The burly man's body instantly shattered, turning into countless pieces of flesh and blood that scattered in all directions. But immediately afterward, these green bone-like objects strangely absorbed the energy, slowly condensing and completely devouring everything. All of this happened incredibly quickly, though it sounds slow in description. Even now, Wang Lin's right hand remained on Datu's back, and black smoke emanated from his back, forming large clumps. On Big Head's body, the death aura gradually disappeared, leaving only boundless vitality. "Who exactly are you, sir?" The young man in blue saw everything, his mind shaken. He knew that to be able to effortlessly kill a cultivator at the early stage of the Nirvana realm, especially one who had attained the body of a giant demon, was no ordinary feat. Only a cultivator at the pure Nirvana realm could do such a thing. But before him, the person looked like he only had the cultivation of the early stage of the Nirvana realm. Wang Lin didn't answer the young man in blue, but his right hand slightly raised, then pressed down on Big Head's back. At this moment, as Wang Lin's right hand descended, a swirling, distorted mist appeared. After stopping on Big Head's back, the black handprint on Big Head's chest strangely twitched. As Wang Lin's hand descended, 5 black remnants of souls instantly transformed, converging one after another and devouring his palm. Wang Lin's expression remained unchanged. His right hand suddenly lowered, and a series of divine thoughts emitted echoing cries. The 5 remnants of souls instantly vanished. Endless black energy surged out from Datu's back in an instant. Datu's body trembled violently, his entire blood and vital energy reversing. Immediately, a stream of black blood spurted out, shattering instantly upon exiting, transforming into a cold, black mist that dissipated into the heavens and earth. All this happened in a flash. Wang Lin withdrew his right hand, coldly staring at the young man in blue, and took a step forward. The young man's face changed drastically. Without his command, the giant demon tribe warrior beneath him immediately retreated. The burly man's eyes showed extreme fear. He thought to himself that although his cultivation was slightly higher than his recently killed companion, the person who could easily kill his companion seemed to offer no resistance whatsoever. As he retreated, the young man in blue, his expression grim, whispered, "This young master is an inner sect disciple of the Yin sect. This is just a misunderstanding. I hope you will not pursue this matter further." As he spoke, his right hand quickly chanted a spell. Streams of green energy emerged from his body, rapidly merging into his right hand. Almost instantly, his right hand was filled with green light. Yin sect. Wang Lin's expression changed. The young man in blue instantly showed a malevolent look. Taking advantage of Wang Lin's distance, he suddenly lunged forward, his voice low and menacing. 5 ghost yin gods' wheel of reincarnation. Above the right hand of the young man in blue, 5 green rays of light immediately shot out, transforming into 5 illusory ghostly figures, their mournful roars echoing in the air. The 5 illusory ghostly figures condensed, forming a green seal, heading straight towards Wang Lin. On this seal, 5 ghostly figures displayed ferocious expressions, and a powerful aura permeated the surroundings, approaching Wang Lin with lightning speed. Wang Lin remained calm, casually waving his right hand forward, instantly unleashing a raging storm towards the seal. With a loud bang, the 5 ghostly figures within the seal let out a tragic cry and vanished. Wang Lin took a step forward, his right hand fiercely striking forward. A series of rumbling sounds filled the air, forming a whirlwind that swept across the area. The young man in blue's face turned pale, but he showed no sign of panic, cautiously glancing at Wang Lin before pressing his right hand down on the giant demon tribe warrior below. The burly man's body trembled, a bitter expression appearing on his face. He clasped his hands together, chanting a spell pointing into the air, his low voice echoing, "Giant demon divine ability." As soon as he spoke, the burly man's body shook. A crack appeared above his forehead, and a dark light flashed within. However, it didn't attack Wang Lin, but instead enveloped the young man in blue. In a short time, a vortex appeared behind the young man. The vortex showed no sign of stopping, creating a suction force that drew the young man in blue in. The young man in blue took a step back and entered the vortex. Giant demon clan's innate divine ability. Wang Lin snorted coldly, punching forward with his right hand. Immediately, the whirlwind intensified, roaring straight towards the young man in blue inside the vortex. At this moment, the giant man of the giant clan showed a bitter expression on his face. Gritting his teeth, he reversed the primal energy in his body, directly infusing it into his primordial spirit. This prevented his primordial spirit from escaping, and his body from coordinating with it. Under the attack of the primal energy, the giant man suffered immense pain, and his primordial spirit suddenly self-destructed. The self-destruction of the primordial spirit formed a destructive force, almost instantly engulfing his entire flesh and blood. With a loud bang, it completely exploded. This self-destructing force transformed into an attack force, but instead of spreading in all directions, it concentrated in one place, heading straight towards Wang Lin. This destructive force was like a raging storm sweeping across, attempting to hinder Wang Lin's pursuit. After the giant man's self-destruction transformed into an attack force, the remaining force gradually absorbed into the young man in blue robes, who was coldly laughing inside the vortex. "No matter who you are, I will definitely find out your name." Provoking the insect, "You are doomed," the young man in blue robes said ominously, his figure gradually disappearing. Wang Lin remained calm. Just as the burly man's self-destructing force swept across, he lightly patted his storage bag, and immediately the third, Longanese divine archery chariot flew out. With a loud bang, it transformed into an incredibly beautiful, multicolored butterfly. This beautiful, multicolored butterfly, with each flap of its wings, released 5-colored pollen. Beside it was a blood swallow, the very creature that had belonged to the blood god Sun years ago, stolen by this multicolored butterfly. The multicolored butterfly flew forward, its left wing gently fluttering, instantly causing the self-destructing attack force sweeping towards it to tremble violently. The multicolored butterfly flapped its left wing again. Immediately, a force overflowing with rules surged forth, and the self-destructing attack force was instantly compressed, as if a pair of invisible giant hands were squeezing it, forcing it to retreat. When the multicolored butterfly flapped its wings a third time, 3 butterflies appeared before it. These 3 butterflies simultaneously flashed, launching their self-destructing attacks. Their speed was unbelievable, causing the surging force to rapidly target the contracting vortex. Just before the vortex was about to disappear, the self-destructive force of the multicolored butterfly altered the rules, completely and utterly leaping into the vortex. A blood-curdling scream echoed from within the vortex, and it vanished in the Star Alliance. There was a soul sea unknown to outsiders. Deep within this soul sea, a large floating continent lay suspended. On a flat piece of land within it, buildings rose on all sides, and in the center stood a massive black building. Suddenly, a vortex appeared from nowhere. The moment the vortex appeared, a rumbling sound emanated from within. In the midst of the vast expanse of blood mist, the young man in blue, his primordial spirit with his eyes closed, seemingly on the verge of shattering at any moment, flew out from the vortex. Instantly, the large doors of the pavilion suddenly opened, and an old man with an extremely gloomy expression stepped out. His speed was so fast that he directly went to the side of the primordial spirit and embraced it. "Grandpa, save me!" The young man in blue reluctantly opened his eyes, but after uttering these words, he fainted, his primordial spirit gradually dissipating. Although it didn't shatter completely, it was extremely weakened. Wang Lin frowned. He could sense that the young man in the whirlwind, in the instant he was attacked by the multicolored butterfly, immediately emitted a dark light. Unexpectedly, this dark light had neutralized half of the attack force. Although the dark light eventually dissipated, the young man in blue was only severely injured, not dead. A life-saving magic treasure, Wang Lin pondered, turning towards Lei Ji. Glancing at the holes in his body, he raised his right hand and pressed down. Each time the 2 fingers descended, a green light instantly transformed into a lingering soul and dissipated. After a while, no more green light appeared on Lei Ji's body. Lei Ji sighed, looking at Wang Lin with reverence. In the starry sky, Lei Ji's enormous body transformed into a mount and sped forward. Wang Lin sat cross-legged on top, with Dato still healing beside him. The distance to Tianyuan Star was getting closer and closer. 10 days later, Wang Lin saw the familiar starry sky. He knew that not far ahead was the territory of the 7th-level cultivation nation, Tianyuan Star. During these 10 days, besides thinking about what to do with Tianyuan Star, Wang Lin also pondered the day of the war between Luo Jie and the Alliance. When he saw Zhuan Bao Shengren performing the 4-colored butterfly hand technique, that day, his eyes never left it, and he memorized the entire technique. However, after 10 days of repeated attempts, he still felt nothing. At this moment, Wang Lin stood up, looked ahead, remained silent for a while, then slowly said, "Big Head, you and Lei Ji find a nearby cultivation planet to hide and wait for me. If I leave safely this time, I will definitely come to find you too. If there is no news of me, you two should leave here immediately." Having said that, Wang Lin's body flashed. He left Lei Ji's back and stomped forward. He wore a white robe, his black hair flowing, looking very much like an immortal. Wang Lin finally entered the sphere of influence of the heavenly fortune star once again. This, whether it's a blessing or a curse, isn't clear, but there are some things that must be done. Moreover, the danger is probably not as I thought, and it's difficult to completely resolve. All of this is actually because of that immortal mansion token. Wang Lin remained silent, slowly walking away. They all wanted that immortal mansion token from back then. It was because of this item, plus the blood ancestor and the schemes of heavenly fortune, that I had no choice but to leave. My cultivation was too weak back then. I had no power to protect myself, and I was even less able to resist heavenly fortune only now. Although I can't resist, killing me won't be easy. Wang Lin touched his forehead. His true trump card wasn't a magic weapon or divine ability, but the 3 eyes on his forehead. It seems that after the second battle, my fundamental power has increased a bit. This is my true life-saving technique. Furthermore, I haven't yet had a falling out with Tia Yunzi, and besides, I'm still a disciple of the Tia Yun sect. Most importantly, that Huang Long once said that I'm from the Vermilion Bird Star. A direct descendant of the 4 sacred sects. This point is worth considering. Wang Lin's lips curled into a cold smile, and he placed his right hand on his forehead. Immediately, 5 ancient god star points flashed above his forehead then transformed, revealing a illusory bead, and finally completely disappeared, leaving only a slowly hidden, burning flame within. If it weren't for my great previous efforts, obtaining the Flame Thunder's primal power, I would have become a mid-stage Nirvana cultivator as long as my mental state reached that level, and also obtained the inheritance power of 5 ancient god royal clans. I truly never imagined there would be such a large mark. This mark contains the power of heaven and earth's flames condensed within my consciousness, vaguely echoing with the sound of a phoenix's song in my mind. This thing is related to the Vermilion Bird, and I didn't have it when I returned to Vermilion Bird Star back then. Therefore, it must have a great connection with the Yellow Dragon Sect Master. Wang Lin's eyes flashed, the vermilion bird mark above his forehead flickered, and his body flashed, moving straight forward. In the distance, the heavenly fortune star appeared in Wang Lin's sight. Looking at this familiar cultivation planet, Wang Lin sighed inwardly. He could never forget the year after leaving the Vermilion Bird Star, he had come straight here and been taken as a disciple by Heavenly Fortune Master. In the blink of an eye, hundreds of years have passed. Wang Lin shook his head and walked forward. The first time I came here, I was just a nascent soul cultivator. Now, on my second visit, I can fight a pure Nirvana cultivator. Wang Lin let out a soft sigh, then immediately stopped, his eyes fixed on the Heavenly Fortune Star ahead, his eyes shining like torches. He saw that on the Heavenly Fortune Star, golden light flashed, and streaks of sword light alternately shone everywhere. Looking closely, these sword lights were all concentrated on the Heavenly Fortune Sect on the Heavenly Fortune Star, numerous in number. Ling Jianhu. Wang Lin's expression changed. From within the streaks of sword light, he sensed Ling Tianhu's aura. After a moment of contemplation, Wang Lin didn't stop, continuing to fly forward. Outside the Heavenly Fortune Sect, countless sword lights intertwined, resembling a whirlwind across the sky. Each sword light had a cultivator standing atop it, all of them disciples of the Great Luo Sword Sect. In front of them was a fiery red Kilin, incredibly majestic, its eyes shining like lightning, its entire body emitting endless flames, and two streams of white mist emanating from its nostrils. On its back sat an extremely thin old man with a gloomy expression, sitting cross-legged. Behind him were 4 illusory swords, flickering with light and darkness, emanating a powerful aura. He was Ling Jianhu. Around him, besides this old man, were 4 other powerful cultivators, 3 men and 1 woman. The 3 men were also elderly, with snow-white hair and eyes like moon and stars. Among them, 1 figure, clad in black and white robes adorned with yin-yang symbols, sat calmly on a massive gourd, his expression unreadable. Behind him, 9 disciples followed, their reverence evident, flying gracefully to one side. A colossal old man, seemingly a mountain of flesh, sat on a large chair, supported by 4 burly men with sharp, piercing eyes. A third old man, clad in yellow robes, was as thin as a corpse, yet possessed a powerful, vibrant energy. He had no attendants, standing alone in the starry sky with a cold, silent expression. The last woman, surprisingly youthful, was a middle-aged beauty. Her attire was not extravagant, but rather simple, almost rustic, like that of a village girl. Yet an otherworldly aura emanated from her. Behind her stood 4 other women of breathtaking beauty, truly exceptional. The woman in the pink dress on the left was especially stunning. She captivated the attention of most of the disciples of the Great Luo Sword Sect around her. But these 4 women didn't even glance at them, calmly looking straight ahead. Tia Yunzi, back then your disciple Wang Lin took the token, and then you said that today a heavenly secret would be revealed. I want to see what you call a heavenly secret. Ling Jianhu said in a deep voice. Back then, several old monsters sent them Lang to find Wang Lin, but ultimately no news came back. And even the mark on Tham Lang's body had more than half dissipated. The immortal mansion in the Tideland was a crucial matter, and the old monsters anxiously joined forces to find Tia Yunzi. After all, Wang Lin was a member of the Tia Yun sect. Tia Yunzi, with a calm expression, only said one sentence. The purple and green twin rivers fill the sky. You wait in my Tia Yun sect, and await the heavenly secret. This morning, the sky above the Heavenly Fortune Star was filled with waves of light, but in an instant, it was overwhelmed by the blue and purple twin rivers, appearing dazzling and multicolored, as if illuminating the entire earth. Following this, Ling Tianhu immediately led his disciples forward, and at the same time, several old masters who knew about the matter from years ago also rushed to the Heavenly Fortune sect. After all, although Tia Yunzi's calculation skills were only within the Star Alliance, his reputation was extremely illustrious. Tia Yunzi, dressed in white, stood calmly in the Heavenly Fortune sect square. Beside him, a group of Heavenly Fortune sect disciples with cold expressions looked up at the cultivators in the sky, their gazes naturally lingering on the four stunning women. "Come here," Tia Yunzi said calmly, a slight smile on his face, his gaze fixed on the distant horizon. As soon as Tia Yunzi finished speaking, Ling Tianhu, the three high-level cultivators, and the beautiful village girl immediately sensed something was amiss. In an instant, all the cultivators in the sky focused their gaze on the horizon. The four beautiful women behind the village girl stared intently. I wonder what Wang Lin looked like back then, when his name shook the entire kingdom and attracted the attention of all the powerful cultivators of Tianyunstar. The pink-robed fairy's eyes showed curiosity. Not only her, but the three other beautiful women beside her also simultaneously gazed towards the horizon. The name Wang Lin had become almost a taboo on the Heavenly Fortune star in recent years. But the more taboo it became, the more rumors related to Wang Lin arose. In the Heavenly Fortune sect square, Bai Wei's expression was complex. He silently looked up into the sky without speaking, finding it difficult to imagine what the person from back then looked like now. Beside Bai Wei was a middle-aged man with an extremely gloomy expression. Dressed in purple robes, his eyes like lightning, he stared intently into the sky, inwardly snorting coldly. "Wang Lin, although you didn't die in the past few years, you certainly couldn't have improved much. I don't know how much you are now compared to me, Jiao Crossingsha." Bai Wei cautiously glanced at the middle-aged man beside him, feeling a great deal of apprehension towards this senior brother. In recent years, Jiao Crossingsha's secluded enlightenment and cultivation had suddenly increased dramatically. His cultivation level unexpectedly broke through to the peak of inquiry, just one step away from reaching the Yin Void realm. 30 years ago, Zhao Shaxing became one of the 7 sons of Heavenly Fortune. He had a grudge against Wang Lin back then, and it's likely that he'll harbor murderous intentions upon meeting him again. Beside the two men stood a woman, her expression seemingly detached from the situation. This woman was Wang Lin's 4th senior sister. Back then, she was forced by Zhao Shaxing to use her divine abilities to trap Wang Lin. After Wang Lin escaped, she taught him the great teleportation technique, thus resolving their feud. Further away, a young man, appearing to be around 30 years old, wore blue robes embroidered with 3 blue dragons on his chest. These 3 blue dragons possessed a fierce and powerful aura, appearing incredibly lifelike. Their eyes, in particular, radiated an astonishingly powerful energy. If Wang Lin saw this person, he wouldn't be unfamiliar. This was indeed Sima Ryu Feng, the blue sect disciple who had besieged Wang Lin with his 4th senior sister from the purple sect all those years ago. In the Heavenly Fortune sect, a group of people who knew Wang Lin back then all had their own thoughts. Only one person didn't believe that Wang Lin could have survived and left alive today. In that instant, everyone's gaze focused on the distant horizon, where a white figure slowly emerged from the edge of the sky, walking slowly towards them. His flowing black hair, tinged with purple under the sunlight, contrasted sharply with his white robe, making him appear even more ethereal. A figure approached, his white robe like snow. The lonely twilight suddenly revealed a figure. He slowly drew closer, his face darkened by the setting sun, only his bright eyes visible, revealing a 1,000-year-old sorrow. The scene was breathtaking. The figure was initially far away, but in an instant, it was close to the Heavenly Fortune sect. Wang Lin! Wang Lin! Everyone immediately recognized Wang Lin. He is Wang Lin. The beautiful woman in pink gazed at the white figure. Ling Tianhu's eyes flashed like lightning, filled with dense sword intent. The moment Wang Lin appeared, he raised his eyebrows. Although his expression remained somber, a hint of fear flickered in his heart. Early Nirvana stage. Wang Lin, who was merely at the nascent soul stage back then, had unexpectedly reached such a height in just a few hundred years. Unless there was some immense creation of heaven and earth, such a thing couldn't possibly happen. Especially the mark on his forehead. A wave of fear surged through Ling Tianhu's heart. The old man, seemingly a mountain of flesh, his eyes still sharp and gleaming, stared intently at Wang Lin, his gaze filled with disbelief. The emaciated old man also showed a change in expression, giving Wang Lin a meaningful glance, then looking at Cai Yunzi, a strange glint in his eyes. As for the old man in the black and white Taoist robe above the gourd, he was also stunned, a smile unexpectedly appearing on his lips, though the glint in his eyes was unreadable. The vermilion birthmark. The middle-aged village woman let out a soft gasp, carefully scrutinizing Wang Lin several times. If these old monsters were like this, not to mention the cultivators all around. Although not many could discern Wang Lin's cultivation level, almost everyone felt a surge of power emanating from him the moment he appeared. The woman looked at Wang Lin, her beautiful eyes darting around, revealing a hint of interest. All of this happened in the blink of an eye the moment Wang Lin appeared. Everyone around him changed their expressions and looked back at him. Wang Lin patted his clothes, his expression calm and composed, and bowed respectfully to Cai Yunzi in the distance, saying, "Disciple Wang Lin greets master." Cai Yunzi's eyes gleamed with a strange light as he stared at the mark on Wang Lin's forehead. After a long while, he gradually broke into a smile and said kindly, "It's good that you've returned, Wang Lin. These seniors want to ask you something. You must answer in detail." "Wang Lin, you little brat, you dare to return." A middle-aged man behind Ling Qian who pointed at Wang Lin and shouted, "Back then, you killed everyone in our Great Luo Sword sect in the Demon Spirit Land. Today, blood debt must be repaid with blood." Wang Lin's face remained smiling, but his eyes were icy cold. He glanced around. He glanced at the middle-aged man and calmly said, "Senior Ling Tianhu, do your disciples have the right to speak to me?" Ling Tianhu's expression was extremely gloomy. He stared intently at the mark on Wang Lin's forehead. Although he was somewhat wary of this vermilion birthmark, what truly terrified him were the two other forces within Wang Lin's forehead. What kind of immense transformation has Wang Lin undergone in the past few hundred years to be like a complete metamorphosis? In silence, Ling Tianhu waved his sleeve. The man behind him who had just reprimanded Wang Lin immediately trembled and retreated a few steps back into the ranks. "He truly has no right to speak to you. You are so young, yet you have reached the early stage of nirvana. Aside from grudges, even I am somewhat impressed." Ling Tianhu's voice was icy cold as he spoke slowly. The words, once spoken, were like a tidal wave, a splash of water thrown into a boiling pot, causing the expressions of the surrounding cultivators to change drastically. Mai Wei was startled, staring at Wang Lin in astonishment, his mind blank. He couldn't believe it. Hundreds of years ago, Wang Lin was only at the nascent soul stage, but now he had reached the legendary Nirvana stage. Nirvana as for Jiaosha Crossing. His mind was shaken, unable to believe what he had just heard, and he was completely dumbfounded. Not only him, but almost all the cultivators present were the same. After all, this was simply too unbelievable. Wang Lin's cultivation has unexpectedly reached the Nirvana stage. Although it's still not as I expected, he's still considered qualified. Therefore, we can't treat him like a mere junior T. The old man sitting on the gourd's eyes suddenly flashed, a smile appearing on his face as he said, "Wang Lin, I ask you, why did you flee into the vortex in front of me back then? What did you do that made me wait? I was afraid of disaster in the Demon Spirit Land, so I had to leave," Wang Lin said calmly, his expression unchanged. "What disaster?" The old man, thin as a corpse, his eyes flashing with cold light, said ominously. "I was protecting myself. I imprisoned the Blood Ancestors, woman. That day, seeing the seniors and the Blood Ancestor chasing after me, I naturally had to flee," Wang Lin said calmly. As soon as he spoke, the old man, his body like a mountain of flesh, sat up, his voice deep. "That Immortal Mansion token? Is it really in your hands?" "I don't know from whom the senior heard this, W." Yi Lin stared intently at the old man with the mountain of flesh. This person's cultivation was only at the early stage of pure nirvana, and Wang Lin clearly remembered that among the old monsters who chased him back then, this person wasn't there. Under Wang Lin's gaze, the old man with the mountain of flesh was unexpectedly shaken, his expression immediately changing, a look of surprise and doubt appearing in his eyes. "Very well, Wang Lin, I ask you, is that Immortal Mansion token truly in your possession?" Cai Yunzi's expression remained gentle as he spoke slowly. Wang Lin looked at Cai Yunzi and respectfully said, "Since Master has asked, I dare not conceal anything. Back then in the Demon Spirit Land, I did indeed obtain an Immortal Mansion token, As soon as Wang Lin said this, the eyes of the surrounding old monsters flashed, and they instantly fell silent. A sudden pressure permeated the surroundings, converging on Wang Lin's body. Wang Lin, hand over the token, and you may be spared. The old man sitting on the gourd glanced at the mark on Wang Lin's forehead and said in a low voice, "You are not qualified to obtain the token." The old man with the full body glared menacingly and said gloomily. Without waiting for Wang Lin to speak, Ling Tianhu, who had remained gloomy beside him, slowly said, "Since the token is already in his hands, there's no need for meaningless words." He coldly snorted, pointing his right hand forward, and immediately a thunderous sword energy surged towards Wang Lin. Wang Lin's expression was calm. The moment the sword energy arrived, he retreated a few steps, clenched his right hand, and suddenly struck forward. This punch was accompanied by a resounding explosion, transforming into a series of deafening blasts that echoed throughout the heavens and earth. A black vortex appeared on Wang Lin's fist, directly colliding with Ling Tianhu's sword energy. In an instant, Jie Yunzi's eyes flashed, and he swung his right hand forward. Immediately, a seven-colored breeze appeared, blowing between Ling Tianhu and Wang Lin. This seven-colored breeze contained a strange power. Unexpectedly, as soon as it passed, it directly neutralized Wang Lin's punch and simultaneously blocked Ling Tianhu's sword energy. Gentle and casual, yet resolving everything. Ling Tianhu, within the mountain gate of my heavenly fortune sect, to lay hands on my disciple shows utter disrespect to me. Heavenly Fortune Master's voice was icy cold as he casually glanced at Ling Tianhu. Heavenly Fortune Master, you shouldn't monopolize the token. For primordial spirit swords appeared behind Ling Tianhu, all flying outwards. He stared intently at Heavenly Fortune Master, his voice low and menacing. As long as he doesn't officially leave the sect, he's still a disciple of our Heavenly Fortune sect. Heavenly Fortune Master's expression darkened, but he calmly said, "You protect the disciples of the Heavenly Fortune sect, but what about the disciples of the Great Lewis Sword sect who died? Of the 12 sword-laughing disciples, only Long Yi survived. The rest were all killed by this Wang Lin. I don't want to bully the weak today. If Wang Lin can withstand 3 of my sword cha attacks, then the events of that year will be forgotten. If you, Heavenly Fortune Master, intend to stop me, I will fight you to the death." Ling Tianhu's face was filled with killing intent. Although he was speaking to Heavenly Fortune Master, his gaze was fixed on Wang Lin. The 2 seniors just said, "I don't have the qualifications to hold the token." "May I ask, Senior, how many sword cha attacks can you withstand under the sword Venerable Sword Cha?" Wang Lin looked at the old man, whose body resembled a mountain of flesh. The old man's face was extremely gloomy. He snorted coldly without speaking, but a murderous glint appeared in his eyes. Wang Lin smiled slightly, his gaze resting on Ling Tianhu, and calmly said, "Please enlighten me, Sword Venerable." Ling Tianhu raised his right hand, and immediately one of the 4 primordial spirit swords before him flew out. This sword flickered between light and darkness, emitting bursts of dark light. At this moment, a powerful sword energy surged out from within. The sword energy was like a rainbow. With Ling Tianhu's cultivation, the life-saving sword energy he had given his disciples in the demon spirit land back then was already extremely powerful, let alone when he himself unleashed it. As soon as the sword energy appeared, it transformed into a sword dragon, roaring as it charged straight towards Wang Lin. The air immediately resounded with rumbling sounds, as if unable to withstand the sword energy's wrath. The disciples of the Great Lewis Sword sect surrounding him were all excited, their eyes fixed on him. The sword energy approached, almost tearing Wang Lin's body apart. A glint of light flashed in Wang Lin's eyes, and he clenched his right hand, striking the void. With a resounding bang, Wang Lin's right hand struck forward, instantly causing the air to show signs of collapse. In the instant the sword energy flew towards him, under Wang Lin's punch, a tremendous collision occurred in the air. Boom! Several earth-shattering sounds suddenly erupted. Wang Lin's body recoiled slightly, taking 2 steps back, calmly looking at Ling Tianhu in front of him and slowly saying, "The first strike." Ling Tianhu's sword energy shattered, forming a whirlwind, but with a flick of Jie Yunzi's sleeve, it instantly vanished into thin air. Jie Yunzi glanced at Wang Lin, a smile appearing at the corner of his mouth. A cold glint flashed in Ling Tianhu's eyes. Without pausing, his right hand swung up again, and the primordial spirit sword before him let out a deafening roar, hurtling towards Wang Lin's physical body. In an instant, Wang Lin chuckled, clenching his right hand. An immense force flowed from his forehead down to his hand, instantly filling it with starlight. After Wang Lin unleashed his punch, this starlight followed closely behind, attacking forward. At the same time, two cold glints appeared in Wang Lin's eyes. Once he returned to the heavenly fortune star, he wouldn't stoop to humility. Everything would be decided by strength. To enter the demon spirit land again, he needed the qualification to hold the token. To gain the acceptance of the old monsters of the heavenly fortune star, this battle was the only way. With his shrewd mind, Wang Lin had analyzed the situation along the way extremely thoroughly. As he unleashed his punch, he potted his storage bag with his left hand and softly shouted, 3-9 sword. As soon as he spoke, streaks of rainbow light burst forth from Wang Lin's storage bag, each radiating dazzling silver light. Countless souls materialized, their mournful roars instantly filling the heavens and earth. When all 27 flying swords appeared, under Wang Lin's command, they suddenly moved, their mournful roars filling the sky as they charged straight towards Ling Tianhu. This scene shocked even Cai Yanzi. He could calculate all the outcomes, but not the process. He could only predict that Wang Lin's cultivation would increase significantly and return on the day of the twin rivers of death and green. But he couldn't calculate Wang Lin's true cultivation level. Although he could sense the power on Wang Lin's forehead, even seeing 3 different forces within it, he still felt a little apprehensive. Although I calculated that this person would definitely return, I couldn't figure out the reason. To dare to return to the heavenly fortune star at this time, he must have something certain. The vermilion bird mark on his forehead is one of the things he relies on. Shocked, the middle-aged village woman's eyes widened in terror. She had instantly recognized the extraordinary nature of these 27 swords. As a master of weapon forging, she thought to herself, these 27 swords are made of an unexpectedly extraordinary material, and they contain boundless killing intent. Clearly, they were forged over countless years in a place of rampant slaughter, thus becoming incredibly powerful weapons. Now that the 27 swords have merged into a sword formation, its power, the middle-aged woman took a deep breath. The old man sitting on the gourd also stood up abruptly, staring intently at Wang Lin, his heart surging with emotion. He's not just at the early stage of the Nirvana realm. As for the old man with the mountain of flesh, his mind was also shaken at this moment, staring blankly at Wang Lin's cold expression within the 27 swords, cold sweat dripping from his forehead. I underestimated him. Ling Tianhu, whose Taoist title was Sword Venerable, possessed an incredibly profound understanding of swords. Seeing the 27 swords, his eyes immediately gleamed with brilliance. With flying swords like these, if it were a sword formation, Wang Lin, you would have the qualifications to fight me. Ling Tianhu raised both hands to the sky, sending out the remaining 3 primordial spirit swords. A swirling sword energy suddenly pierced through the air, forming a net of energy that frantically enveloped everything in front. Under Wang Lin's control, the 27 flying swords chased after the fist in front, using the fist as the center to transform into a whirlwind of sword energy, containing countless formations within, immediately colliding with Ling Tianhu's 4 primordial spirit swords. Boom! Earth-shattering explosions resounded incessantly. 27 flying swords, carried by the wind, flew towards him, but this whirlwind of sword energy struck, causing Ling Tianhu's primordial spirit sword to retreat repeatedly. Each flying sword that was swept back circled around Wang Lin, and after a moment, all 27 flying swords were swept back. Wang Lin's punch, imbued with ancient divine power, instantly unleashed boundless force. Under the bombardment, 4/10 of Ling Tianhu's primordial spirit sword immediately trembled and retreated. This scene would shock anyone who witnessed it. But Wang Lin knew that Ling Tianhu hadn't yet unleashed any divine abilities, only using ordinary sword techniques to attack. It wasn't that the opponent was holding back, but rather that Ling Tianhu perceived him as only at the early stage of the Nirvana realm, and therefore didn't have the qualifications to force him to use divine abilities. Ling Tianhu's eyes showed a strange expression, which instantly vanished, and with a long laugh, he threw away 3 swords. With both hands forming a series of incantations, he created a flashing arc in the air, and immediately a strange arrow appeared. He whispered, "You are worthy of making me unleash my divine power." My divine power can be summed up in 3 words: enlightenment, movement, and destruction. The enlightenment sword is the first technique, the blood curse sword. As soon as he spoke, the surrounding cultivators gasped in astonishment. Ling Tian, whose reputation was illustrious. As the head of a sect, his divine power was earth-shattering and terrifying. Therefore, all cultivators knew that Ling Tian, who had only one mortal enemy in his life, Tia Yunzi. He rarely displayed his divine power, and each time he did, it was almost exclusively in battle against Tia Yunzi. But now, unexpectedly, Ling Tian who unleashed his divine power against Wang Lin. From then on, even if Wang Lin were to lose, he would instantly become famous. Following Ling Tian whose soft shout, his right hand pointed forward, and immediately the 4 primordial spirit swords merged into one, transforming into a phantom sword shadow, emitting bursts of heat. Then, transforming from phantom, it seemed to liquefy, revealing a golden light under the sunlight, heading straight towards Wang Lin. Wang Lin's expression remained calm. He stepped back, patted his storage bag, and softly shouted, 5-9 sword formation. In an instant, streaks of silver light emerged from his storage bag. 27 swords around him intersected, a total of 45 long swords spinning wildly, forming a sword vortex. Wang Lin, with his long hair fluttering in the wind, clasped his hands together and fiercely pointed forward. Slaying Luo technique. As soon as this command was issued, the primal energy within Wang Lin's body circulated at near peak speed. Each of the slaying Luo techniques merged into the sword, and with Wang Lin's command, the entire sword vibrated violently, converging and shooting straight forward. Wang Lin had refined 9 of these swords from the killing domain on his journey to the Heavenly Fortune sect, completely altering their appearance. Without the help of someone from the killing domain, it would be difficult to detect them. At this moment, the swirling sword energy contained countless slaying Luo techniques, intertwining with Ling Tian whose divine abilities. The heavens and earth instantly changed color, the universe reversing. The earth shook violently, the sounds echoing everywhere, constantly collapsing, the rumbling noises replacing all the sounds of the heavens and earth. If it weren't for Tia Yunzi's sweeping hand to block this attack, the Heavenly Fortune Star would likely have collapsed. The attack subsided, and Wang Lin's figure flew rapidly backward. The 40 flying swords remained undamaged, but a hint of gloom swirled around him as he retreated. Opposite him was the sword formed from the 4 primordial spirit swords of Ling Tianhu. Under the shock, it reappeared as 4 swords. Ling Tianhu didn't move, his eyes gleaming with a sharp light as he laughed and shouted, Wang Lin, you and the Great Luo Sword Sect have settled your grievances. I'll give up that token. You've obtained the opportunity, and you'll get a share when you go to the Immortal Mansion. Ling Tianhu turned around and took a step forward. At this moment, the disciples of the Great Luo Sword Sect behind him, still bewildered, immediately followed, disappearing under the rapidly flying sword light. Ling Tianhu, his intentions are profound. Wang Lin glanced at Ling Tianhu's distant figure, a thoughtful expression in his eyes. Silence fell on all sides, whether they were disciples of the Heavenly Fortune sect or the group of people brought by those old monsters. Everyone's eyes showed fear. Wang Lin unexpectedly has the ability to fight a battle with Ling Tianhu. Bai Wei's eyes showed excitement. He still couldn't quite believe everything he was seeing. Zhao Xingqiu's face was ashen, his gaze towards Wang Lin filled with fear, not daring to harbor any ill intentions. Even the 4th elder of the purple lineage, who had always remained indifferent, now had a bewildered look in her eyes, a strange expression on her face as she looked at Wang Lin. If he can help me, the woman bit her lip, her heart filled with determination. Not only them, but almost everyone who knew Wang Lin back then was now terrified. In their eyes, the Wang Lin of the past and the figure of today were gradually merging into one. Wang Lin, without retracting the 45 flying swords swirling around him, glanced over, his gaze stopping on the old man with the mountain of flesh, and calmly said, Senior, do I have the qualifications? The old man with the mountain of flesh remained silent, snorted, and bowed to Tia Yunzi, saying, Tia Yun, fellow Taoist, I still have a furnace of pills to refine, so I won't disturb you any further. After saying this, he instructed his 4 disciples to carry him away, returned to the mountain. The 4 disciples hastily bowed, lifted his enormous body, and gradually moved away. The old man, standing on the gourd, gave Wang Lin a meaningful look and said, Wang, fellow Taoist, you've hidden yourself well. I am Chemeng Tan. If you have time, please come and visit my dream star. After saying this, he bowed to Tia Yunzi and departed. The emaciated old man also left with him. He remained aloof from beginning to end, not even saying goodbye to Tia Yunzi, and simply ascended into the air. Last to leave was the beautiful village woman. She looked at Wang Lin and smiled, saying, "Wang Daoist, this flying sword is incredibly deadly, but this deadly aura seems very difficult to control. If you have time, you could visit this star." After saying this, she bowed to Tia Yunzi and left with the 4 women beside her. As they left, the woman in pink, her eyes shining, turned and chuckled softly at Wang Lin, saying, "My master is skilled in refining artifacts. The cost isn't expensive." "That girl?" The beautiful woman chuckled, and the other 3 women beside her also covered their mouths and smiled. However, few noticed a woman in green among them, whose gaze towards Wang Lin was different from everyone else's. "He's probably forgotten my name after all. Back then, it was just a very small matter to him. But to me, it was a life-saving favor." The woman sighed softly. "Sister Tiachen, what's wrong?" the woman in the pink dress whispered. Tiachen shook her head, saying nothing. Under Tia Yunzi's command, the people surrounding the Tia Yun sect dispersed one by one. The entire square, except for Wang Lin and Tia Yunzi, was devoid of any third person. After everyone had left, Wang Lin, with a calm expression, looked at Tia Yunzi. The 2 master and disciple, separated for hundreds of years, once again faced each other. "What are your plans?" After a long silence, Tia Yunzi slowly spoke. "I wish to enter the demon spirit land," Wang Lin replied respectfully. "You have the qualifications, whether it's the genuine Thunder Immortal Luotia or the Vermilion Bird lineage within one of the 4 sacred sects. As far as I know, the list of Vermilion Birds, including you, only has 3 people." Tia Yunzi said calmly, his hands clasped behind his back. Wang Lin remained silent. He was unfamiliar with the Vermilion Bird list, but upon hearing it, his heart stirred slightly, though his expression remained composed. The opening of the spirit realm still requires some preparation. This time, the matter is important, and I also want to invite some good friends to enter that cave. During this time, you can rest assured and wait here." Tia Yunzi's expression remained unchanged, showing no sign of joy or sorrow. After calmly speaking, he immediately waved his sleeve. White clouds appeared beneath his feet, and he walked away on them. "The Purple Forest Pavilion water is still reserved for you." From afar, Tia Yunzi's voice faintly reached him. Wang Lin looked at the sky, where Tia Yunzi had departed, a thoughtful expression in his eyes. Ling Tian, whose actions are deeply meaningful. Although his divine abilities were only fully unleashed in the final battle with me, Wang Lin couldn't fully comprehend Ling Tian, whose thoughts, but he could roughly guess some of them. As for Tia Yunzi, I can't see through him. Wang Lin remained deeply engrossed in his thoughts regarding Tia Yunzi. Although he had discovered some clues through a few traces left behind, these clues seemed to have different interpretations in an instant, turning everything back into a mystery. "I can't see through him," Wang Lin sighed inwardly. A layer of mist seemed to envelop Tia Yunzi. He always felt that each encounter with Tia Yunzi was different. In fact, Tia Yunzi had arranged things this way for Wang Lin. Wang Lin had predicted this before, but when he met Tia Yunzi, although Tia Yunzi acted as Wang Lin had predicted, the feeling was completely out of place. Everything seemed too smooth, as if the entire event unfolded according to Wang Lin's calculations. Frowning, Wang Lin gazed at the familiar Heavenly Fortune sect, pondered for a moment, and then headed towards the Purple Forest Pavilion from years ago. The square leading to the mountain of the Purple Forest was bordered by only one path. This mountain path, with its dark steps and winding trails, was flanked by towering cliffs, yet it was incredibly verdant. It was late afternoon, and the wind blowing through the mountains brought a cool sensation, further intensifying the rustling of the forest leaves. Even the sound of flowing water could be heard in the distance. Wang Lin had walked this path before, and now, hundreds of years later, he was treading it again, his emotions deeply stirred. Everything seems unchanged from back then. Wang Lin walked slowly, not hurrying. At the end of the trail ahead, a man and a woman were speaking softly to each other. These 2 cultivators were not high level, only at the nascent soul stage. Carried by the wind, the voices of the 2 women slowly drifted over. "Sister, I heard that the Ghost Eye Market will reopen in 7 days. Many fellow cultivators have already gone there these past few days. The Ghost Eye Market is that the market that auctioned off a single immortal technique and became famous back then." The woman's voice was filled with surprise. Yes, it's the ghost eye market from back then. That immortal technique caused quite a stir. I heard even several mysterious old masters went there themselves. Immortal techniques, with our status, we can only obtain incomplete versions at best, and even then, low-grade ones. I heard that complete versions of immortal techniques were rare back then. When the ghost eye market reopens, I heard they'll also be auctioning off some mysterious items. Oh, what does that have to do with us? The ghost eye market auctions off items with unimaginable prices. Besides, you need qualifications to enter. It doesn't matter. Although we don't have the qualifications to enter, we can go into the free trade zone outside the ghost eye market. The man in the blue robe said, then took out a jade slip from his storage bag. This jade slip was pitch black, with only the center faintly glowing with red light, looking very eerie. Ghost eye jade slip. The woman's eyes lit up. The man in the blue robe, about to speak, suddenly froze when he saw Wang Lin ahead. Wang Lin continued walking. The woman noticed her senior brother's unusual behavior and looked up at Wang Lin. With their cultivation levels, they couldn't possibly detect Wang Lin's presence. Wang Lin, with a gentle expression, approached the man and woman, glanced at the man in the blue robe, and smiled slightly, saying, "Senior brother Li, long time no see. You. The man in the blue robe stared blankly. He had just returned to the Heavenly Fortune sect and didn't know about Wang Lin's return. Upon seeing Wang Lin, he found him extremely familiar, causing him to freeze in surprise. But upon hearing Wang Lin's voice, his body trembled. Wang Lin! The man in the blue robe recoiled a few steps, his eyes filled with fear. Wang Lin smiled. He didn't know the name of this young man in the blue robe, only that he was surnamed Li, whom he had met once at the Heavenly Fortune sect. He vaguely remembered that back then, this man's gaze towards him was full of mockery and contempt. Looking at him now, this man's cultivation had also increased, from the early stage of the nascent soul realm to the middle stage. Without even glancing at the man surnamed Li, Wang Lin walked between the two, gradually moving away. Senior brother, is that Wang Lin? That name sounds familiar. The woman turned to look at Wang Lin's retreating figure, saying doubtfully, "This Wang Lin, I can't believe he's back. He can appear here." It's impossible that Master doesn't know about it. Or perhaps he's already been forgiven by Master for what happened back then. Just now, I didn't sense any spiritual energy fluctuations on him. He looked like an ordinary person. But the moment he passed by me, my mind was shaken, and the spiritual energy in my body trembled, almost shattering in fear of this person. The young man in blue, his face pale, quickly pulled his junior sister away. "Senior brother, what's wrong?" she asked, confused. "He's Wang Lin, the 7th elder of the Heavenly Fortune sect's purple lineage back then." "Junior sister, don't you remember?" the young man in blue said hastily. The woman's expression changed instantly. "Is that the demon Wang Lin who massacred everyone in the demon spirit land, causing rivers of blood, and yet managed to escape even after being chased by Master and most of the seniors?" From afar, Wang Lin smiled wryly. Rumors were truly terrifying. Stories about him had been circulating for hundreds of years, and of course, they had changed several times. Sighing softly, Wang Lin continued along the path towards the gate of the Heavenly Fortune sect. Before him stood a towering mountain shrouded in clouds, its peak enveloped in swirling mist and permeated with purple light. This was the dwelling place of the Purple Sect disciples, the Heavenly Fortune sect, Purple Peak. Looking at the familiar mountain, Wang Lin's vision suddenly blurred. He seemed to see himself from years ago, a young man who had just left the Vermilion Bird Star and arrived here, climbing the mountain step by step, establishing his foothold on this land. In the silence, the mountain wind blew, bringing a chill to the air. Though not bone-chilling, it carried a sense of unease, leaving behind only a frozen feeling. On Purple Peak, there were many plants and trees, swaying in the wind. From afar, it was unclear whether it was the mountain itself that was swaying or his heart that was stirring. Riding the mountain wind, Wang Lin advanced, the steps swaying as if ascending to heaven. He walked leisurely, gradually ascending to the summit. Along the way, he encountered no cultivators, only the sound of the wind rushing past him. Besides the wind, other sounds also existed. The mountaintop remained unchanged from years ago. In the distance, an exquisite pavilion appeared. Looking closely, he could see a sign erected in front of the pavilion, bearing only one character, Death. As Wang Lin continued, the hidden corner slowly revealed itself until he saw the object behind it. Only then did Wang Lin clearly see the familiar pavilion. The Purple Forest Pavilion. I remember this place used to be called the Purple Cloud Pavilion. Wang Lin stood silently for a long time, then pushed open the door of the Purple Forest Pavilion. A musty smell assailed his face. The room's arrangement was unchanged from that year. Nothing had changed. If anything, it was the endless layer of dust that covered everything: the table, chairs, and bed inclined to dust. The lamp on the table had long since run out of oil. Wang Lin raised his finger and lightly traced a line on the table, instantly creating a deep mark from the dust. Glancing at the dust on his finger, Wang Lin gently waved his hand. Immediately, a gentle breeze swept past, appearing beside Wang Lin and blowing away a large cloud of dust from the table, then from the chair and the bed where he had slept all those years ago. It was as if a whirlwind had suddenly appeared in the pavilion. But strangely, the whirlwind only swept away the dust. Everything else remained untouched. Not even the paper covering the windows made a sound. A few seconds later, Wang Lin extended his palm forward and clenched his fist in the air. In an instant, the whirlwind in the room seemed to reverse, condensing from all directions into Wang Lin's palm. The whirlwind in the pavilion instantly ceased. A dark gray vortex appeared in Wang Lin's palm, the very dust and ashes of the pavilion. With a casual wave of his right hand, the pavilion's door suddenly opened and the dark gray vortex flew out the window and vanished. It seemed as if hundreds of years of existence had been burned away. All the accumulated dust in the room had become brand new. The evening was somewhat gloomy. The room was shrouded in gray, making Wang Lin's figure somewhat indistinct. He sighed softly and walked to the wooden cabinet beside him. He remembered that this was where the lamp oil had been kept all those years ago. After opening it, he found a small bottle, about half full of lamp oil. To light the lamp, Wang Lin pointed at it, and a flame immediately flared up. With a crackling sound, the flame dispelled the gloom in the room. Just as the oil lamp flickered, a mountain wind blew in from outside, causing the flame to sway and change, making Wang Lin's figure in the room seem to twist and contort. Oh! Wang Lin's expression shifted slightly as he stared at the changing oil lamp. A flash of insight struck him, and his eyes suddenly gleamed with a bright light. The wind blows, the oil lamp changes, constantly shifting in the wind, making it impossible to discern its original form. I understand now. Tianzi is like this oil lamp. The reason I feel he's different every time I see him is precisely because of this. Like a person who can transform into 1,000 clones, these 1,000 clones simultaneously residing within one body, each appearing in turn therefore. Tianzi gives me this unpredictable feeling. Wang Lin gazed at the oil lamp in the flickering light. His face was illuminated by a constantly shifting light, but his eyes held a look of understanding.